on. Stand by my lawn. Stand by my lawn. Wanna be. Uh-huh. Uh, oh. Down, 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 down. Down, 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 down. Wow, 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 wow. Down, 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 down. Oh, wow, wow. Wait, hold on. No. Forgotten anything else? No. Okay, cool. I am project. Yo, you excited for me and Sketch to do that collab stream today? Or Chan X Sketch collab gonna go crazy today. If you don't know who that is or even know what I'm talking about, don't worry about it. It means nothing. Yeah. Uh, you ain't see what happened then, right? You don't even know what's going on. Dude, it's just the collab of the century. I mean, I don't know why you hating, Jafet. He asked me if I wanted to collab. I'm like, bet, I'm ready to collab. He says I gotta meet him at his house, though. Uh, let me just say, first off, I don't believe it. Okay, I've seen both the things. I just don't believe it. We'll have it on YouTube, but I think he might have gotten banned on YouTube. Wants us to upload the video on a different website. But basically, project, there's videos coming out today alleging, showing Sketch doing gay OnlyFans. Allegedly. It, on Rumble. They allow porn? I mean, I don't know it. Probably not. I've said it. I mean, obviously, I'm one of the people that I'm obviously not gonna fucking care about what another man does. And honestly, fuck's the one that found it. You gay as hell. Whoever's the one that found it, you gay. You gayer than what Sketch did. I'm gonna be. Yeah, basically, there's an OnlyFans account they found with a person that looks like Sketch, and people are alleging, or at least the person that made the video is alleging it was Sketch. Just like a bunch of videos, him dressed up provocatively, and uh, that's basically really it. It's just that, and then him sucking some dick and getting fucked. But I think the worst part is that if it is true, it's going to be terrible for him because he happens to be a part of the worst community on planet Earth, aka the sport community. Who, I mean, obviously is very notorious for being very open and happy with gay people, right? Like, they just show love to gay people. They're very inclusive, obviously. But like I said, if it is, if it is true, I feel terrible for it. Just because of the fact, like, getting exposed for that shit, not on your own terms, is loser. Like, that's not cool. Doesn't make people dope. It's loser behavior. Like, dead ass, why are you? Like I said, first off, we gotta figure out who even exposed it because why the fuck were you? Why the fuck did you know this? Right? You know what I mean? How did you know this? How did you find this person? Just decide, oh, yep, time to expose them. Just decide. You know what I mean? Who the fuck did that? I don't get that. Yeah, that's basically the situation. That, like I said, my opinion on the situation, who fucking cares? If he is gay, who cares? Only people that care are the dumbass 12-year-olds with neon profile pictures on Twitter for a whole nother man picture. So only people I've actively care. Um, I would say I hope this doesn't really affect him, but I already know it is. Like, even off rip, like, let's just say it isn't true. People aren't gonna care about that. They're gonna have their own, already gonna have their own about how they feel about Sketch now. And even if it is fake, he's gonna get harassed for it probably the rest of his life. Yeah, that's the thing. Biggest issue is like, why are these people cock watching? Like I said, my biggest thing is who's the one that exposed him? Because we need to ask him what the fuck he was looking up and why. Because first off, why are you wanting to tear down another man like that? Like for seemingly no reason. I don't think Sketch does anything really. Like he don't hurt people. He just vibes. So why were you as a man looking up that type of shit? Like I said, the only thing that like these retards on Twitter are talking about are like, oh, what is it? Everybody, it, you were like, it's bad. Yeah, like I said, we collabing soon. Said he really fucks me. I think he meant fuck with me. So a lot of the uh, a lot of the big streamers, they just like, dog, who cares? Who cares if he had to make a bag? The only funny tweet I saw legitimately about it was someone pointing out. Well, first off, one thing I just found out because I saw the name at the bottom of the like the OnlyFans link at the bottom of the image, and it said Jamie something. So that might be the first thing because I don't think that's his name. So I googled his name, and his name is gayer than I thought. First off, his first name is Kylie. I assume it's Kyle Lee, not Kylie, but it's spelled Kylie. And then his last name is Cox, Cox. So we gonna call him gay about anything, it's gonna be his last name. I'm gonna be real. And you see why I kick out anybody that's like an actual child in my stream. Only people truly affected are actual children that think they need to be in another person's relationships instead of trying to get their own. Just one. It was just a regular. I think it was just a whatever the one is. The I think it was a kangaroo. Need to check my main account where I have it. Oh, I woke up and saw that. And they're like, it's the same because they have, like, in one video, they have the same pair of glasses. So I'm like, I hope it isn't true, and the only reason I say that is because, uh, I'd rather him not have to deal with a bunch of retards. Like I said, the only actual streamers I've seen that, have been, like, not cool with it are dumbass kick streamers. Always gonna remember. And like I said, he's still gonna have a fan base, but if it is true, he is gonna be harassed. Because like I said, not only does he have a young audience of a bunch of basically kids in middle school are all retarded. Like none of them are actually. And two, he's also a sports guy, and sports has not been very like happy with people being gay. If he even is gay, probably just bi. Yeah. Like I said, my biggest gripe with the whole thing is like we need to find the person that found this out and posted the video about it because why were you looking up this stuff? Like genuinely, why would you be looking up like another streamer to find out they gay or not. Like that, they're the weirder person in my opinion. Like legitimately, it don't matter what Sketch do. It's just the fact another grown man decided to do investigative journalism to find out if Sketch does gay porn. Like who fucking cares? The only people that should care are the people that actually subscribe to his shit because they should care about if he's doing the right angles or he should fuck Hispanic people or oh yeah, that's the best part. People are more mad at this coming out about Sketch than they were at Dr. Disrespect. That's the insane part to me. Like, oh, so Doc can talk to kids, but you can't suck a little dick. I would have been more mad if his all right. Uh I would have been more mad if his shit wasn't like good, like the videos. But for what I've seen, he's actually pretty good. I was judging the videos as a uh uh PHA get. I'm just like this shit ain't even that bad. Well, yeah, it's one thing to do gay porn. It's another thing to do gay porn and suck at it. No pun intended. Because honestly, the one thing I've noticed, well, no, after seeing the video, one thing I have come to the conclusion is, yes, do make a good femboy. That's all I can say. Hey, hey, I hate to be that person, but low key, everybody, they got to see the vision. Low key, Sketch do make a good femboy. Okay, I'm sorry. I guess at the end of the day, it should have been me in those videos, but like I said, he might lose viewers, but I guarantee he's gonna be happy with the viewers he loses. Like I said, at the end of the day, this ain't gonna end his career. It just gonna show what retarded people are. Because, like I said, at the end of the day, who fucking cares if he suck dick? Unless you the one sucking his dick or watching his videos, you shouldn't care about him sucking dick. Also, like, look at that baby. 268K on it. 143. Make it big bang. Yeah. These going up? No. These are 10K now? Oh yeah, I know what my next investment is. Be buying a shit ton of these. Get like 70 mil worth. Go have all my alts open them. That's just perfect. Yeah, they're going up way faster than I thought. I guess people are buying them out and using them, which I can't understand because I swear I see stands like full of them. Oh shit, you holding on? For you, I would personally say you should sell at 500K. Personally, what I'll say. If you want to do longer than that, that's cool. But I'm personally just saying for you, I would think it'd be good for that. I'm gonna be trying to go for a milli, but who knows how long that's gonna take. But that shit. But you missed it last night, Jafet. I was watching one of Baldy's videos and he was just letting that F slur fly. Because I was watching a video for him about like a serial killer that hated pedophiles and gay people. Letting that F slur fly like the full thing. He's like, I probably shouldn't say this because we're not far enough in the video. And then like a decent bit in the video, he's like, it's been far enough. Fat goat. Hey, no, he can get the pass. I just didn't expect him to let that bitch fly. Yo, we need a black person to give him the pass. I want to see him drop that word. Like, I was just sitting here, he's like, and then he called the person. But I'm like, Baldy! Shout out to him. He let that script go. Need to pull up a video of his or something. How much are they right now? I just used mine, but God. See, if I were to buy them right now, the only reason I would buy them is just to invest. But I don't really care for that at the moment, I'm gonna be real. I traded the leader a bunch of huges last night. He gave me a chess mimic book, so I'm using that. I've been meaning to get one, but like I said, I got hella lucky last night on stream when I was looking for them. I don't know who that goat is that I found, but I love him with everything in my heart. That guy that had fucking, what is it? He had goddamn fuck is it? He had 600 of the global event gifts for 850k per. That shit almost made me cry, I can't lie. I get this. Sell it. Bitch, go sell some shit again. Keep those. I'm gonna use these at this point. Fuck it. Wait, let's see if I can get a little something real. A little something ski. Uh. Keep these lamb wart. Now it's time to trick bitch. I think I have anything I need to give myself, so down here. I didn't even get any. That's crazy. Bruh. Start keeping the secret keys though, because I feel like I'm gonna need them. Crystal keys I'm gonna get rid of because I don't fuck with them. I think my longest and most annoying investment's gonna be these hacker keys. I don't think those bitches are ever selling. Guess I could open. Do I have that, okay, I do. I'll open up all those. My other account. Potions. That. Bang. Oh, I also got mastery pots I can sell. Bets, key. Got any bucks in though? I don't want to sell these because I don't need them. And I need them, but I don't really care for them. Nothing of those. Okay. You get anything, Javette? Are you using your global event gifts or selling them? Yeah, how could Sketch be thick and like be like the femboy in my dreams and damn Sketch. I saw those images, I bit my lip. Yeah, Sketch, I thought we had something. Sketch, I thought you and I had something special. Ah, you gay. Yeah, Sketch, why? Let me get a free subscription. I can't believe he would do this to me personally. Now he did gay shit, now I'm gay. Sketch, you knew how this would affect me, the most important person. I'm the main character, Sketch. Yeah, literally the only people I've seen personally affected by it have been people with basketball players as their profile pictures, or people, or kick streamers. So, legitimately, who fucking cares about what those retards think? They acting like they now have to suck dick because they saw another man suck dick. And the thing is, we don't know if it's him either. This could absolutely be a case of mistaken identity. Exactly, that's what I'm saying. The only people that are generally gonna care about it are dudes with other grown men as their profile picture. Which if you run a sports stan account, you're gayer than Sketch. I'm sorry. You dedicate your whole account to another man, you are gay. Like, I'm sorry, dude. You're the gay one. Exactly. Like, Los Pollos TV biggest Drake stan, they're like, dude, who cares about what another man does? Why are you worrying about what another man does? And the comments are like, I bet Los likes this type of stuff. Like, no, he's just calling y'all stupid. Which clearly a lot of these people are. Because why, like, legitimately, why would you care? It is such a non-issue. Because like I said, at the end of the day, we don't know yet. It could absolutely not be him. And if it is him, shout out to him. Fuck it. I'm not gonna wake up. Yeah, like I said, the only issue I have is like, why not me? It should have been me. Alright. Yeah, it's gone too far. This isn't even for the homophobic people. This is just a new set of like, yeah, we gotta shut down Twitter. This dude retweeted it. The dude replied, his meat is tiny. What the fuck? And then the other guy replied, he damn near got a bussy. Yeah, we gotta shut down Twitter. We gotta get this. We gotta shut down Twitter. Going on here? Just waiting for Sketch to call me. I'm gonna go over to his house. We're gonna collab. As a grown man that has another man as his profile picture and only posts about that man on a consistent basis, I can't tell you how Sketch being gay ruined my life. Like, that's how these dumbasses sound. I can't tell you how this is gonna affect me and my family. It's fuck your family. Who cares? Well, here's the issue, Bonkulus. There is a guy made an expose video on him and linked a gay OnlyFans porn star that looks similar to Sketch. And now it is spread on Twitter when we don't even know if it's true yet. Right? We don't even know if it's true or not. But everybody has just gone, they're like, oh, they have the same dot. Like they have the same freckle on their, or they have the same like a little indent on their forehead. And one time the gay one wore the same type of glasses as Sketch. So it means they're the same person. Which, like I said, we don't even know if it's true. And if it is, who cares? Why are you legitimately dick riding another man? Like, who cares? Dog, he ain't streaming it on Twitch. Who cares? It ain't getting forced down your throat like a lot of these retards want to say about it. Shit, he even hit it, if it is true. Like I said, I just don't believe it's true. I think it's not real. It's not gonna lead to anything. Fucking cares. Like, legitimately. I would say, as a grown man, why are you caring about another man's thing? But the only people I've seen talk about it are middle schoolers with other grown men as their profile picture. So who cares? Like, how are you talking about Sketch being gay, but you pay for Twitter? That's 10 times gayer than sucking dick. Like, you legitimately paying to have a check mark next to your name. You are gay. Oh yeah, I saw that recently. They're like, and here comes the downfall of our society. KFC says their chicken is halal. It's like, does it affect you? Like, seriously, what are we talking? It's a chicken place. Of course it's halal. It's not pork FC. Kentucky Fried Pork. KFP. People just want to hate other people, man. It's just white losers and good families and two-story houses that want to care about this type of shit. Because I'm telling you, legitimately, people in the real world that are actually mentally sane don't care about this type of shit. It's just like, oh, they suck dick. Okay, cool. Oh yeah, well they did have the that, which honestly, if you got this, you deserve to die. It was that it was that KFC sandwich where the two pieces of bread were just chicken, like fried pieces of chicken, and the middle was bacon. Like that's legitimately the only thing I can think of. Yeah, that's what it was. It was literally it was a meal where it was two pieces of fried chicken as acting as the bread, and in the middle was bacon. That's the only thing. Which, if you were eating that, I don't know what to tell you. You might need to go check if you have like diabetes. Even as a big person myself, I was like, I'm not getting that. I can't in my life even imagine going up to KFC and asking for that. It looked good, obviously, but like, I'm not trusting a chicken place to have good bacon. Like, what? I don't know if I told you this. Back whenever I used to be heavy into lifting, I ate one of those and I did not shit for 3 days. I was so legitimately scared. Like, I drank a thing for constipation and I still couldn't shit. I'm like, what the fuck did this sandwich do to me? Because the thing is, what I did when I went, because my experience was good. The reason is because it was like later at night, and it was like a single person, or it's like a crew of 2 people, and I was the only one in there. And I said, "Hey man, I'll give y'all," because I just had to try it and I had extra money. I'm like, "I'll give y'all $10 a piece if you make all the different sorts of meats fresh." They're like, "Bet." They made every part of the sandwich fresh for me. So it was good. Like, it definitely was good, but like I said, I didn't shit for 3 days, so I was very scared. Like, when I was working out then, I generally went days without shitting. But that was only if, like, I ended up not doing, like, any. I usually didn't eat that much, and I was doing a calorie deficit. But can y'all tell me why the Hot Tua girl is in talks to have a reality TV show about her? Like, I think the joke is legitimately going too far. Oh, you built like Sketch. Okay, I see. I see. Like, this is the type of shit they do. This is the type of shit they did in 2011. Like, Honey Boo Boo. Like her. Like, that's the type of shit they used to do back then. Like, there's even an account on Twitter. Is there a point to this game? Yeah. What is it? Yeah. Also, you could literally say the same thing about Skyblock. Is there a point to Skyblock? No. I'm just trying to get my bread up in this game. Like I said, if they were ever to decide to actually bring the fucking, what is it? Yeah, there's goals within this game. Like, there's tons of different shit you can do. I'm just doing the route to make money right now. The point of this game is just to absolutely stomp on kids. I mean, like I said, it does look like there ain't shit to do in this game. I know your name. I know who you are. Hold on. I can't remember the name. Your name is Bubbles. Your name. Don't say it. I want to find it. That's how I am. You should try this game a little bit. Like, try it for like an hour and see if you like it. I know you. What? No, absolutely not. The only reason I have 4 accounts is because I want to make even more money. I mean, that's fine. Like the game portal. I need to play those games. I would need to buy them first, though. I eventually would want to do a, probably do a fucking open. Hold on. Is there, what? I swear I have a file with names. Toggle. Oh, Quetzal! Okay, sorry. I remembered your name the whole time. Hello, Gennaro. You haven't been here a while, so I know, I remember you obviously, but I forgot who was Bubbles. Like I have a notes thing with certain people's names. Dark is obvious because Darth and Dark. Uh, yeah. Kit Kat's Leah paired as Jackie Wacky. I said I'm good. How are you doing, Gennaro? Yeah, I did get banned on Twitch. I'm down to play Skyblock, but they gotta come out with the fucking drag update, and they refuse. They just don't care. The mayor update looks cool, but that doesn't add anything for me to do in the game. Like I said, the last 2 things I'd have to do are dungeons and fucking what the fuck is it called? Dungeons and garden. And this is basically me playing garden, but the reason I don't like garden and skyblock is because in skyblock you're supposed to be doing other things in the game. This game is literally like, yeah, you could AFK for sure. But see, I don't like. It's weird. I know it's hypocritical and it sounds weird, but that's just how I am. It's just like in skyblock you aren't supposed to AFK. You two baked the stream, you know? Ah, I see. Got s- you got so high you scaring. You're scared. That happened to me a couple of times. It never did when I was drunk. Nothing compliments alcohol more than a blunt. Yeah, I feel you. Dude, look at all these people at my stand not buying anything. Don't think I didn't see the last set of patch notes where they delayed the foraging update again. Don't worry, it's coming out, y'all. It's coming out early 2024. Yo, thanks for 44k diamonds, you dickhead. Dog, I got a warning on my... I got a warning on YouTube because I played and listened to that new Eminem song. You don't rock with Magic? Magic's really good. I have multiple characters that did Magic. I did, I did the Moonveil. I did a Moonveil only playthrough. Toby, which I will say makes me very confused for Eminem's new album because Houdini was absolutely atrocious, but Toby was a really good fucking song. Toby Maguire got bit by a spider, but see me, it was a go. I hated that chorus at first, but then I fuck with it now. Yeah, that Toby song was good. I can't lie. See, if we get more Eminem like that on that album, I'll fuck with it. Of course, the one time I don't have that title, this fucking retard comes in my stream to ask for a huge. Of course, the one time I don't have that in my title. Instead, I had shit talking about fucking me collabing with Sketch. Yeah, I feel you. Don't play the game, die. Why does it sound like... Why does it sound like the beat to Murder on My Mind by YNW Melly? Are you dead? No, I believe you for real. Alright, have a good one, Quaid Soul. Hope you crash. Yo, by the way, real quick, let me say this as well real quick. Just a little thing. If y'all ever get bored, can y'all please go to my Discord server and just speedily at Leah in general chat for me? She's the person with the name 6. Like, the name that starts with the letter number 6. Did y'all just hyper spam her for me whenever y'all get a chance to? A frost weapon? Might be good. Alright, let's see if we can find a good video. Give you your mod back? Did I take your mod? Oh, I will in a second. I also need to look up, dog, y'all missed it yesterday. I was watching videos by Baldy, aka the guy that does the true crime videos that I'd be watching a lot on stream. Dog, he was just, like, in the middle of the video, he's like, because the video was about a serial killer that hated, pedophiles and gay people. And, like, a lot of the times, the serial killer guy would call a gay person the F slur. Baldy, halfway through the video, is like, it's been long enough in the video, and he just starts letting that word fly. Like, Baldy! Baldy, what are you doing?
Hello, everyone.
He was just letting that bitch fly. He was like, hold on. I'll do this. Like I said, I don't really know what he was, like, he would just randomly go through and say, like, you know the word, like, he would just be faggot, and he would just randomly just be saying the F slur through the video. I don't know. Do y'all fuck with that one? I didn't say anything, by the way. What?
Welcome back to another.
I didn't say the word. I just said he said so. Okay, hold on. If you would like to donate to get us to help get us to a higher whatever, that's cool. If not, that's also cool. I will eventually focus on, you know, get like this is how we can get to. That's how much to get to level 6. Member slots would be cheap. Officer. I can just make you an officer, to be honest. Eventually. Like I said, I'm not trying to make this like a top 10 guild. I'm just using this so my alt accounts can get that clan bonus. You know what I mean?
Another episode of The Catch Criminalist. As always, I'm your host, Simon Wemsley, one of my writers. Kevin, in this case, hello, Kevin, has written me a script, the format of the show, if you're new. I've never read it before. We're going to explore it together, although in this case, the Golden State Killer is a bit well known. This is one of my, and if I'm wrong on this, I'm 99% sure I'm right. This is the one in the end where it's like he gets busted through like ancestry DNA or something like that, isn't it? It's perfect, and I love it. Very recently, I think I know a little bit about this because I might have made a video about this previously and on this channel. On another channel that I run called Biographics, where we do biographies of people, and I think we did this guy, and that's why I know a little bit about this. Obviously, this is a much lengthier exploration because that's what we do on the Casual Criminalist. We love to go into depth. This is a podcast, it's a YouTube channel, it's all of that good stuff, but most importantly, it's something with very little preamble where we get into things quickly.
I'm not so sure about that.
People tend to enjoy their privacy. In fact, this video brought to you by number of privacy sponsors. In fact, most Americans believe they have a constitutional right to privacy, but do they? The
Think that's a good thing, right?
Constitution doesn't give any explicit right to privacy, and though the Supreme Court has made several rulings based on an implied right to privacy, it isn't necessary.
Also, one more thing I should say as well in regards to the Sketch situation. If we're going to be getting on Sketch for anything, it should be on him basically faking having a disability. If we gonna really be real, that should be one of the reasons why people are trying to cancel Sketch, is because of him doing this fake Tourette's and fake tics thing he has. We gonna get on him for anything, it's him making fun of those type of people, basically. Not because he suck a little dick.
Guaranteed. Hell, in most of the country, someone can legally record and share what you believe to be a private conversation without your knowledge or consent, which is not cool. Like, that is, I mean, whether it's illegal or just not cool, I think in this case it's obviously just not cool. It'd be like, bro, what the f, man, not cool. Is it illegal? No. I think in the UK it might be illegal. I don't think.
I'm gonna be honest, Gennaro, if you want to sell them now, you can, but I feel like within a week, they gonna go to 500K. Ah! Like, they 279K, I got 1.6 bill in evil gifts. These are at 215, I got 1.6 bill in them. And these are 157, I got 331 in that. Like I said, I would personally say wait until... Wait, is this guy spamming me? Bro's just at my stand, not leaving. I told Jafet the same thing. I would personally wait for them to hit 500K. If that would be the earliest, that would be like, yeah, you could sell, or you should sell. After that, like I said, I'm gonna wait for 1 million, because if I sell all mine for 1 million per, I'm gonna be making over 13 billion.
You can record conversations without telling people.
Nor would I. were I given the full rights of an Englishman.
And also, at least when I studied law back in the day, and it does like increasingly feel like back in the day because laws change, one of the big debates going on was between the right to privacy, which is like a human right.
Which here's my thoughts on it though, like legitimately. Here's my thing on what I think about what the price will continue to be, right? I personally believe that there are the reason it keeps going up is because only so few little people are actually selling at the moment. I believe there are big heavy hitters that got tens of thousands, maybe even 100,000. How much did you donate? Did you just hell no. Did you not? The next upgrade is 321 million. No, what I'm saying, Dell, is that the the bunch of people that are selling right now, I don't know why they're doing that. I think there are more people that have more and more of that amount. Like, you know what I mean? I believe there are people that have hundreds of thousands of them in stock that they're waiting for them to hit a higher price to sell. So, it absolutely can keep going up. I just don't personally think it will.
I think it's in the ECHR, the European Convention of Human Rights. I'm not sure about that. There is some like right to privacy, and then also right of a free press. And so there was this conflict between how much can journalists dig into people's private lives before they start violating.
Not even that. People that bought them for like 100K per. Like, not even that. It's just retarded to sell this early. Like, what? Knowing how much these bags are going up per day, it's just dumb. Personally.
Violating their rights to privacy. It was super interesting, and there were a lot of cases in like the UK's press is not that free. Well, the famous example that was going on at the time was Tiger Woods, and UK newspapers couldn't report on Tiger Woods and his affairs and all of that stuff because it was there was an injunction against them. Like they said, it violates his right to privacy. Of course, you can just go onto CNN.com and read all about it, but the BBC and stuff couldn't publish about this. And it's like, oh, interesting. Like, because obviously the right to a free press is important and all of that, and freedom of speech, but also people's right to privacy is important.
Even in North Korea.
So, interesting. I know Americans tend to lean more in the like free speech direction because it's
Nah, it's because you a greedy gambler. That's why.
like part of that First Amendment and all that. But I think other countries are more like, yeah, but don't invade people's privacy too much. Like, let people have a little bit of, you know, peace and quiet, which I quite like, to be honest.
Like, especially these new gifts, these rave gifts. Like, first off, the rave gifts, it's a 1 in 242 chance to get the huge. Like a normal huge. So, especially when this update finishes, I know, like, they're low right now. I know they're gonna skyrocket to fucking oblivion just because of the fact that, like, it's not like the other event. The other event, you can, like, craft, like, thousands of them a day if you had, like, a bunch of accounts. But this one, I don't know.
I said I wasn't going to ramble too much, but here we go.
Okay.
Society has long grappled with the conundrum of how much privacy or freedom people are willing to give up in favour of security. A totalitarian surveillance state would likely do a good job of keeping its citizens safe from each other, but it's not a world that most people want to live in. We all may be more than happy to share endless details about our daily lives on social media, but that's because we've made the decision to do so. What happens when someone else gets to make that decision for you? What happens when a criminal does almost everything right to evade capture for decades, only to be done in by a seemingly random person they hadn't even met, making a decision to share their personal information? Well, this is a hugely complicated thing, as we will soon see, because it's like, yeah, God, it's just so complicated. There's so much to get into. We'll probably leave the debate and talking about it as we go through this episode, because we're 3 paragraphs in and this is a very lengthy script.
You see the chance? Copy that guy on Twitter. I could look it up.
So let's go. The Visalia ransacker. Officially, it all began on March the 19th, 1974, in the city of Visalia, though it is actually suspected to have begun as early as May of 1973. On that night, in March, a man broke into a house and stole $50 from a piggy bank. This was the first of over 120 confirmed burglaries that would be...
Oh wait, no, not two. My bad, my fault. But I mean, it's still good. 1 in 77,000. Like I said, it's not terrible. But I'm pretty sure for the other bags, like the good bags, the evil bags, it was like 1 in 5,000. So, and you see how fast they going up.
Perpetrated by the Visalia ransacker, though additional unconfirmed reports put that number potentially above 150. Well, it's a very gentle entry into crime, if that...
Yeah, you see what I mean? That's like, so these new ones are basically half of that.
What was the first entry? What did you do? Stole $50 from a piggy bank. I guess breaking into someone's house is a bit more intense. If you're going to steal $50, why not just steal like some from a store where you don't have to like break in? Although I guess that's a bit more risky because there's like security guards and stuff. I don't know, but burglary feels more like is a more serious crime than like shoplifting or like theft, right? These burglaries took place...
Are you trying out the game, Dark?
over a 20-month span of time. Being able to consistently burgle a different house...
What's your IGN? I'm gonna send you a quick stemming. DD 2008. I mean, shit, I don't care about cringe names. I typed in your name and the first thing that... I'm not adding you. I don't like your character. Yeah, let me send you this too real quick. Click that on Roblox. That'll bring you to my server and also let me rat you at the same time.
In the same city every 5 days for over a year and a half without getting caught.
I gave you shit when you started. I'm giving him the same type of shit. I'm gonna just give him like some diamonds, a couple of... What's the highest level book you can use when you first start? I sent you on... So, I have my own private server I play this game on. Which, after this, I would like you to leave it. because I can stimulate your prostate if you want, Gennaro. That's about it. But when you click the link, you'll automatically launch into my private server. Able to put an epic. What? Yeah, I sent it on Discord.
It's pretty impressive. However, these incidents were not spread out nearly so evenly. It was common for the Visalia ransacker to break into multiple homes on the same night. His highest single night crime spree was 12 houses.
Yeah, I'm about to give you some. Like, the shit I'm gonna give you is not shit that personally is, like, good for me, right? But it definitely is gonna help you out starting out the game. Oh, whoops. Oh, wait. Hold on. Oh, wait, no. I don't care about doing that chest raid, I'm gonna be honest. You joining? You clicking that link on Discord?
On the night of
Alright, hold on. Send you a trade. Quick. This is gonna basically help you, like, speed through the game. What I'm about to give you, okay? Alright, so let's see. So, for this area, the best are... I'll give you these, and I guess some of these. Uh, anything here I can give? Let me look. I'm about to basically help you out entirely. Entire game. A little bit of these. Uh, uh, yeah. Something. My macro just went off. I'm gonna kill myself. Alright, so now let me do this stupid shit again. Was I giving you anything from it? No. Need any of this yet. Did I swear I gave some up here. Uh, or no, I'm gonna give you 1,000 of these. You'll need those for level up quest. Use these sparingly. Like, don't just randomly. Use, these are good for you. Yadas, I mean, like, that much. TNT, I can give you like 5. That. Basically, if you want to go through levels fast, just use a bunch of the TNTs. I can tell you right now. Give them a bunch of that stupid ass fruit. That, uh, give you a shit ton of these, because that's going to be, um, uh, actually, I'm just give you all those. Give you a bunch of these. That. Hey, does anybody know what level potions you can use? Or not what level potion and enchants you can use at level 0? I'm giving you more. I'm just giving you this for right now. Like I need to give you more shit. Isn't it levels? Is it not level? Okay, cool. Alright, so let's look below. Give you some of these. These, they don't matter though. Gonna need some of these. I'm gonna do this real quick. We're gonna do a little test, okay? Okay, Darth. I'm gonna give you some of those. Give you some of these, and I'm gonna give you like one of these. What I want you to do is I want you to try to put on the 5, 6, and 7. Fuck no, deleter. I need my accounts to get higher gift bag mastery. Fuck you. I barely got potion bags. Like, what you talking about? At 30. Tell me which one. Tell me if you're able to use all of them or not, Dark. Divine. Which one is that? Oh, mythical. Oh, you were able to put on the 7? Okay, good. Bet. That's all I need to hear. That's what I thought it was. Oh, whoops. What the fuck was up there? Oh yeah, hold on. Let me trade you again. That's good to know, because I'm gonna do this. Strong fetch. That. That power, sure. Treasure hunter. Yeah. Diamond books. Yeah. I'll only give you like 2 of these, because I need them. I'm giving one of these eventually when you need it. Couple these. 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 Give you a super lightning too. Alright, cool. And level 7 potion. Give you the and these, I guess. Oh. And shit ton of speed pots. Yeah. Alright, and one more thing. There you go. Even if you quit playing, it don't matter. But hope you enjoy. Like I said, I gave you a bunch of shit I wouldn't even really use anyway. No problem. I've done that for basically everybody. I did it for Fed, did it for Gennaro. That's it. Leah's ass was already playing this game, so she don't count. Uh, yeah.
active November the 30th, 1974. This guy robs houses like I start YouTube channels. Holy shit.
I think you're slightly exaggerating.
This was the Saturday after Thanksgiving, so he had likely been able to target houses where he knew residents were all out of town for the weekend, visiting family. I have to say, so
Oh yeah, I forgot I did help y'all out when y'all started. I forgot about that.
far, this guy is being a pretty smart criminal. Burglary is an incredibly common crime in the United States. It averages down to one burglary roughly every 30 seconds. Oh my god, that's a lot. I don't think I've ever, I don't have any wood because this table is made of cheap plastic, but
Yeah, help your brother
touch
with
wood,
that, absolutely.
I have never been burgled. I lived in a house in the middle of nowhere when I was a kid. And, we'd go on holiday. I'd go on holiday with my parents, and we'd come back. And it was almost routine that shit had been stolen. Like, someone had broken into the house and stolen some shit. It would just be how it was. I think, it was either 2 or 3 of these, what are they called? Why can't I think of the word? Ride-on lawnmowers. You know, the big lawnmowers that you sit on. Every year, we'd go on holiday, and someone would nick that. It was, locked in a garage. And I remember my dad eventually had, a chain installed. So it was, drilled into the cement. And then a big chain was attached to this lawnmower so people couldn't steal it. But it's that's what happens when you live in the middle of nowhere. People steal your shit. And then since then, as an adult, I've lived in cities and I've never been burgled. It's never happened. No one's ever broken into a house and stolen my shit, which is nice. I'll be honest with you right now. I don't even have insurance. I mean, to be honest, I don't have that much expensive shit, so I'm not really worried. But it's I've never needed it. Everyone in the comments is going to be like, oh, for fuck's sake, Simon, get insurance. You sound like my dad. Perpetrators are generally the disorganized or opportunistic criminals. Either they happen to see an empty house with an open window, or they're making a haphazard smash and grab attempt to find things that they can sell for some quick cash. The Visalia ransacker was rather different. He was so different that there was no doubt that all of his crimes were linked, even if they had no idea who the guilty party was. Normally, a person who is breaking into a house wants to get the loot and get out as fast as possible. But the VR.
Dang, Dell, you shouldn't have told me that. Now I'm turning that shit back onto you. You shouldn't have said that, Dell. I just realized how last night you were saying shit you know how how I helped you with that one thing in the past? Now I can just be like, hey, I'm the only reason you playing this game, and you so far, motherfucker. I'm glad you said that. Now I got some ammo against you, stupid ass.
Oh, Visalia ransacker. Okay, I'm immediately thinking of virtual reality because I have one of those Oculus Quest 2s.
Well, you probably have insurance for that, right?
And honestly, when I'm recording these videos, between them, I've really got into this table tennis game. I play a lot of little table tennis, virtual reality table tennis in between recordings. So, in fact, this is really long. So, in between, at some point in this video, I've probably taken a little break to play some virtual reality table tennis. Anyway, that's not relevant. This is Visalia ransacker. He had a very distinguished modus operandi, and part of that was making himself completely at home. Just chills out at someone else's house. That's more creepy. It's if a guy steals $50 off me, I'll be like, oh, that's a bummer. But if he chills out on my couch and watches my Netflix, I'll be like, what? Why is this show that I never watched in my Netflix queue? What's going on? But the first order of business was to make sure that nobody was going to catch him. The VR would enter a house while the family was either out of town or out for the evening. He normally entered.
You know what I have? Dell, are you still here? Deleter, if you're still here, you know what I've realized? Yeah, matter of fact, I just realized something. Oh wait, what? Yeah, I just realized something. I shouldn't. It's probably not good to have all. You shouldn't have all your accounts on the same thing. Because I think I just realized something. I realized that, if you have all 4 accounts on the same thing, it, it rolling to see if you get a huge or not, it might override it and put no. Because one of your other accounts didn't get it. Because you know how, like, it rolls a chance for you to get it, right? To get the huge. I feel like having all your accounts on the same one, let's just say you did roll it, it says yes, but the other two accounts, they didn't roll it, so it says no. I feel like the tile wouldn't give it to you because of that. I don't know. Maybe I'm tripping, but I'm gonna try this way. I think having all of them on the same tile is bad, because I don't think if I were to have actually gotten it, it would have, gave it to me. I know it sounds confusing, but
the house through either an open or unlocked window, though in rare instances he would enter through force, such as prying open a sliding door. Once inside, he would immediately begin making alternate exit points for himself. He would open additional windows and remove the screens. This is some solid criminaling so far. While researching
well, that's what I just realized. I thought you were saying it as like, oh, the minute you move away from everybody else, it happens. I'm like, I don't think that's how that works. But then I just realized, I'm like, wait. No, I don't think you're bugging it. I think you just actually got you actually rolled it then, because I just realized having all four of them on the same fucking thing, it's just not going to give it to you at all, because it's like, yeah, one account rolled for it and you got it, but the other two it didn't. So I feel like they override each other, that type of shit. So, like, one account, yeah, it did land on it. I don't think the yes, you got the huge overrides all the other ones.
a recent brain blade
So, maybe? Like I said, I don't know, but that's just my luck conspiracy theory, I guess.
script, which is another YouTube channel I do if you want to check it out, I learned that window screens are an almost entirely American thing. So if Simon and our international listeners are not aware, these are screens that attach to the outside of the window so that we can open our windows without bugs getting into the house. Yeah, no, I've seen enough American movies. It's like, I imagine some woman just comes out onto a porch, she opens the door, the inside door opens outwards, and then she opens the screen or shouts through the screen, "Get back here, Ricky!" That's, you know, every American movie, right?
So, oh wait, hold on. I need to go put my alt account in fucking, what is that place? Need to go put my alt Discord account in that, fucking, big games. Actually, no, I don't care. Fuck it.
Right. I can't imagine why these wouldn't be common in Europe.
What, Leah? Why is your name Kitty Cat now?
Europe as well, but you do you. I just don't think, I don't know, there's not that many bugs. I have a little house in the country, and I have to say there's quite a lot of bugs inside, so maybe that would be quite a good idea, actually, to get some of those screens. Oh! I think one of the rooms did actually have a screen at some point when I moved in. I didn't know what it was, so I threw it away. I just realized what that was.
Don't drop that no more.
I don't know if I threw it away, but it's definitely not there anymore.
Fuck you.
Anyway, once the VR
Bitch, would you like to explain why the fuck you spammed my goddamn Discord with 54 notifications yesterday?
had established multiple possible points of egress, it was time to make sure.
I will say though, Darth Balls, before you fully, like, enamor yourself into this game, I will give a warning. A lot of aspects of this game are pay to win. that doesn't mean you can't make money and like be essentially close to the same level as people not paying to win, but the game is very much pay to win. I'll just go ahead and say that off rip. Let you know.
Sure that he had time to use them. Cans, cups, and other random items would be placed in front of doors. This way.
Damn, bitch, you having a bar mitzvah? Hold on, give me a second. Wait till it actually gives me the shit right here on that other thing. I just applied. Plus my boy Bonkulus, who was already in the clan that watches streams as well. He basically said, "Hey, yeah, invite him."
If someone came home while he was still ransacking the place, he would be alerted faster and would have more time to make an escape. Unseen, he would often lock the chains on doors or wedge a chair under the knob of the front door.
Oh my god, no way it works. Hold on, hold on, hold on, hold on. Hold on, hold on, hold on. Ah, that's funny. Oh my fucking god, it is your fault, deleter. Oh my god, that's funny as fuck. Oh my god, it works on YouTube. I am so happy. That... Oh my god. That is fucking hilarious. Oh, she gonna be pissed when she join. I'll tell you whenever she's back. Oh my god, that's fucking hilarious. When she gets back, I'll tell y'all why it's funny to me.
Or to further slow down someone trying to get inside. With the logistics taken care of, it was time to ransack the place. You might be thinking that this care and attention to detail is surely the work of a professional, someone that wants to make sure that they
Leah. Yeah!
have time.
You wanna know why you were getting shadow banned? I didn't think it would work on like that on YouTube, but I kept getting annoyed with deleter constantly saying your name in chat, so I banned your username and words you can't say. So that basically perma banned you from my stream.
To locate and escape with the most valuable item in the house, but it turns out the VR wasn't in it for the money. Sure, he would steal things, but most of what he took was small and pointless. Despite having stolen $50 from a piggy bank in his first confirmed burglary, he would actually ignore cash that was left right out in the open. If a person had left a couple of $20 bills,
I was like, where's Leah at? She ain't been talking. Delete her. It's your fault she couldn't type for a day. Oh my god, that's so goddamn funny. Gennaro, I didn't know it worked like that on YouTube. If I put somebody's username in the banned words part on YouTube, they can't chat at all. That shit didn't work on Twitch. I don't know why. But it works here. That's funny.
on their dress before a home invasion from the VR, they would almost certainly still be there when the person returned.
I was trying to do it so I was quit seeing delete or type your name repeatedly.
Wait, so he just enjoys going and like smashing people's homes up. It sounds like he wants to do one of those, you know, those rooms where you go and you can break shit. He's like doing this, but on like a different level. The items the VR usually stole fell mostly into either of two categories. Either they were something sentimental to the victim or something that he could make use of in everyday life. For sentimental items, he would steal things like class rings, wedding rings, stamp or coin collections, or any jewelry that was somehow personalized or engraved. Mate, now you're getting into stupid criminal territory because
I used to try to do that to you on Twitch, Leah. I tried making your username a block term, but it didn't work. You were still able to type. That shit was pissing me the fuck off on Twitch. I'm like, I'm trying to ban her username. She can't type. I'm glad on YouTube that works. So instead of banning people, I can just put their username in the banned section. They gone.
because when they find your stash, if they find your stash, they're going to be able to tie you to all of these burglaries, because it's not like you stole money which you spent. It's like you stole something that can be directly traced back to your crime. You idiot. He wasn't focused on the most expensive things, just the things that meant the most to the victims, which is also weird. Like, that speaks to like something being wrong with
Yes,
your
anytime you can do that, there's going to be a total of 8 rebirths you're able to do. Basically, what I gave you, you're going to be able to, like, speedrun it. Dude, good shit. I don't know how many I got left, but like I said, with my investments, whenever they sell, I should get. I probably, matter of fact, I could probably get a full team of. I can get close to getting a full team of rainbows. Actually, look at this, Leah. Look how much they are. 274k per. 221k per.
brain. Or do I want to steal nothing that's valuable to me? I just like taking people's. I literally like taking things away from other people. I don't even like having things myself. I just like taking shit away that other people care about. You psycho. Even in the case of a wedding ring, something that would often be quite expensive, the VR had absolutely no intention of selling them. The stolen items were often found discarded near the house. What are you up to? What is wrong with you? One of his specific calling cards was to steal an earring from each house that he ransacked. Not a pair of earrings, just one.
He's a son of a...
Instead of discarding these nearby, he'd often leave the earring in the next home that he invaded. It was weird.
Wow, who would have thought the famous YouTuber's private server gets full? More news at 10. Stupid.
And creepy. But the fact that he didn't even take most of the stuff he stole home with him shows that it wasn't about the money, it was just about the criminality. He was a bad man that wanted to do bad things, and he did them solely because he enjoyed doing them. I don't know if this makes you a bad person. I think it just makes you a broken person. Obviously, it's bad to break into someone's house, but it's not like his motivation is just like a broken.
Wait, hold on. Wait, Leah, I might got you. Hold on. When did I leave?
Brain. It's just like, you know, people who don't need to steal but like stealing because it's exciting. It's like, okay. As for the more utilitarian items he stole, these were also generally low-value items. He might steal a can of soup or a sealed 3-pack of white shirts. He commonly took blue chip stamps, a rival to S&H green stamps. Thanks, that makes it much clearer, Kevin, because I definitely know what S&H green stamps are. I don't, by the way. Which were this old-timey customer loyalty thing. For anyone too young to have heard of these stamps, yes. Think something like stealing Amazon points from your credit card. Wait, people have Amazon points? What's an Amazon point? And how do you have them on your credit card? Weird. The other items that were of potential use to the VR that he would steal were weapons. Guns, ammo, knives, a hammer, and in one instance, even a billy club were all stolen from houses that he robbed. Even though these were non-violent crimes taking place at empty homes, this trend was worrying to the police. It showed that he was interested in violence, and he may have just been working up to it. Also, if he's stealing guns from every house he goes to, he's going to have a off massive, untraceable arsenal. But if he was barely stealing anything, what was the VR doing the whole time while he was in these houses? Well, he was referred to as the Visalia ransacker, not the Visalia burglar, and a big part of the definition of ransacking is making a mess and causing damage. He would rummage through every drawer, especially in bedrooms. Every piece of female underwear he could find would be removed and arranged in some manner. He may place all of the panties in a pile on a pillow while lining the bras up in some sort of pattern. This guy's a broken brain. Bookshelves were often knocked over, wine was poured onto carpets, and shaving cream was sprayed all over the furniture. He would usually move around family pictures, placing specific ones to be visible from the couch. All of this ransacking was exhausting, so while he was there, he also would help himself to a snack. In short, he was just sort of a bit of a prick, really. Imagine the horror you would feel if you came home to discover that someone had been in your house, eating your food, sitting on your couch, and using your hand lotion to masturbate to pictures of your wife and daughter.
I'm living in the country. I'm going to New Mexico.
Oh my. Okay, he was up to that as well. That makes it like, from like this guy's like being like a bit weird and broken brains to being like, oh, he's a bit of a sexual weirdo, a bit of a predator then, because that's weird. Despite all of the care that VR took, he was occasionally seen. In the early days of his crimes, he hadn't attempted to cover his face, and so there were sketches of the suspect. However, he was rarely seen and couldn't be chased. He would easily vault over fences and was described as having strong arms and a strong grip, probably from all of that jerking off. Oh, Kevin, no.
Well, here's what I'm gonna try to do real quick, Leah, okay? I'm trying to go through my search history, right? And, wait, today, did I go there? Oh. Roblox.com. Hold on.
Despite
I'm trying to see if I can look in my fucking, what is it? My search history and find my old clan leader's private server for you. Because I can just get that out, because fuck it.
Despite all of the care that VR took, he was occasionally seen. In the early days of his crimes, he hadn't attempted to cover his face, and so there were sketches of the suspect. However, he was rarely seen and couldn't be chased. He would easily vault over fences and was described as having strong arms and a strong grip, probably from all of that jerking off. Oh, Kevin, no. He had excellent grip strength. The VR speed and agility.
Wait, hold on. Let me actually see this real quick. Let me go to Pet Simulator 99. Is there a way to see how much longer my expiration date, July 29th? Okay, hold on.
Seemed to run counter to the initial police description of the suspect, in which they may as well have labelled him Fatty McFat. He was described as having large hips, large rump, large legs, fat thighs, fat calves, sick. Oh yeah, calves like a small cow when they mean calves, and fat, short feet. It also mentioned he was 5'10", had light hair and a short military haircut, as well as a cleft chin. They described him as like large this, large that, large this, fat that. Why not just say he's a fat man, or he's a large man? He's weighty.
Alright, I got a server for you, Leah. I got my clan leader's old private, but you will have to, what is it? There is one person in World 1. That's all I know. There you go. Now let me restart all my games. Whatever. Because I accidentally just joined his. Cool.
He's heavy.
No problem. Uh, save as. Yep, save. There we go. This.
Heavy. He's heavy set. He's obese.
Isn't that a little politically incorrect?
Yeah, well, that.
Unfortunately, there are two things that I'm sure you already know. The first is that practice makes perfect, and the second is that criminals love to read about themselves in the newspaper. If the VR, I feel like good criminals don't. Good criminals are like, cool, I stole this art and I got away with it and it's not written about. That is the exact result that a good criminal wants. Criminals that want to get caught like reading about themselves, or criminals that are going to get caught. If the VR couldn't find suitable family photos in a house, I'm sure he could have just opened up the paper to an article about himself to use as inspiration while he plopped down on the couch and used some of that hand lotion. This was
Now, I also can't lie, Leah. They might eventually kick you. So, maybe I wouldn't be in a world with another actual person there. So. I would say maybe go to World 3, but you don't have to. I'm just saying, I feel like you are going to get banned. Or not banned, you just aren't going to be allowed to join. Okay. Yeah, I was going to say that might be the best, because you absolutely are not going to be in the same lobby with anyone if you go to the Void World. So. Yeah, shout out to me using that private server. I completely, because I didn't like it. The reason I didn't like it and ended up using my own private is because of the fact that, I wanted to be in the first world, grinding the event, but I kept being in the same lobby with another person, which I'm going to presume that is the owner. Or not the owner, or at least somebody that is using the private server but staying in the first world. Funny enough, he's the same one. Like, literally, when I just joined, I had him blocked. Because he is the same guy the reason I bought a private server. Fuck that guy.
going to make him harder to catch, because after police sketches were created, he finally had the good sense to start wearing a ski mask during his crimes. He also altered his appearance based on what the reports about him said. Initial police reports described him as fat, so he rapidly dropped 40 pounds. It's a strong motivation. How are you going to lose so much weight? Commit a crime and go on the run. That's my weight loss plan. Weight Watchers. A red notice is going to make me lose the weight. They said he had light skin and short hair, so he got himself as tan as possible and started growing out his hair. Witnesses pegged him as being in his late teens, though there's not much he could do about that. Then again, he didn't need to. Police and witnesses scoured high school yearbooks looking at pictures of everyone that would be roughly 18 or 19 while these crimes were taking place. It wouldn't be until around 40 years later that they realized they weren't even looking at yearbooks from the right decade. Oh wow, so he must have just looked super young. Authorities were looking for teenagers, completely unaware that 6 months into the VR's crime spree, he would celebrate his 30th birthday. Honestly, it surprises me that this possibility never crossed their minds. I'll probably be 40 by the time this episode releases, but I'm routinely mistaken for being in my 20s. The idea that no one involved in the investigation has ever met a person that looked really young for their age is crazy to me. But like so many things we see in true crime, hindsight is 2020. The ransackings continued, and there were reports of prowlings taking place as well. Many of these are also believed to have been the work of the VR, staking out locations, but they are unconfirmed. One such prowling took place on February the 15th, 1975, outside the Snelling residence. Claude Snelling was a journalism professor at a nearby college. He arrived late that evening at around 10 p.m. and saw a prowler outside his daughter's window. That's like f***ed up. Be like, hey, get out of here. And then he'd be like, now we have to move house or purchase a gun. It's America. Claude chased after the man, but he quickly disappeared into the darkness. The only description that he could give was that it was a white man, roughly 5'10" to 6 foot tall, with collar-length hair and a dark plaid long-sleeve shirt. The police found shoe prints outside the girl's window that matched those found at the houses that had been broken into by the VR. With authorities now looking for a man with collar-length hair, it was time for VR to go back to his short haircut. For roughly 6 months, things were quiet for the Snellings. In late August, someone was again seen prowling the Snelling house and breaking into Claude's car. In early September, several prowling incidents were reported on Whitney Lane, where the Snellings lived, and on nearby streets. On September the 10th, Elizabeth Snelling, a 16-year-old cheerleader, heard something outside her window. She got up to look, but it was too dark to see anything. The VR...
But wait. When you join Night Fox's private server, do you not get to be in your own Void server? I'm confused. I thought that was basically the thing, is that you get your own private Void server. Can't join or something.
could have been mere feet away from her.
Oh.
But she had no idea. The next night, she would know for sure though. The entire family was asleep when Elizabeth suddenly woke up with the feeling of being crushed and suffocated. Someone was lying on top of her, covering her mouth and nose with his hand. It's a weird and uncomfortable way to wake up, but she wasn't concerned yet, because her brother had done this before as a joke. Hilarious. It wasn't until Elizabeth saw the angry eyes only inches from her face that she realized that this wasn't her brother. She began struggling to move his hand so she could breathe, but he was too strong. The struggle caused her bed to snap, and the man growled at her, "Don't scream, or I'll stab you." She didn't see a knife, but she had every reason to believe him. He removed his hand so that she could breathe, and he told her, "You're coming with me." It was at this
What? How does that work?
point that he reached into his pocket with his left hand and pulled out a gun. The man got out of the bed and pulled Elizabeth up by the arm, leading her out of the bedroom and into the dining room. I think this is going to be, she's going to survive, right? Tell me she survives, because this feels like it's told from her perspective. So I got a good feeling that she's going to be okay. Oh God, I hope so. He led her out of the bedroom and into the dining room. She was crying and asking why he was doing this and where he was taking her. From the dining room, she noticed that the back door was open. VR must have entered through that door and left it open so that his hands would be free to carry out his abductee. He was still holding the gun with his left hand and dragging Elizabeth with his right. She was terrified that he was going to shoot her, but once she had seen that the back door was left open, she realized there was something that scared her even more than being shot. Walking out that door with this man. She resisted as hard as she could, doing everything she could to pull at him and slow the man down. Years of solitary practice had made his grip too strong for her to escape.
Don't laugh.
Dude. Not the appropriate time for a joke like that, mate. So she instead dug her heels into the floor as hard as she could. Elizabeth knew that if she kept digging in, the sound it made as she dragged across the floor would be loud enough to wake up her family, and she was right. As VR finally dragged her to the back door, he warned her not to scream or he would shoot her. Then he finally pulled her outside, where she saw the back gate had also been left open. He dragged her another 12 feet or so before they were interrupted by Claude's voice. "Hey, what's going on? What are you doing? Where are you going with my daughter?" Claude and Elizabeth briefly locked eyes before she hit the ground. She had never stopped resisting, so when VR released her from his grip, she wound up flinging herself into the ground, though she was physically unharmed. VR just stood there, waiting for Claude to leave the house and approach him. Claude continued asking what this man was trying to do to his daughter. VR raised his gun, but this didn't stop Claude from continuing to close the distance between himself and the intruder with rage in his eyes. Legend. Elizabeth's quick thinking had saved her life, and I'd love to be able to tell you that Claude completely hulked out and tore VR's head clean off his body with his bare hands. But there's like 30 pages left in the script, so obviously that didn't happen. Yes, it's extremely long, Kevin. I know this is a big one, but Jesus, you keep me here all day, man. Instead, not that I'm not enjoying it, I'm loving it, I'm having a great time. I appreciate that this is what I do for a living. read this and enjoy it. Instead, VR pulled the trigger, hitting Claude in the shoulder and spinning him around. He pulled the trigger again, and the wounded Claude stumbled back towards the house where he collapsed, and his wife called for an ambulance. VR then looked down and pointed the gun at Elizabeth's face. She turned to head away from him, sobbing, but as her head turned, she could see him lowering the gun out of the corner of her eye. He kicked her in the face a few times before jogging away, and she ran back inside. Police arrived within minutes and an ambulance almost immediately afterwards, but Claude was declared dead on arrival at the hospital. That's really sad. I was hoping he would survive, obviously, but legend also saved his daughter's life, basically. Last act. Hero. Respect, Claude. Finally, there was the murder weapon. The weapon was a .38 caliber Miroku revolver. I'm not sure if they actually found the revolver or not, but it doesn't matter. The gun belonged to someone VR had robbed 2 weeks earlier. He had come forward with the stolen gun and took police to where it had been used for target practice. Ballistics were able to match the bullets the owner had fired with those used in the murder, confirmation that VR was using stolen weapons rather than anything that could be traced back to him personally. Yeah, you'd be insane to use a weapon that's traceable to you when you've been stealing guns, right? So far, his crimes are like, I can see why he was difficult to catch, because he's not stupid, clearly. Elizabeth was interviewed by the police 5 times trying to get a more detailed description of her assailant, the last time being while under hypnosis. Unfortunately, she had little information that wasn't already known. As the only person to have heard VR's voice, the only new description she could offer was that he had a low, raspy voice that sounded more like a growl, and which she described as masculine. She may be the only person to have used that word to describe his voice. The VR proven to be methodical and organized. Elizabeth mentioned that he seemed calm, as if he had planned every step of what would happen already. You might think that someone so meticulous would lay low after committing a murder, but you'd be wrong. Instead, VR decided that it was time to escalate things. He didn't even move to a new area. Ransackings continued, and reports of prowling and peeping increased. Potential future victims began receiving threatening phone calls, taunting them. It was a little more than a month after this murder that VR would go on his spree of 12 houses in one night. Following the murder, police started staking out areas where VR was known to prowl, peep, and ransack. Unfortunately, this neither resulted in him being caught nor in him slowing down. Then, everything came to a head. On July the 24th, 1975, a 19-year-old woman came home interrupting VR. He was wearing his ski mask, so she couldn't identify him, and he pushed her out of the way as he ran out of the door and escaped. He'd already ransacked the apartment and was only interrupted while he was about to make his escape anyway, so this should have been the end of it for the young woman. Unfortunately, VR was a special kind of sadistic and evil douchebag. Don't tell me he's going to come back. Don't say that.
He will come back.
A few months later, she believed that someone had been peeping into her bedroom and bathroom windows. She contacted the police, and they told her to notify them as soon as she found shoe prints outside the windows. On December the 9th, shoe prints appeared, and the woman contacted the police. The next night, officers were in place to stake out the location. One was hiding inside the woman's garage, with another hiding in the garage next door, another house that had been ransacked by VR. The officers took their positions at 6 p.m. and waited for about 2.5 hours before a shadowy figure emerged. He peered inside the garage of the young woman's house, but failed to see Officer McGowan hiding inside. After VR left the garage, McGowan silently followed him towards the back gate that VR was fiddling with, trying to open. Having still remained unseen, McGowan turned on his flashlight and aimed it directly at the intruder's head. VR kept shrieking, "Oh my God," in a high-pitched feminine voice. He spun around to face the officer, but he wasn't wearing his ski mask yet. It was rolled up on top of his head, leaving his face fully exposed. VR pulled the mask off his head and shoved it into his pocket as a distraction before turning to run the few steps towards the gate and use his momentum to vault over it. McGowan followed him over the fence, where he found VR running in a zigzag pattern, still shrieking like a frightened child. McGowan fired 2 warning shots into the ground as VR continued running in circles, crying, "Oh my God, please don't hurt me, oh my God." But it was all a ploy. VR may have been genuinely startled by the police officer, and he really did have the voice of a 12-year-old girl, but he wasn't running around and crying like some frightened coward. He was calculating. VR suddenly ran and scampered over the fence, separating the yard from the adjacent house. McGowan didn't climb the fence, but there were large spaces between the slats so he could still see the suspect clearly. He kept shining his large flashlight while yelling at VR to put his hands up, or he'd shoot. VR stopped running, and he lined himself up just a few feet from McGowan. He was facing to the side, with only his right side visible to the officer, his hand high in the air. "Look, my hands are up," he cried as his left hand reached into his pocket out of McGowan's view. Before there was any time to react, VR pulled out his gun with his left hand and he fired a round directly at McGowan. Believing he had just broken the single most important rule of being a criminal, never kill a f***ing cop, VR did the only thing a wanted murderer could do in that situation. He turned around and casually walked away. Of course, he was in some random guy's backyard, and that random guy heard the gunshot. The homeowner came outside, running after VR, who turned, briefly paused as he saw the man chasing him, and then made the sensible decision to actually run away. He was able to escape successfully. So he's just been seen by two people. They're really onto him. He's got to leave town, right? As for McGowan, the intense light of the flashlight would have made it difficult for the squinting VR to aim properly, especially while trying to fire off a round so quickly. Bizarrely, the bullet went straight into the lens of the flashlight. The inner workings of the device managed to slow the bullet down, with it ultimately being stopped completely by the batteries at the butt end of the flashlight. That's actually incredible. Though McGowan would appear on TV wearing an eye patch shortly following this event, he was actually fine. Some debris had gotten really close to his eye, but he suffered no permanent injuries. Excellent. A police officer had now seen VR's face, and he was able to give a much more accurate description than what had existed previously. However, that night marked the end of the arse crime spree. He had dropped his flashlight and a bag of items that he'd stolen from the house earlier that night, and then he disappeared into the darkness. The Visalia ransacker was gone, and the citizens of Visalia were free from his wave of crime and terror. That makes sense. I mean, at that point, you got to be like, game's up, gotta go. I got to hang around for like a month, 2 months, and then I got to leave town. That's that. You got to do it. In just 20 months, VR had racked up a total of 120 ransackings, 1 count of attempted kidnapping, 1 count of murder, and 1 count of attempted murder. The crimes escalated over that period of time, and the escalation was far from over. I said before that practice makes perfect, and Visalia was just his training ground. With all of this practice under his belt, it was time to move somewhere that he could commit the crimes he truly wanted to commit. After all, he had much greater ambitions than just masturbating on the couch. It was time for VR to find a new stomping ground, a new signature crime, a new nickname. Yeah, I said he's got to leave town. It's time. This guy is not stupid. Like, so far, one of the, of all the criminals we've covered on here, they all seem to make stupid mistakes. This guy so far, not so much. Even though multiple people had seen his face and he had a very distinct MO, a connection between VR and his future crimes will not be made for decades. This was back in the day when law enforcement agencies, especially small local ones, didn't communicate with each other. There wouldn't have been anything to find in a state or federal database anyway, as he had not left a single fingerprint at any of the crime scenes. As far as anyone knew, there was about to be a new and completely unrelated serial offender with crimes much worse than stealing low-value items from people's houses. The East Area Rapist.
Dang, that was the leader's nickname in high school.
It began weeks, if not months, before the first reported crime. A woman living in Rancho Cordova, a suburb east of Sacramento, felt like she was being watched. She had noticed the same dark car drive by her house multiple times, and one night she believed there had been a prowler on her property. She also received a number of phone calls in which the person calling immediately hung up. On June the 18th, 1976, 6 months after VR had vanished from existence, the 23-year-old Rancho Cordova woman was woken up by a flashlight shining directly in her face. She saw a man wearing a ski mask, brandishing a knife, and not wearing any pants. "If you make one move or sound, I'll stick this knife in you," he whispered. This man had brought rope with him, but decided to tie the woman up with a sash from her closet instead. Over the course of that night, he proceeded to rape her repeatedly. In between attacks, she could hear him rummaging through her house. He was continuing the trend he'd begun in Visalia, ransacking the house, looking for low-value items, making himself at home and eating her food. When the man finally left, his victim got up and knocked her phone onto the floor. Her hands had been bound so tightly they were numb from lack of circulation. They were tied behind her back, but she managed to dial 0 for operator and call for help. This was the first attack by the man who would come to be known as the East Area Rapist.
That is crazy to me, though. I didn't realize. I wondered that question. I didn't know it until, like, in my adulthood. That 911 hasn't always been the fucking code for calling the police. I just thought it was a coincidence that 911 and 911 basically had the same numbers. But no, that's literally it. That's why it's 911 is because of that. I thought was a cool little fact. I don't know why they'd do that. That's dumb. Because now they just made people be in more danger. Like, seriously. Like, if you're someone that's trapped and with a person that's gonna possibly harm you or kill you, why would you, like, you're trying to be sneaky as you can, like, trying to call them, you now have to type 3 numbers instead of just 1. Because it used to just be if you type 0, that was how you called the police in your area. Now you have to type 3 letters? It's kind of atrocious.
Or ear. EAR, as in the word, like, ear. It would be a month before the man struck again, then another attack the next month. This is like a major escalation from burglary. And I guess the thing is, like, I went going through the beginning of this, and it was just like, he's a bit of a burglar, and he goes in and he rummages through people's shit. And then as soon as he had the, like, masturbation angle, it's like, okay, so he's a bit of a weirdo. And I feel like that can lead to this, and this is just way worse. I mean, it obviously murdered that guy, but I feel like that was not premeditated. He wasn't intending to go killing, whereas he definitely intended to go raping. In all of the attacks, the victim would receive a small cut from Ear's knife, possibly above the eyebrow or on the arm. He would sometimes stab the bed beside them as well, similar to how VR's theft of weapons suggested that he might be building up to violence. So too did these acts suggest that Ear was working his way up to more. Yes, he had already killed one person and tried to kill another, but those were acts of self-preservation to avoid capture. He had yet to actively seek out a murder victim exactly. He didn't intend it. It was sort of, it was defensive. Which sounds insane, because that's obviously not a defense. In this case, you murdered people. There would be 4 more rapes in October, including 2 on the same day. He was picking up the pace, and it was clear that this was a different type of criminal. Authorities could tell immediately that the attacks had been perpetrated by the same person, but the 4 attacks in October highlighted how unusual these cases were. Similar to burglars, serial rapists are also normally disorganized criminals. If someone is committing a single targeted rape, they are more likely to be organized and methodical because they are fixated and obsessed with their targets. Serial rapists, however, normally act on impulse. They tend to be driven by uncontrollable urges and will attack recklessly, when they see a perceived opportunity. But Ear was different. He was careful, almost exclusively targeting women who lived alone. The locations were extensively staked out beforehand and were always single-story houses that were near a creek or a trail that would provide an easy means of escaping undetected. He would spend days, weeks, or months calling the victim beforehand to learn their schedule and when they were home. Those calls could result in him either hanging up immediately, breathing heavily into the phone, or making threatening comments. Prior to the actual break-in and rape, Ear would also commit practice break-ins to prepare. He would unlock windows to give himself easier points of entry, remove ammunition for any firearms, and even hide items inside the house that he would use for his assault so that he wouldn't need to carry them with him. Sometimes he would stay in the house after having broken in, spending hours waiting in a closet until his intended victim finally came home. He also liked to steal shoelaces that would later be used to tie up his victims. Ear seemed to have realized during his first rape that if he left a woman tied up with the rope that he brought with him, that would be evidence. By using the victim's own shoelaces, it couldn't be traced back to him. Unlike typical rapists, he would never remove his gloves, not even during the act itself or while making himself a sandwich to eat afterwards. Dude, this is some psycho shit.
Or worse than
Police tried to keep the existence of the serial rapist under wraps, asking news outlets not to report on the crimes. Why? Surely you'd want people to be vigilant. Like, I know it's like, we don't want to scare people. And it's like, yeah, but people should be scared, yo. There's like a rapist around. Get people to sleep with guns under their pillows. That's okay. The attacks were taking place in small areas that they were already staking out, so they didn't want any hint of their investigation to be known. Okay. So it's happening in such a small enough area where they think they can patrol around and catch him. I don't think they catch him for many decades, so that doesn't really work out for them. However, residents held a town hall-style meeting at a local school on the topic of crime prevention, a meeting that had an unprecedented 500 attendees. They go to that meeting and then, people are going to find out, aren't they? Because normally, like 4 people show up and they're concerned about a missing dog.
Your son's hamster is missing?
Call police squad!
Or like someone spray painting a wall somewhere. And in this case, it's like everyone showed up because there's been rapes and people breaking into their houses and leaving shit around. And it's like, I had a gun and it had bullets in it, and now it doesn't have bullets in it. If that happens to you, be like, did I? I think I had bullets in there. Come on. Questions of the rapes kept coming up, and the police finally had to share details with the public. It was shortly after this that he would receive the East Area Rapist name. Despite their best efforts, police seemed powerless to stop here. Gun sales skyrocketed as people tried anything they could to protect themselves, unaware that he was breaking into homes to disarm their weapons beforehand. The rapes continued, and Ear followed the news closely, just as he had when he was acting as VR. He would attempt to change his physical appearance based on the news reports. He would also lie to his victims to try and throw them off his trail.
Just smart like that.
Before raping a woman, he might order her not to tell anyone about his van outside. Here, didn't have a van and was still using stolen bicycles as his preferred means of transportation. He would also use things about the victim's life to give false leads. If he saw a boat parked in the driveway, he may tell her that he saw her on the lake. Whenever possible, he would refer to the victim by name to give the false impression that they knew one another. This guy, again, it's like this is some pretty smart criminaling, to be honest. I kind of see why this guy didn't get caught for a really long time.
Yeah, Baldy says shout out to the serial killer rapist. Shout out to him. Crazy. Bitch, don't make me... Did you change your username for your account, or did you just make a new account?
However, there was only so much that Ear could disguise. He was a creature of pure evil, but he was also a pathetic and broken man. Victims would frequently say that they heard him crying or sobbing between attacks. During at least one attack, the victim believed she heard him repeatedly say, "I hate you, Bonnie." Although police believed she may have misheard the word mummy as Bonnie, assuming he suffered from your typical childhood trauma associated with serial offenders. It wasn't...
No. Because I've been having all of my alt accounts on one tile. Just to be like, ooh, I bet if I get one, it's gonna be really crazy, whatever. But then I just came to the conclusion earlier that I'm probably fucking my chances of getting a huge because of that. Because I just realized, what is it? It rolls to see if you got the huge. Like where it places on the fucking board is just a visual thing. Like of course it's gonna say it landed right next to you. It does that to piss you off. Not actually where it landed. So I just realized, wait, if one account rolled and it said yes, you won, but then the other three accounts it said no, you didn't win, then how is it decided? You know what I mean? So I just decided to stop doing that. They were all on different tiles, right?
wasn't just these odd behavioral distinctions either. Ear could cut his hair, get a tan.
Where'd you see it then? Because if you show me a video where they're all on the same tile and they got it, then I'm gonna go back to having all my shits on the same tile. Because wouldn't it like fuck up your chances or whatever if they were all on the same tile? Because like if one of your things rolls it and you get it on this, and like one of my accounts get the thing for the huge, is it gonna override the decisions for the other three accounts? Because you all get the same thing on the same tile. Know what I mean?
Or even gain or lose weight based on what was being reported, and witnesses couldn't really agree on his height, age, or weight. But one thing he could not escape physically was the fact that Latto would never be writing songs about him. I know you don't get that reference, Simon, or I do remember he has a very small pee-pee. I remember that from the video that I made previously. That was a distinctive feature of him. He was not well endowed.
Yeah, please, if you know where you saw it, you can see the video. They're all on the same tile. I'm gonna put all these bastards back on the same one. Oh, did you? Let me see. Because I also just saw a guy on Reddit say that he has fucking 20 accounts now. Wasn't a fan of another event world. Okay, hold on. Nope, I just read it. Yep. All you bitches are going back. Same tile. I just saw it. It was the top post. Appreciate it. Wait, who's on the green tile? Oh. Nah. Glad you told me that. So I guess let's then get lucky. It is good to know though that, because that was one of the things I was curious. Is like, so I guess if it does land, so what I suppose is if the tile you're standing on does land on a huge, it overrides all the others. Which I could absolutely see that now because of the fact of public servers. I don't think Preston would be like, everybody's on one tile. This guy rolled a huge on his account, but everybody else didn't, so nobody gets anything. I don't think he would do that.
A micro penis, maybe. But what I'm saying is that every one of Ear's victims agreed that he had an absolutely tiny penis. It was described as so small that police began asking doctors about any patients that may suffer from the medical condition of micropenis, an affliction that affects only 0.015% of males born in the United States and that can potentially be treated if it's identified at birth. During 1976, Ear claimed a total of 10 victims. His fifth victim would describe the incident in interviews later. It was early in the morning, sometime after 6 a.m. Husband had left for work, and their young son had come into bed to cuddle with her. Less than 2 minutes after her husband left, she heard running through the hallway and saw a light from a flashlight. The man suddenly came into her room and said that he was there to rob them. She told him to take whatever he wanted, not attempting to resist, as he tied her arms and legs, then the arms and legs of her son. He blindfolded them both and then carried the son to another room. He may have been a monster, but at least he wasn't that kind of monster, I guess. Yeah, there's definitely degrees of monsters, and yeah, that's definitely less monstery.
I feel better now.
The woman was terrified, especially once her son was taken away from her. She said that she didn't know what the intruder was planning to do to them and feared for her child's life. It wasn't until Ear returned and began removing the ligatures from her ankles.
Give me 1 second.
She
I
realized
need to go help my grandma out real quick. Be right back. I'm back. Sorry about that. Oh, by the way, deleter. Someone on Reddit had gotten 6 of the event huges. When somebody said how, he said he had 3 accounts on the same tile. So scratch what I said, you can get it that way. Which is good. I'm glad to know that.
What he had come for. After his reported assaults against the woman, he retrieved her son and placed him on the bed next to her. Once she was sure he was gone, she took her son to their neighbor's house and called for help. Both the woman and her neighbor had been victims of strange ransackings in the previous weeks. Her neighbor's house was robbed of low-value items, and 10 rings were stolen that had been placed in the house of the rape victim. In both the burglary and the rape, Ia had entered through the son's bedroom window. She said she would have...
You'd probably be getting more gems doing the event, Leah. Like, what? I don't understand people that say that this is a good gem-making event. Guess I understand you want physical gems right now, but... How? I mean, the fucking items you get. Like, literally. Maybe it's just because I have multiple accounts and we're able to break down that shit fast, but... And also the bags. I might not be making diamonds now from it, but whenever this event ends, and I sell them, they're gonna go up like crazy. If the good and the evil gifts and good versus evil gifts are going up as much as they are, more than I anticipated, they're going up way faster than I thought. Then these event bags from this event are gonna go astronomical.
taken more precautions had she known he was a serial rapist. But this was during the early months when the police were keeping the media quiet about it. Yeah, this is another thing. Like, people are going to be better prepared. They're going to lock their doors and their windows if they know that there's a rapist out there. As I mentioned, Ia was obsessed with following media reports about himself, both to alter his physical appearance and for the sake of his own ego. Originally, he was targeting middle-class homes, but he moved on to upper-class neighborhoods. Money was obviously not his goal, so police believed he made the change because he wasn't getting the amount of media attention he felt he deserved. I know what the next line is going to be.
And quit being poor.
Media report on more crimes when they're done to rich people. Because it's true. After all, crime is only important when it happens to rich people. Exactly. An article ran in the newspaper, the Sacramento Bee, that gave advice on how women could protect themselves from Ia. One of the things the article noted was that he would never attack a woman if there was a man in the house. He read the article and thought to himself, well, we'll see about that, won't we? Almost immediately after the article, he began exclusively targeting homes where men were present. First was a 13-year-old girl who was up late watching TV in the living room while her father and older sister were asleep. Ia came into the house, raped her in the living room before leaving. 13 years old. Unlike his previous endeavors, where he would take his time in the house during and after the assaults, this time he was only in the house for about 45 minutes. In a rather bizarre statement to the press, a police lieutenant said that the man came in, bound the girl, and raped her, but he didn't bother anyone else in the residence. It's true that the others were asleep and didn't know what was happening, but something about the officer's choice of words and robotic lack of emotion with which they were delivered makes me really uncomfortable.
Damn. What the fuck? Okay, okay, fucking blocks flip. They trying to pack me out of here. What the fuck? Holy shit. What the fuck's their problem, man? Dog, I've requested 5,000 Robux to go into my, third account from Bloxflip, and in 2 days they put all 5,000 to be pending for my account. It said amount 2,500, the second amount 2,362. It's like, damn, dude, can you like not do it all at once? Like, goddamn. Like, I was begging them to be fast. Why what?
Wait. Is Kevin dropping hints here? I don't remember this. He's not that. He can't be that guy, can he? Surely not. He's not. Was he? He wasn't a policeman, was he? No, I feel like I definitely remember that. Right? Though Ear was now exclusively targeting homes where men were present, this was the only time where the man was unaware of the crimes being committed. He committed 11 rapes in a row that targeted couples, and his MO was the same each time. He would break into the house, and the couple would wake up to see a man standing over them with a flashlight in their eyes. The man would then
Wait, what? Oh, that was for the, you know, that thing you said you got me on Friday. I was just harassing you, though.
produce ligatures made of shoelaces belonging to the couple. He would force the woman to tie up her partner, instructing her in how to do so. Then he would tie her up himself. He would always tie them so tightly that it bruised their wrists, and he would then proceed to retie the men to ensure they were tied tightly enough. All this makes me think is that I never
I was just doing that to harass you.
set the alarm like when I go to bed. It's like I set an alarm when I leave places, but not when I sleep. And now I'm like, why not? Why not just set the alarm so like if someone opens the door or one of the windows, it goes off in the night, and then it's like cool, prepared. I think I'm gonna start doing that because I don't know.
Look at him, he's traumatized.
Oh god, doing the true crime files, guys, makes you so scared. Once the couple were bound, they would be brought to separate rooms. Ear would have the man lie either on his stomach or get on all fours, and he would then stack plates and teacups on his back. He would instruct the man that if he heard the china rattle or crash, he would immediately kill them both. He would then return to the adjacent room, where he would repeatedly violate the woman, taking breaks to rummage through the house, making himself something to eat, or having some beer. It was already speculated that Ear had been a member of the military, and this only further cemented that in the minds of law enforcement. Witnesses said that he had the demeanor of a military man, and the dish trick was something commonly used in Vietnam. There were also 4 military bases in the area where rapes were occurring, and it was believed that Ear was local to the area. On March the 18th, the Sacramento County Sheriff's Office received 3 phone calls between 4:15 and 5 p.m. In the first 2 calls, the caller said he was Ear and laughed before hanging up. In the third call, he said, "I am the East Side Rapist." Wait, they said East Area Rapist. Do you not know your own nickname? "And I have my next victim already stalked out, and you guys can't catch me." It'd be staked out. I don't think this guy's stupid. I think he's throwing them off by using the wrong words here, or it's a fake call, a prank call. He was right, and at 10:45 that night, he claimed his next victim. Okay, so I think he's throwing them off by pretending to be more stupid than he is. In 1970, although you can get words wrong and be smart, he might just not be educated. So he's intelligent. I think we can all agree on that. And maybe he's not educated. That could be it. In 1977, Ear had already struck 13 times by May, despite everyone's best efforts to prevent it. Police surveillance cameras were placed in treetops, and floodlights were installed in neighborhoods where he had struck or where it is believed he may strike next. Residents trimmed their bushes so there would be few places to hide, and they organized neighborhood watches. Police surveillance and stakeouts had drained their entire overtime budget for the year by April, and nothing seemed to help. On May the 17th, Ear committed his first attack that seemed to be personal in nature. Police spotted a man on the side of the road with shoelaces hanging from his wrists. They immediately recognized him as a man named Frank, someone who'd been at the town hall meeting 6 months prior. Frank had made a bit of a spectacle of himself, calling into question the existence of Ear and loudly proclaiming that no woman could be raped if there was a man in the house. Frank, you are making a target of yourself. We've proven, it's been shown that Ear takes bait, and you are just laying yourself out as bait in front of him. So, I mean, it's not your fault, but you certainly brought this on. I mean, it's not your fault, Frank. Sorry, I don't want to victim blame, but, you know, maybe this wouldn't have happened to you if you hadn't made such a spectacle of yourself. Not only did people believe that Frank's wife had been raped so that Ear could prove a point, it proved something far more terrifying to them. The rapist had been one of the 500 people at that meeting. Oh my god, I didn't even figure that out. I didn't even think of that. It's like, holy shit, of course he was, because they're not, it's back in the day, there's no video. They could have had minute meetings, I suppose. Yeah, wouldn't there be meeting minutes? What do you call it, where someone keeps notes of what's going on? And that could have been made available in like some town book or something. What did they use before the internet, where there were like minutes of meetings? So I'd definitely look at who looked at the minute meetings, if there's a record of that. And I'd also make a big list of everyone who was at that meeting. There was one more rape that month. Then something happened, or rather nothing happened. The months of June, July, and August saw no more attacks from Ear, leading many to speculate that he was a teacher or had some kind of other profession that involved him taking summer vacations off. The following year would be similar.
Yeah, hold on. Let me find the most valuable one. Yeah, I want the huge you got from spending $12,000 on NFT. That's the one I want. I don't really have a favorite pet because I don't give a shit about them. I just want the more powerful ones. The pet, if I did have to choose one, it would be the rainbow shiny lunar moth. That's the only one I want.
Though it was instead July, August, and September that saw the large break in action. The attacks resumed in October as normal. On December the 2nd, Ear again called the police station. Unlike the calls back in May, this time his call was recorded. He told them, "You're never going to catch me, East Area rapist, you dumb f***. I'm going to f*** again tonight. Be careful." As with the previous call, he struck again that night. A week later, Ear called up a previous victim to tell them, "Merry Christmas, it's me again." The next night, Sacramento police received 2 phone calls, both saying that he would be attacking again that night, and even telling them on what street he would attack. The calls were recorded and compared to the December 2nd phone call. It was determined that the calls came from the same person, so they increased their patrols, focusing on the street that the attacker had told them. Now, you're probably thinking the cops are playing right into his hand by increasing their surveillance of the street that he named, thus allowing him to move his attack to somewhere on the opposite side of town. No. I disagree. I'm not thinking that. I'm thinking he's such a narcissist that he thinks he can get away with it, and he's going to rape someone there and possibly get away with it. I really think that's what's going to happen. That's certainly the most logical assumption, not what I'm saying, the opposite, that it's a decoy, but it fails to take into account what a massive ego Ear had. Plus, it's like a test. If they didn't take the threat seriously, it would mean he could taunt them by telling him the exact times and locations he'd attack, knowing they would patrol elsewhere. That night at around 2:30 am, a man was seen wearing a ski mask and riding a stolen bicycle across a bridge on the street that the phone call had named. Police gave chase, but he was able to elude them. The man was seen again at around 4:30 am, but this time he abandoned the bike and fled on foot, yet he was still able to evade capture. Now he knew that not only would police show up if he told them where he'd strike, but that they wouldn't give up if they thought they'd already chased him away for the night. Okay, so, something in between. It's a bit of a test, really, wasn't it? And why would they? Ear had already shown he had disturbing levels of patience. Not only could he hide in a house for hours waiting for his victim to arrive home, but he would remain in the house for hours afterwards, just standing there and waiting. When he had finished assaulting his victims, he would tell them not to move, or he'd kill them. In one such instance, a woman was raped and then her daughter was returned to bed. After hours had passed and the woman was sure the intruder had finally left, she asked her daughter if she was okay. The daughter replied, "Shh," before Ear stepped out of the shadows, showing that he had never even left the room. That is scary. This sort of torture was common in his attacks, letting his victims regain a false sense of security before revealing that he was still lurking in the shadows. That same month, the mayor's office, the Sacramento Bee, and local television station, KVIE, all received the same letter claiming to be from Ear. The letter was a poem entitled Excitement's Cave. It's arrogant, self-aggrandizing bullshit that didn't offer any clues beyond making it painfully clear what a narcissist the author was. Since nothing relevant to the investigation came from it, I'm going to ignore the text entirely rather than allowing him to believe his stupid poetry was of any value. Excellent choice, Kevin. The rapist went quiet for about a month, but on January the 2nd, 1978, he began making calls to his first rape victim from the previous May. He made 2 calls to her that day, both of which were recorded. The first sounded like an ordinary case of someone calling the wrong number. A man asked for someone named Ray who didn't live there, and then he hung up. Later that night, the woman received another phone call in which Ear said, "Gonna kill you, gonna kill you."
8. There's 8 of them. Once you get to that, there will be a last world where, like, each update, they'll update it and that type of shit. But yeah, there's 8.
Gonna kill you, bitch. A few days later, he made what would be his last phone call while operating his ear. He called the contact counseling service and identified himself as the East Area rapist. He told the operator, "I have a problem. I need help because I don't want to do this anymore." They talked briefly before he said that he thought they were tracing the call and hung up. Was the call genuine, or was it an attempt to sow the seeds of an insanity defense? I honestly couldn't tell you what his motivation was here, but trying to lay the groundwork for a defense feels unlikely since he didn't seem to believe that he was in any danger of getting caught. Yeah, even if you're not in any danger of getting caught, it does make sense to have a plan. Like, this is a very meticulous individual. Even if he doesn't think he's going to get caught, it's like, okay, but if I do get caught, A leads to B leads to C. This sort of person would have this, I think, entirely reasonably. However, this fear of being traced is likely what caused him to stop making phone calls. Despite his crimes being brazen and even taunting the police, Ear didn't want to get caught. His planning was meticulous and he left no evidence. Back in the day, tracing a phone call was a long and complicated procedure. Nothing was digital yet, and tracing a call required an operator at the phone company running between large cabinets and looking at switches to figure out the number from which the phone originated before the caller hung up, causing an arbitrary amount of switches to flip back. The phone number would then have to be searched for in a telephone book. But technology improves, and the original patent for caller ID was only 4 years away. Finding the exact timeline for when upgrades were made, specifically in Sacramento, that made tracing calls faster or easier is a bit difficult, but suffice to say, continuing to make phone calls in which Ear identified himself as such was becoming too risky. Caller ID is a weird thing, right? Because to me, it's that thing like, have I got this right from American movies and stuff? If you're getting a phone call, it'll tell you on your phone who the phone call is from, even if you don't have that number in your phone book. Because that's something that we've never had. Like, didn't have that growing up, don't have that now. It's like, if you get a phone call, it just says the number. Like, it doesn't say, like, you know, a shop or a business or a person. It just says the number unless you save that number. Which, I'd love it to say who it was. Like, because I get a phone call and it's like, oh, okay, who is this? And if that number was registered as, I don't know, DHL delivery, I'll be like, great, okay, I know who it is, DHL delivery, let's go. And so now I save it. Like, and if there's a different DHL delivery driver, it's like, okay, I save them in my phone, but it's like DHL 1, DHL 2, there's many DHLs. It's like, having a caller ID system would be great. But maybe I've got that wrong. Maybe that's not actually how it works, because I've just seen it in movies. Let me know in the comments. He may have been a massive piece of shit, but he was too smart and too careful to let himself be caught by something so simple. He continued calling potential victims to taunt them and learn their schedules, but he was done calling police or anyone he thought could trace him quickly. Ear's next rape took place in late January. But then there was another 2-month break before his next home invasion. This was likely the result of an event which was originally thought to be unrelated to the rapist. A young couple, Brian and Katie, were out walking their dog at around 9 p.m. that night. Brian was stationed at nearby Mather Air Force Base and he had just received a promotion. The couple thought that they'd be having a great night. Instead, they came across a prowler wearing a ski mask and dark clothing. A witness described what they had seen from the window of their house. Brian, who was clearly the prowler's athletic superior, as well as being several inches taller than him, immediately gave chase. He ran after the man into a nearby backyard and was gaining on him. Suddenly, the prowler turned around and shot him. He then ran back around the house and chased after Katie, who was now fleeing, before shooting her as well. Ear had claimed his second and third murder victims, but once again, he was acting on self-preservation. He may not have been seeking out people to kill, but he was getting a taste for it now. The threats Ear made during his rapes only escalated from there. He would give his victims messages to give to the police and tell them that if he didn't see the words printed in the newspaper the next day, that he'd come back and kill them. Although those murders weren't originally tied to the rapist, police eventually found ligatures made from shoelaces near the scene. Some had already suspected that it was the same person all along, given the close proximity of the murders to the area where Ear was known to target its victims. Also, how many murders are going on in your town to be like, nah, it's a separate double murder. It's separate to all these other crimes that are going on by a violent person. Although, I guess they didn't know he was a murderer at that point, did they? Because they hadn't tied the crimes of him in his previous... Wait, where did he murder the girl? Was that in his old location? That was in the old location, right? So I guess they haven't figured out he was a murderer yet. They just thought he was a rapist. So it's understandable that they could think it was something different, right? Aside from the 3-month summer break, the attacks continued as they had throughout the remainder of the year. Ear had been operating almost entirely in Sacramento County, though he had spent more time branching out to other neighboring counties following his return that October. On December the 9th, 1978, following the investigation of another rape, police found 3 handwritten pages at the location where people had noticed a suspiciously parked car. It was believed that the pages were dropped by accident, and that is extremely unlikely. The notes were referred to as the homework pages. Though Ear and VR enjoyed stealing low-value items with personal significance to the owner, there had never been a report of stolen homework. It was believed that these pages had been written by Ear himself, which is almost certainly true, but the idea that they were left by accident was a bold conclusion to draw. I again realize I'm working with the advantage of hindsight, but the idea that this was an accident is extremely unbelievable. Ear wouldn't even bring his own rope to tie up the victims. Why would he be carrying around his 6th grade homework? Yeah, he is meticulous and intelligent. This isn't the sort of thing he would do. He also never took his car out during his crimes or reconnaissance, instead relying on stolen bicycles. It seems impossible to believe that this was anything other than more fake evidence to throw the police off, like his comments to victims about the van that he had outside. The first of the homework pages was an essay about General George Armstrong Custer. The second page is often titled after the first line, "Mad is the word." In it, the author talks about how much he hated his 6th grade teacher, likely trying to create some false backstory for himself to send police down an investigatory rabbit hole. The page, handwritten on both sides, is a long rant about how much his teacher disappointed him and how mad he was for being punished by having to write the same sentence 50, 100, or even 150 times. Personally, I think the most notable thing about this is how it's clear it's a red herring. Someone who was so intelligent and meticulous in their crimes, especially someone with such an inflated sense of self-worth, was unlikely to be the sort of terrible student that would frequently be punished and embarrassed by his teacher.
Penis size is very important.
The page was also filled with spelling and grammatical mistakes, really juvenile mistakes too, the kind even a 6th grader of average or probably below average intelligence wouldn't even make. For this to have any weight as evidence, we'd be expected to believe that the dullard that penned this angry rant was the same one that only a year prior was mailing his poetry to the police and the newspapers to show off his brilliance. That just doesn't track. Besides, if the turning point in his life from which all this hatred stemmed was his experience with his male teacher, why was he raping women instead of exacting violence on men? Yeah, it seems like a red herring, and it seems even like a dumb red herring. Like, I'd expect him to come up with a better red herring, to be honest. So he's smart, just not that smart. Despite my dismissal of this, police obviously had to investigate. Yes, for sure. No, good for them. Fortunately, it doesn't sound like it would have taken up too much of their time. It seems like male teachers were shockingly rare in the 1950s and 60s, so there weren't going to be a lot of students in Sacramento that had a male 6th grade teacher. The third page found is referred to as the punishment map. On one side of the paper is the word punishment scrawled in barely legible writing. On the other side is a hand-drawn map of a neighborhood. It was clear that the artist had an understanding of architectural layout and landscape design, which led to more incorrect assumptions about Ear's potential career. This may have been an unintended consequence, as the drawing was likely intended to just waste detectives' time. The neighborhood he had drawn did not exist. I guess this is the thing. Even if it's a shitty red herring, the police still have to investigate it, so it does waste detectives' time. It just feels like, can't you come up with a better red herring or something? Ear again took a 3-month break, not resuming his crimes until March of 1979. He committed 1 rape in March, another in April, and 3 more in June. But on July the 5th, 1979, things would be different. In Visalia, he committed over 120 burglaries and 1 murder before his close call with the police. In Sacramento, he'd committed 47 rapes and 2, Jesus Christ, this is a lot of crime. And 2 murders with nothing he could consider a close call yet. He was toying with his victims and with the police alike and felt like he was invincible. In military terms, he was suffering from what is known as victory disease, a condition which can oftentimes prove fatal. I've never heard of victory disease. It sounds like a victory disease, I have to say, is a great name for a YouTube video. Whatever this is, I'm probably going to make a YouTube video about it. Of course, in this case, you know it won't actually be fatal, even if you don't know how this story was going to end before starting this episode. I'm willing to bet that Simon mentioned it about an hour ago during the introduction. Kevin, you know me so well. Just can't help myself from spoiling shit, can I? On July the 5th, Ear tried something he hadn't done before. Part of his MO was to attack single-story houses, but this time he was going to attack a couple in their upstairs bedroom. Maybe he wanted a new challenge, or maybe he wanted to, again, break from his established pattern to throw authorities off the scent. His rationale is unclear, but it's largely irrelevant. He entered the house and began rummaging through drawers in the bedroom. As he completed his pre-assault ritual, something must have happened. Maybe he bumped into a drawer or kicked a piece of furniture by accident. Whatever it was, something woke up the sleeping husband, just as Ear was pulling his mask down over his face, shoelaces dangling from his hands. When Officer McGowan had encountered VR in his last attempted ransacking, VR had not yet pulled his mask down. It seems that the criminal had not learned his lesson, even though this was a fact that the police investigating Ear were completely unaware of. Many of his victims said that Ear seemed rehearsed. He was threatening them, but it felt like he was reading lines off of a script. What he hadn't accounted for was that he wasn't the only one rehearsing. His targets were well aware of the string of burglaries and rapes in the area. Everyone was, and the couple that had been selected for the assault that night had a plan for this event. A big part of me wishes that their plan had involved shooting the intruder in the face, so his story would end right here. The other part of me is paid by the word. Oh, Kevin, that is so bang on. The husband shot out of bed, screaming at the intruder at the top of his lungs. Who the f*** do you think you are? What the f*** are you doing here? He approached Ear, who simply took a step back. I mentioned that Ear didn't act on impulse like a typical rapist, so he was able to remain calm and try and assess the situation. But the husband had now backed him into a literal corner, giving his now very much awake wife plenty of time to escape the room and run out of the house screaming for help. Why doesn't your plan involve a gun? You're in America. It's like, come on, guys. I live in a country where guns are legal. And if there was a string of, if this was in the neighborhood where I lived, I would definitely have acquired a gun.
I mean that bazooka!
And I would be prepared for this situation, mostly by putting bigger locks and alarms on my doors because it's the 21st century. But still, you're Americans. Where's your gun at? Come on. I actually don't know if I get a gun. I think the problem with this is it's always statistically it's unlikely to happen to you. And aren't the statistics pretty clear that guns kill more people by accident than they kill people who are breaking into your house and shit? And it's I always think about that episode of Stargate where you find out that Jack O'Neill's kid is dead because he shot himself with Jack O'Neill's gun by accident. And you're like, that is so f***ing intense. And he lives with this, and you can see it in him in the series because it's so well acted. And you're just like, oh man. That is so intense.
I don't want to cry, man.
For a moment, the two men sized each other up. The husband would describe the intruder as 5'10", 160 pounds. He was 6'2", and 220 pounds, and pumping full of the adrenaline surge one might get while protecting their family from a known rapist and murderer. But Ear was also a known murderer, and while the husband didn't see a weapon, that didn't mean he didn't have one. Just go for it, mate. Just beat the shit. You have for 60 pounds on him. Isn't that 30 kilos? That would be like me versus someone, and a much larger person. I'm I'm a little bit above 5'10", but hey Siri, what's 160 pounds in kilograms? Okay, this is almost my exact weight. 70. I'm almost exactly 160 pounds, a little bit shy. Siri, what's 220 pounds in kilograms?
That's 100 kilograms. There's no way that I could take someone who has 30 kilograms on me and 2 inches on me. There's no f***ing way.
Both men weighed their options. I mean, I'm not trained in any sort of special martial arts, if anyone's wondering, because of course I'm not. We don't actually know whether or not he did either. It is known that in some of the rapes he committed in that neighborhood, he had not brought a gun with him. Even if he had a gun, he would have to consider whether or not to use it. There was already a screaming woman outside, so surely the neighbors would hear a gunshot. He was also in the middle of a condo complex without his normal creeks or hidden paths with which to make a quick and secret escape. And of course, having a weapon doesn't matter if you can't use it, and it wasn't already in his hands. He was staring down a much bigger man, so there's no guarantee that he could pull out a gun and fire without being disarmed and possibly shot himself. In the end, the husband decided not to risk his life, and Ear chose to prioritize evading capture over anything else. The husband told him, if you leave now, you can leave. And then
why would he do that?
Ran out of the room to join his screaming wife outside. A neighbor had come outside to investigate the commotion, but no one saw Ear escape. Police dogs were brought in to track his scent, but by that time he was long gone. To those in the condo complex, it was as if it vanished into thin air. Admittedly, the couple's plan wasn't perfect. To get them alive, which was obviously priority number one. Yeah, it's like, no, that is a perfect plan. They both survived. I'm like, okay, but you did catch Ear, and it's like, f*** you, I'm not the police. Guess who survived, bitch? This is a fine plan. Yes, that's selfish, but I'm alive. But what about his next victim? Couldn't they have had a more violent plan that would ensure that there were no future victims? Yeah, like I said, the gun thing. Maybe, but this was still a close call for Ear. Too close for his liking. If he in fact wasn't armed, this could easily have been his final crime. Even if he was armed, there's still no guarantee that he would win that fight. Worst of all, it's bloody unlikely he'd win that fight. Worst of all, he's got 30 kilograms on him and 2 inches. Worst of all, the husband may have seen his face. It's not like it would be the first time that anyone saw his face, but the fewer people that did, the better. It was too close of a call. Days passed following the botched assault with no more reports of rape or prowling by Ear. The days turned into weeks and then months. It was his standard summer break anyway, but the months turned into more months and then years. And as far as the residents of Sacramento County and the neighboring counties knew, this was the end of the East Area rapist. It would be over 20 years before they discovered he had merely moved towns over and let the media change his name again. The original Night Stalker. After his traditional summer break, Ear was ready to continue his crime spree. However, it was time to make some changes. First, his crimes were now going to be taking place in and around Santa Barbara County in Southern California, nearly 400 miles from where Ear had been active. I like how neighboring county in the US is 400 miles away. The US is so big. And this is just in California, right? God damn. Much like his move from Visalia, it was far enough that authorities weren't going to make the connection, despite his similar MO. Ah, the past. Second, it was time for a new type of crime. VR had started with burglary, then Ear added rape alongside it. He had murdered people while operating under both of those names, but they were murders that he deemed to be of necessity for self-preservation. This time, his break-ins were going to include premeditated murder. It also meant his pace would have to slow down again. In Visalia, he averaged 6 burglaries a month. In Sacramento, it averaged out to a little over 1 rape per month. He would now slow down to only 2 attempts per year, which is still a lot, but I guess it could have been worse. The final change was the name he would be given by the media. As far as anyone knew back then, this was the third unrelated serial offender. At first, he was given the name the Night Stalker. However, when Richard Ramirez hit the scene in 1984, he too was given the name the Night Stalker. Creative. This meant our killer was renamed the Original Night Stalker, or ONS, as he was active first.
ONS.
I, of course, take serious exception to that name because we all know that the original Night Stalker was Kolchak back in 1974. Who's Kolchak?
I think I should get an Yeah, it's way less. Oh, but fuck it.
I don't know this reference. October the 1st, 1979 marked the first attack in Santa Barbara County in the city of Goleta. It was ONS's first attempt at premeditated murder, and it was an unqualified disaster. At around 2 a.m., he yelled at his expected victims to wake up and then ordered them to lie on their stomachs or he would kill them. As normal, he had the wife tie up her husband before tying her up himself. He then redid the knots on the husband's ligatures to ensure that they were tight enough before he demanded their money. The woman said that her purse was in the kitchen. ONS went through the same patented ransacking that he'd been doing for 5 years now, then came back and insisted that he couldn't find her purse. She told him exactly where it was in the kitchen, but he untied her at the ankles and told her to come with him. Once in the living room, he ordered her to lie down, and he tied her ankles again before telling her to roll over. She had been sleeping naked, and he was now using the flashlight to look her body up and down. She couldn't see him, but she could hear that he was now lubricating himself. He knelt down beside her, put a pair of shorts over her head as a blindfold before going back to the kitchen. As he walked through the house, the woman could hear him muttering, I'll kill him," to himself. He had already told her he was going to slice her throat, so once she heard his muttering reach the end of the hallway, she was able to get to her feet. Still bound and blindfolded, she hopped in the direction of the front door, tripping and falling into a wall. The good thing about colliding with a wall is that it's not a floor, so she was able to quickly regain her balance and continue hopping to the door. As she reached the area by the door, the bindings around her ankles came loose. She managed to get the door open, and she ran out screaming. Unfortunately, she still couldn't see, and she wound up charging out of the door and running headfirst directly into the side of her own house. Upon hearing his wife scream, the husband thought that she was being murdered, so he heroically flung himself out of bed and immediately hopped to the sliding glass door, making his way outside and bravely placing his safety above hers. I know he couldn't really have done anything to help her anyway, but there's not a lot of room for light sarcasm in this episode, so I'll take it where I can get it, Kevin. I don't know if it's appropriate for sarcasm, even now. I don't think this is the room for light sarcasm, Kevin.
Yeah, it's not necessary.
Well, I know it's not necessary, but it's just something that I like to do.
When the woman collided with her house, ONS came up behind her and threw her to the ground, covering her mouth and pressing a knife to her throat, reminding her to be quiet. He brought her back inside again and tied her ankles, but it was at this point that he heard a loud noise. The husband had hopped his way across the yard and flung himself with all his might into the fence to break his way into his neighbor's yard. This didn't actually work, and the sound that ONS heard was the husband bouncing off the fence and collapsing to the ground. Luckily, he landed in the shadows behind some bushes, so when ONS came out to investigate with his flashlight, he couldn't find the would-be victim. Having heard the attempt to destroy his fence, the neighbor had turned on his lights and come outside to yell and find out what all the malarkey was. While ONS was distracted, the wife was again able to free her ankles. She ran through the hallway, and this time the blindfold started to fall off, so she was able to at least partially see. She ran straight out the front door and in front of a passing car, screaming for help and still fully naked. As luck would have it, an off-duty FBI agent happened to see a man wearing a ski mask flee the scene on a bicycle that had coincidentally been stolen from a parole officer. This is a comedy of errors. An FBI agent! How many FBI agents are there? What are the odds of this? The agent gave chase but finally lost him when the suspect ditched the bike and started vaulting over fences before escaping across the schoolyard. This is like his closest call yet, right? I mean, maybe when that police officer was chasing him and he put his hands up and then shot the dude, or tried to. For ONS, it was a complete disaster. He had easily raped dozens of people in the past, but for some reason, they had all suddenly decided to fight back somehow. Maybe his last outing as heir was a fluke. The husband woke up too early and caught him off guard before he had gotten into position. But this time, well, this was different. Perhaps his bloodlust was too apparent. Single women or couples would follow his instructions if they believed it would mean they'd both survive. But this wasn't his plan anymore. There was no longer any, if you don't obey me, I'll kill you. He had knelt down right next to his last victim, blindfolded her with a pair of shorts, and told her, "Now I'm going to kill you." ONS had underestimated how people would react to this change in demeanor. This seems like a tactical error. Like, if you tell people you're going to kill them, they're going to fight back real hard. What was it? The planes on 9/11. When the people on Flight 93 heard that the planes had crashed into buildings, they were like, well, we're going to fight back real hard because we know what you guys are up to. People will fight hard. It turns out when doing nothing means certain death, people will almost invariably do something, anything, even running headfirst into a wall or fence. In this instance, an unquestionably life-saving display of cartoon slapstick. At the end of December, ONS was ready to strike again, and he wasn't going to make the same mistakes as last time. This time he would strike a condo complex near his previous attack. However, instead of large blocks of condos, the buildings were built in pairs. There were two condos next to each other, then large wooded areas in between. Each pair of condos was reasonably isolated, and the one next to his targets was vacant. He broke into the vacant building and waited, God only knows for how long. Once the lights went out in the building next door, it was time for him to break in. The manner in which the sliding patio door had been pried open indicates that ONS was acting more in emotion than he had before. There was nothing clean or meticulous about his breaking in. It seemed feverish, almost desperate. This may have been frustration, as he had failed to pry open multiple windows of the condo, but more likely this was not the same carefully scripted act with which he had maintained such composure in the past. Inside the bedroom slept Dr. Robert Offerman and Dr. Deborah Manning. Something woke them up, but it wasn't ONS standing over them with a flashlight, as was the case in his ear attacks. Deborah's jewelry was found stuffed behind the bed, indicating that
I don't know, but whenever they do decide I'm getting 4 of them.
She woke up in time to hide it. Perhaps the intruder had bumped a piece of furniture. Maybe the force with which he had pried open the door had caused the couple to wake up, and they remained in bed, hoping that the thief would steal what he wanted and leave them alone. When ONS entered the bedroom, he proceeded with his standard MO. He began by having Deborah tie Robert's wrists and then tie herself up. Instead of shoelaces, ONS had brought twine with him, as he had in the previous attack in October. Law enforcement agencies didn't communicate much back then, but the shoelaces would be too much of a coincidence to ignore. Their use had been publicly reported, so surely someone would have made the connection. After Deborah was...
Wish I knew the chances, because it's absolutely not 1 in 80. Like, I just refuse that. Like, there's no way in hell it's 1 in 80. Because there's 80 tiles. Tile booster? If I get them, I'll use it. I don't feel like just buying them just by them.
Tied, ONS went to tie Robert's ankles. However, it seemed that Robert broke free of the binding that Deborah had tied, and he lunged at the attacker. He was immediately shot in the chest, causing him to spin around. 3 more shots were fired rapidly into his back, and Robert collapsed to the floor, dead. He then shot Deborah in the back of the head, execution style. Neighbors had heard the 5 gunshots. But were they gunshots? It was 3 a.m. the day before New Year's Eve. Maybe it was just some stupid kid setting off some fireworks. None of those that heard the shots bothered to call the police. It wasn't until later, when the couple weren't answering their phone, that the police were called to investigate. Given what was known to them, the police made some pretty reasonable conclusions on these murders. They determined that the crime was linked to ONS's previous attack based on the use of twine and similar shoe prints found outside. However, they believed that the first attack was a botched robbery, not a botched murder. That couple had heard as the intruder ransacked their belongings, and he kept demanding to know where the money was. The day before the actual murders, there had been a string of 5 robberies, all with the same MO of sliding door being pried open. As far as the sheriff was concerned, Robert and Deborah were the victims of a burglary gone wrong. Seeing as the sheriff was unaware of ONS's hundreds of previous crimes, I can't really fault him for drawing this conclusion. Besides, it's not like it was dismissed as just a random burglary gone wrong. They were looking for a repeat offender that was capable of murder. That's not the sort of thing the police take lightly. The next attack occurred on March the 13th in 1980 in Ventura, nearly 40 miles away. The victims were Lyman and Charlene Smith. They were found 3 or 4 days after their deaths by Lyman's son. Charlene had been raped and the couple had been bludgeoned to death. Their heads bashed in with a log from the pile of firewood on the side of the house. His MO has just changed so dramatically. Is he doing this on purpose to because there's no way the police would connect this. It's like they're not all in the same place. It's a totally different style of thing. It's weird to see someone change up their MO so much. It's so rare to see this.
I mean, this guy was a real jerk.
Police made no connection to the attacks in Galita at first. Yeah, of course they didn't. Why would they? The now signature twine had not been used. They were instead tied using drapery cord from the house. Most notably, the knot tied was an elaborate diamond knot that is generally only used by sailors or in interior decorating, Charlene's profession. This led to the killer briefly being known as the Diamond Knot Killer before being connected with ONS. With the exception of the man who spoke out at the town hall meeting in Visalia, ONS, regardless of what name he was operating under, chose his victims at random. The great part about this for a criminal is that not only can you not be tied to the victim by motive.
Why? Because we were double hatching. That's why. Even though you can basically 50% of the time do it still, but
motive, but there may be plenty of other people who had motive to want the person dead. Lyman was an established attorney and was on a short list to be appointed to a vacancy on the California Supreme Court. Whoa, he's a big-time lawyer then. Damn. Charlene was his former secretary and now his second wife, but he was her 3rd husband. She began cheating on him almost immediately after their marriage, starting with the deputy sheriff, who was unaware that she was married. It may have been a coincidence, as Ear had in fact used the diamond knot on at least one occasion, but police couldn't overlook the perceived symbolism. A rare and complex knot used in interior decorating was tied with a drapery cord and used on an interior decorator. How could that not come off as being personal? When neighbors first heard the news of the murders before the details of the gruesome bludgeoning were revealed, they had mostly assumed that Lyman and Charlene killed each other. Would you not think that maybe someone forced them to do it? She tied those knots, but she did it under duress. Wouldn't that be something that pops into the police's minds? I don't know. Maybe it's just I've been so loaded with facts so far about how he operates that that's what I would assume, but maybe not. 5 months later, ONS struck again. This time, it was in a gated community in Orange County. Keith and Patrice Harrington had only been married 3 months. The home they were staying at belonged to their friend Roger, and they were living in the guest room for a few months until Keith finished college in December. It was Roger that would find the couple days after they'd been killed. Just like ONS's previous murders, Patrice was raped and both were bludgeoned to death.
Oh. Uh-oh. 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 Ruh-roh.
In both instances, the man was delivered a single
Dog. Hold on.
lethal blow to the head where the woman was beaten excessively. Beyond this, however, the MO had changed. ONS was no longer ransacking houses. There was evidence that the couple had been bound, but neither the murder weapon nor the ligatures were found. The killer had murdered the couple, cut off their bindings, and then neatly made the bed with them inside of it for someone to find. We can't be sure, since there are no living witnesses, but there's a good chance that he went back to his previous script as well, using much softer language than the explicit, "now I'm going to kill you." The two double murders in 1980 didn't show any signs of struggle, so the victims likely believed they'd survive if they obeyed their attacker. As for the abrupt change...
My God, guys. I don't know who's still here, but essentially the sketch OnlyFans things was just basically confirmed to be real. Wasn't said, but it was essentially confirmed. Oh my glorb. Ruh-roh. Dog, hold on. I mean, it isn't like stamped and sealed firm true, but basically, so far what happened is that FaZe Banks went on his Twitter saying, "Not everything needs to be broadcasted and farmed, but since y'all want to jump to crazy assumptions, Sketch told me to post these receipts. All the FaZe boys were with him last night. Sketch was my homie yesterday, he's my homie today, he'll be my homie tomorrow. You guys are fucking weirdos." And it basically showed that Sketch essentially, I guess after it happened, he immediately went to the airport. Now, that doesn't confirm it was him, but it does kind of confirm that it was either a thing that, like, he either did it or he left where they were at because it was a bunch of drama now because of it.
Change in MO, we already know that ONS carefully followed the news about himself. There was word that...
Nah, he went back to the FaZe house. I guess they're going to Tottenham and guide him what he should do because honestly, I don't know what the fuck. Like, immediately getting outed like that and it not being true, I don't know what I would do. I'd probably do some stupid shit like that too.
That a detective from Sacramento was suspicious of a connection between Ear and the original attacking Galita, so he had to distance himself from his prior behavior as much as possible to evade suspicion. However, there was one
Hopefully that means he's gonna start dressing like a femboy on stream. I might have to watch him.
part of his MO that remained unchanged. No one realized it at the time, but ONS was still stealing a single earring and placing it at the next victim's house. The difference was where it was left behind. Rather than standing out in the open to conduct his prowling, ONS was instead doing so from on top of the roofs of houses. He would jump from one roof to the next to conduct his surveillance. Residents may have heard the noise, but just assumed it was an animal. These were safe neighborhoods. Why would they suspect there was a criminal on their roof? It wouldn't be until much later that people began finding discarded earrings while cleaning their gutters. On February the 6th, 1981, police arrived at the home of Manuela and David Whitten. David had been unable to reach his wife by phone, so he called Manuela's mother to check in on her. She found her daughter murdered in bed and contacted the police. When the police arrived, they immediately noticed that the living room TV was in the backyard, placed up against the fence. Combined with the fact that there were other small items missing, they were able to easily conclude that it was a deliberate murder, very poorly staged, looked like a robbery gone wrong. Manuela was in her bed, raped, bludgeoned. Again, there were signs of her having been bound, but no ligatures or weapon was found on the scene. Although this was in Orange County, like the previous murders, it was in a different city. As a result, it was thought to be an unrelated crime. With the exception of the crimes in Goleta, most of ONS's murders wouldn't be linked together until years later. In fact, for years, the leading theory by police regarding Manuela was that David was the killer. His airtight alibi of being in the hospital with a severe viral infection at the time was inconsequential. He was finally cleared of suspicion many years later, but he'd die shortly thereafter. How can him being in the hospital not be a good enough alibi? You check into hospitals. They have records. Extensive records. It's a hospital. It's what they do. Speaking of Goleta, it had been nearly a year and a half since that suspected burglary gone wrong had claimed the lives of Charlene and Lyman Smith. With the other crimes not having been linked, people weren't afraid anymore. Unfortunately, ONS loved to prey on the same areas repeatedly, so he returned only a few blocks from where his first premeditated murder had taken place. It was the home of Sherry Domingo, at least sort of. The home belonged to a recently deceased relative, and Sherry was house-sitting. With nothing in the house worth stealing, and with Gregory Sanchez staying there with her, she felt there was nothing to be worried about. She was wrong. ONS entered the house through a small bedroom window that was unlocked. Part of changing his MO was no more forced entry, so he would rely on whatever unsecured point of ingress he could find. It is believed that Gregory saw the intruder and believed it to be the same person who had committed the previous murder, so he lunged forward trying to tackle him. Instead, he was shot through the cheek. The gunshot wasn't fatal, but it sent him to the ground where he was repeatedly bludgeoned to death with a garden tool. Sherry was then hogtied, raped, and bludgeoned as well. Goleta must be a pretty interesting place because, again, neighbors heard the gunshot, but again, nobody called the police to report it. ONS again took the murder weapon with him and removed the bindings, but he dropped a piece of twine by mistake on his way out. The bodies were discovered at around noon the next day when the real estate agent came by to prepare for an open house at the residence. Maybe ONS saw the newspapers report his mistake in dropping the twine and decided that he needed to lay low. Or maybe he was just sick of being confronted by men that were bigger and stronger than he was, and he didn't want to keep gambling that he wouldn't be able to draw his weapon in time. But whatever the case, he seemed to disappear. Sherry and Gregory were murdered on July the 27th, 1981, and for the next 5 years, he'd remain inactive. It seemed that he'd disappeared entirely until May the 4th, 1986. Or maybe he just went and did MO somewhere else, completely different MO somewhere else in another part of the country. That's kind of scary. Like, that's 5 years missing from the record. Maybe we just haven't found it yet? How do we know? I know we catch him later, but did he confess to everything? Janelle Cruz was an 18-year-old girl living in Orange County. She was home with a friend on the 4th, as her family was on vacation in Mexico at the time. Her friend left a little before 11 p.m, and she also left the house for some reason. Her neighbor heard her car return at 11:15, so she probably just ran to 7-Eleven some junk food or something. Unfortunately, she had a terrible habit of forgetting to lock the door to her house. When Janelle returned home, ONS was waiting for her in the kitchen. He struck her in the head, her blood splattering across the cabinets and the floor. He then carried her to the bedroom. Because she was already injured and probably concussed, he didn't bother tying her up too tightly. She was still bound, but it was the one time that his ligatures hadn't been so tight as to cause bruising. He proceeded to rape her, and then he bludgeoned her to death. The bindings and weapon were never found, but it was determined that the weapon was almost certainly a pipe wrench and that it was kept in the backyard. Janelle's body was found the next day at about 5 p.m. by real estate agents, as this was another house that was up for sale. After 121 confirmed burglaries, 51 confirmed rapes, and 13 confirmed murders, the killer suddenly vanished from existence. He was a violent and insatiable criminal, one that reveled in bringing terror to his victims. He prowled not only to stake out victims, but for his presence to be known. He didn't want to be caught, but he wanted them to know they had been watched. Pain, suffering, and fear were nourishment for this deranged individual. And then it stopped. So how can that be possible? One of the most common theories is that it stopped because 1986 was the year his first daughter was born. It's believed that this was somehow a turning point for him. I don't believe that for a second. First of all, in both 1991 and 2001, he made phone calls to previous victims of ear to torment them. In 2001, he asked the woman, "Remember when we played?"
I want to kill him.
But on the 1991 phone call, his victim heard a woman and children in the background. Her rapist had a family, but clearly his urges hadn't gone away, they were just being largely controlled. Second, and most importantly, he may have had a daughter born in 1986, but his first daughter was born in 1982. Yeah, this is where it's like, I know I spoiled at the beginning by saying that we caught him, but it's like, obviously, we know now because of these details. I believe there is a much more plausible reason that the murders stopped. Having a family wasn't going to deter him. The only deterrent for this monster was fear of getting caught. Back at Visalia, when he was only committing non-violent crimes, he didn't hesitate to commit murder out of self-preservation. There was nothing he wouldn't do to avoid capture, even turning his back on his criminal desires entirely. In May of 1986, ONS killed Janelle Cruz. In August of 1986, 17-year-old Richard Buckland from Narborough, England, was charged with the rape and murder of 2 girls. The trial made the news across the globe as it was the first case in which brand new DNA fingerprinting technology had been used in court. For Richard, this technology was a godsend. The evidence showed that both girls had been assaulted and murdered by the same person, but it wasn't him. For ONS, this technology could be a death sentence. Probably not literally, as California is sadly not a yeehaw state, but the death penalty was technically a possibility. He had raped 51 women and young girls, and he wasn't wearing condoms while doing so, and even if he wanted to, they probably didn't make them small enough anyway. There was no way the police wouldn't have had something from which they could pull DNA evidence. But they didn't know who that DNA belonged to, so he couldn't risk anything that could see him in police custody where they could take a DNA sample. I found this far more likely than, this is like, it's because he had a daughter. No, or it's like he heard about DNA testing and was like, oh shit, if I ever get DNA tested, I'm screwed. And then when he heard about those Ancestry episodes, he was probably like, uh-oh. I find this more likely than any other reason for the end of his wave of terror. You might think that this sort of fear of reprisal could only work for so long, and that may have been true had he not been constantly reminded that they were hunting him. In 1997, all of the murders in Southern California, previously thought to be mostly unrelated, were tied to ONS thanks to DNA analysis. In 2001, these were linked to his crimes in Sacramento by further DNA testing. At this point, he became known by the combined acronym of EARONS. It wasn't until 2016 that a connection was also made to the Visalia ransacker. At this point, they could have started referring to him as Viserons, but that sounds too much like a Dungeons & Dragons character. Besides, he already had a new name. In 2013, true crime author Michelle McNamara coined the name The Golden State Killer in a series of articles published in Los Angeles Magazine. She also wrote these articles while obsessively researching her book on the crimes titled I'll Be Gone in the Dark, One Woman's Obsessive Search for the Golden State Killer. Unfortunately, she wouldn't live to see the book published. She died of an accidental overdose on prescription medications, including fentanyl, in 2016. The book would be finished by her husband, Patton Oswalt, true crime writer Paul Hayes, and investigative journalist Bill Jensen. And I think it is that Patton Oswalt, right? Like, I've heard of him. The book released in 2018, 2 months before the arrest of the Golden State Killer. But how did they catch him? He stopped committing crimes, and he never slipped up. Other than becoming a cranky and unlikable old man, he did little to draw suspicion on himself. It all came down to the DNA evidence and genealogy websites. Though the truth is more complicated than people generally realize. Ooh, how exciting. I thought it was quite simple. Some of his relatives were in there and they tracked him down that way. Someone's in the kitchen with DNA. Oh, we're not so different. You and I, you, me, Jesus, and Hitler, have over 99.9% identical DNA. Human DNA is made up of roughly 3 billion nucleotides, the ACGT bases that you probably learned about in biology class. Of those, only about 3 million are different from person to person. That's still a lot of data points, and quite frankly, it was far too much data for law enforcement. If you want to build a bridge, you don't throw a massive slab of granite connecting points A and B. That's costly and inefficient, so the goal is to use as little material as safely possible. This was true when building CODIS, the FBI's combined DNA index system. Storing 3 million pieces of information for every single sample would take a lot of time and space, and storing large amounts of data was a lot more expensive in 1990 when CODIS was created than it is now. So, how many data points were enough, you ask? Well, 13. though that's since been upgraded to 20. There are certain points on your DNA where groups of nucleotides repeat an arbitrary number of times. At one of these points, you can have ACGT repeat 5, 7, or 13 times in a row. Counting how many times they repeated at just 20 such locations.
Ooh, I got one without, I got one while double hatching. That, W. Give myself this one. Put those two in storage.
Was enough to create a DNA fingerprint. Now that sounds crazy, but it's the sort of wacky stuff that happens with exponents, like how no two randomly shuffled poker decks have ever been in the same configuration. Yeah, it's wild, like no two shuffled decks of cards have ever been the same. This blows my mind. Throughout history, like it has never been and it will never happen. Just it's infinitesimally unlikely. These 20 data points have 70 trillion times as many possible variations as there are people that have ever lived throughout all of time. So for matching two samples, it's pretty accurate. But that's about it. Law enforcement databases can identify if two DNA samples came from the same person, but there's not enough data to identify any familial link beyond perhaps a parent, child, or sibling. Even an aunt would be too far removed to make an accurate connection with so little information. Then in 2005, something changed. Ancestry.com had already existed for years, but it relied on users building family trees based on newspaper clippings or government documents. In 2005, genealogy sites began offering genetic testing services that were far more detailed than what law enforcement used. Instead of tracking these 20 data points, these DNA tests tracked over 700,000 individual nucleotides. Ignoring the 2.7 billion that are the same for everyone, this means that these sites track 25% of your full genetic information. It can be used to find some pretty distant relatives, and police couldn't touch it. These websites are private companies storing people's data. Warrants are also required to be pretty specific. If police asked a judge to sign a warrant giving them access to the complete genetic profiles of 23andMe's 12 million users on the basis of maybe we'll find something, but we aren't even sure, they'd obviously be told to get the hell out. Which is like, I mean, this is such an interesting debate, right? Because you have, on one side of things, you're like, yo, we would catch a lot of criminals. And then on the other side, you've got, yeah, but how far down that rabbit hole do you want to go? Like, and the argument should be, well, all the way down, because they're all criminals. Imagine how many rapists would be caught. It would be insane. Or like murderers, or like unsolved murders. All of this stuff. But on the other hand, it's really hard to argue the other side, I feel. But it's also like, holy shit, people need some privacy, yo. Like, that is like some because obviously this is really hard. I haven't thought about this too much, obviously. But I feel the same argument could be, like, a similar argument could be, let's put cameras in everybody's eyes and we'll record what they're doing all the time. Isn't there some sci-fi book where they do this? And it's like, we're only looking, you know, we're not going to be like, oh, if you pirated that movie, we're not going to come after you, you know? It's going to be like, yo, if you go out murdering, then we're going to come after you. There's going to be some, like, base level. And then that just feels like an enormous invasion of privacy, doesn't it? And this feels like this enormous invasion of privacy, even though we'd get a lot of really bad people off the streets. For years, the answer felt just out of reach. Law enforcement was sure there must be a second cousin or something of the Golden State Killer on one of those websites, but they couldn't look at them. There was also the matter of the evidence. They had tested samples of DNA to confirm that the crimes were all related, but DNA samples found at a crime scene are usually tiny and degraded, meaning they don't have a lot of material to work with. This was problematic since building the full genetic profile would require a new sample to test, something that was further complicated by the fact that most of the evidence had been thrown out. That sounds horrible, but it seems to be fairly standard procedure for crimes that are decades past the statute of limitations. Yeah, that makes perfect sense. In a way, it's like, okay, well, it's past the statute, we can't do anything with it anyway, because apparently there's a statute of limitations for murder. But you can't keep stuff indefinitely. I mean, that's a lot of storage. Obviously, there were no there was no expiration date on the murder charges. Okay. But the statute of limitations for felony rape in California is only 3 years?
Excuse me, what? 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 What are you talking about? 3 years?
It's California! I don't know what the difference between felony rape and regular rape is, but felony rape sounds worse. Like, if someone was like, you've done felony piracy, you'd be like, oh no, that's much worse than, what's the other? State level piracy. Oh no. But 3 years, as the statute of limitations on rape is insane. And this is California. California's like all progressive and shit, aren't they? What's it like in Texas? They're like, the statute of limitations in Texas is 6 days. You gotta come forward with 6 days or that shit gets thrown right out. In Alabama, rape legal.
Hey, look, man, we're in Alabama.
I'm just kidding. I love you, Alabama. Alabama? I always want to say Alabama because it's like, that's how I speak. Like, you know, I have softer A's, like Alabama. But obviously it's incorrect because it's Alabama. I love you, Alabama. As far as I can tell, the limit is the same, even for his attack on 13-year-old girls. 3 years? California? He raped a 13-year-old! Christ. It'd be like a 16-year-old goes into a police station and says, I was raped when I was 13. Well, it's 3 years and 1 day. Get lost. Maybe see a counselor. The big break came from a rape that is insane. I can't get over how crazy that is. It should be like a decade. There shouldn't be. No, there should be. I genuinely think that the statute of limitations is a good idea. It just shouldn't be 3 years. Look, we're not going to figure this out today. Obviously. And even if we did, it doesn't make a difference because I don't make the law anywhere. Disappointingly. I was going to say I don't make the law in California, but I don't make the law anywhere. That's not my job at all. Be kind of fun though. Legalize it. The big break came from a rape kit that had been used on Sherry Domingo during a murder investigation in 1981 and was still being stored. All of the crimes took place before DNA evidence, so the collection methods weren't as sophisticated. Similar to the Golden State Killer's first murders in Goleta, it was believed that Sherry hadn't actually been raped. His first attack involved 5 gunshots and then quickly fleeing the scene. Given that Sherry's friend Gregory had been shot, they assumed this was a similar situation. However, in 2011, they were able to take a sample of the attacker's DNA from the rape kit. This confirmed what they already knew, that it was the same killer, but it also gave them a sample with which to build a full genetic profile. Then in 2018, investigators found GEDmatch. The site has existed since 2010, but it wasn't nearly as well known. It was a free website where people could upload their information from other genealogy sites. Those sites are all paid memberships, so it's not in their interests to work together, but GED was different. It was a free public service created so that users from one ancestry site could find their genetic matches from other ancestry sites. It only had a little more than 1 million users, but it had something far more important than a robust user base. It had publicly uploaded information. So people uploading their like genetic profiles to that website, it must have a big warning being like, yo, this can be accessed. People are going to look at this shit. Other genealogy websites refused to cooperate with law enforcement, but with GED, well, they didn't even need to ask permission. If you upload information about yourself to a public website, that is now in public information that anyone can access. Investigators uploaded GSK's genetic profile and they found a match, and then another. In total, they found between 10 and 20 matches. Now that sounds great at first, until you consider that the closest match was a third cousin, someone who shared 1% of their DNA with the killer. Luckily though, it was enough. A team consisting of only a handful of people worked tirelessly over the next few months, and they were able to accomplish what 44 years of police work had been unable to. They took the matches they had found and utilized public records to trace back their lineage to find a common ancestor. Obituaries, birth certificates, tombstones, anything they could find, they used. This would be so interesting to do. Like, I don't know, I had one of those websites, MyHeritage, sponsor me. I think they do still sponsor me on some channels. And I was like looking back. I got back to like the 1850s. It was great. This isn't a paid sponsor read. It's just the coolest thing about that sponsorship was getting free access to MyHeritage. I spent so much time in there. It's like, oh God, do some work, Simon. It's like, but I found my great-great-uncle. It's surprisingly compelling, it really is. Finally, they found where the family trees converged. Great-great-great-grandparents back in the mid-1800s. GSK had to be a descendant of this couple. They built the tree backwards. Now all they had to do was build it forward to find all possible relatives. That's a large group of people. Here we again encounter the joy that is exponential growth. Back in the 1800s, people were popping out babies like it was nobody's business. Someone could have a dozen kids, each of whom had a dozen kids. When the family tree was completed, they had over 1,000 people they needed to rule out. They had a physical description and knew at least the state the killer lived in, so that did a lot to eliminate possible suspects. They had narrowed it down to the final 5 and then 2. Once one of the last 2 was ruled out, it only left one suspect. He was put under 24-hour surveillance so that they could try to discreetly procure a DNA sample. At one point, the detective contemplated just knocking on the man's door and asking if he could swab his cheek to rule him out as a suspect. Yeah, but at that point, he's going to be like, no. Go get yourself a warrant with your flimsy evidence and good luck with that. And meanwhile, to Mexico!
No mama's way.
He'd already spent years chasing down over 1,000 dead leads and fully expected this to be no different. Wait, I thought they narrowed down those leads with like saying, oh, he's not in, this state, he's not in that state. They just got it down to like a few people. I'm sorry, I must have been confused. Fortunately, I understood the DNA tests take time, and if it really was GSK, then it'd be long gone by the time they came to arrest him. To Mexico. Is in every movie? To the border, ruffians! They followed the suspect to the parking lot of a nearby Hobby Lobby where they got his prints off the door handle. Not terribly useful since GSK always wore gloves, but they hoped they might have gotten some DNA from the handle as well. And then they hit pay dirt. While they were surveilling the house, the suspect blew his nose and threw it into a trash barrel that was on the curb. They tested the sample and it came back as a match. It had taken 44 years of investigation, 5 different nicknames, but they finally had identified the Golden State Killer by his real name, Shitbag McFuckwhat, or as his parents called him, Joseph James DeAngelo Jr. Joseph and his baby Dick were promptly taken into custody. So, who exactly was Joseph, and how had he evaded capture for so long? Hidden in plain sight. Joseph was born on November the 8th, 1945, to Joseph Sr. and Kathleen. He had 2 younger sisters and a younger brother. Joseph Sr. was an airman in the U.S. Army back before the Air Force was a separate branch of the military, so the family would move around a lot to wherever Joseph Sr. was stationed. And now it's time for the obligatory childhood trauma. Of course it is. And the obligatory message, don't f*** up your kids. Joseph Sr. was, to nobody's surprise, physically abusive. He would beat Kathleen so frequently and with such force that she routinely wore multiple layers of clothing, including multiple pairs of pants, to provide some cushioning against the blows. This was a habit that the children would pick up as well, as she in turn took out her anger at the situation by physically abusing the children. This seemed to be the extent of Joseph's abuse, but it still isn't great, and there's obviously psychological trauma that comes along with it. Unfortunately, there was one other thing that happened. Something much worse. In 1953, the family was living in West Germany, where Joseph Sr. was stationed. 9-year-old Joseph was playing with his 7-year-old sister in an abandoned warehouse. Then 2 airmen came into the warehouse and raped his sister in front of him. Just again, 7 years old. What the f***? A few years later, the family wound up in California. Joseph attended junior high in Rancho Cordova, the town where he would commit his first rape years later, and he attended high school in Folsom. He was already a disturbed child and had been caught committing burglaries on multiple occasions. There were also reports that he enjoyed torturing and killing animals because, well, of course there were. Yes, again, if you see your child torturing animals, killing animals, or you hear about it, get them post-haste to a psychiatrist, alrighty? It'll be worth the money. After earning his GED, Joseph enlisted in the US Navy and served for 22 months in Vietnam, where he undoubtedly learned both the plate trick and how to tie diamond knots. Yeah, from the crimes earlier on. After his deployment, Joseph returned to California, where he earned his associate's degree in political science, graduating with honors, and then earned his bachelor's degree in criminal justice. But something happened while he was earning his associate's degree at Sierra College. He met a woman that he would grow to hate, Bonnie Colwell. Bonnie was a nursing student at Sierra College, and the two fell quickly in love. In May 1970, they became engaged. However, things started to take a turn. Joseph was manipulative and abusive, and she felt his appetite for sex was insatiable, with intercourse lasting for hours. That's great if both people are into it, not so much if any one of them is. I think we even have a word for that. Yes. Bonnie was already having doubts, but she broke it off in 1971 when Joseph went too far. He asked her to help him cheat on the abnormal psychology test that he needed to pass in order to graduate. This would be far too much for the daughter of an educator to tolerate, and she was appalled that he would even propose something so unsavory, and she gave him back his ring. But Joseph wasn't going to take no for an answer. About a week later, she awoke to the sound of Joseph tapping on her bedroom window. He pulled out a gun and told her to get dressed quickly so they could get married in Reno.
And they lived happily ever after.
I don't think that's how weddings work. If you're like, and now we're married, and it's like, hey, like 2 weeks later, you just go to court or go to the police. It's like, yeah, that guy, he got a gun and he told me to marry him. And so I got married to him. And then they're going to be like, well, that's not valid, is it? Because you can't do a contract under duress. That's not how it works. Otherwise, everyone would just be like forcing people to sign shit under duress way more often. We've already established that California is not a yeehaw state. With that 3-year statute of limitations on rape, Kevin, I'm not sure we've established California as dick. But that is not how shotgun weddings work, my dude. A shotgun wedding is when a girl gets pregnant and her father uses his shotgun to gently encourage the man to do the right thing and marry her. Oh, I didn't know that's where that phrase came from. So there you go. You don't pull a gun on the potential bride. Bonnie alerted her father, who told her to lock herself in the bathroom and went out to deal with Joseph. Her father got him to leave, but she was so terrified that she dropped out of school for the rest of the semester and changed her major just to avoid him, even though he had already graduated. In 1971, Joseph went to Sacramento State University to earn his bachelor's degree in criminal justice. He then took postgraduate courses at the University of the Sequoias in Visalia, the same college where Claude Snelling was a professor. He would then complete a 32-week internship before getting a job with the Exeter Police Department, about 10 miles away in Visalia. Of course, he got a job with the police department. They don't have a psychological test you have to take when you join. Maybe that would be a good idea, police. Maybe you should have something that makes sure like people are not, totally nuts. Okay? That would be good. Do we do that today? That should be a thing. Please tell me that's a thing. Someone in the comments. It's well established that cops and criminals have a lot of the same personality traits. However, most criminals aren't able to become police officers. I'm sure half of the YouTube audience is now writing angry comments about police conduct, but what I mean is that prior convictions disqualify someone from a career in law enforcement. People like the Golden State Killer normally will have been picked up for and arrested for something before they ever got a chance to become a cop. And, as I mentioned, he was. The thing is, Joseph was arrested for burglaries as a juvenile, which meant that those records were sealed. How about there should be some sort of special unsealing? It's like, yeah, I agree, juvenile records should be sealed. Like, for the most part, that should not be a thing that affects your future. Children make mistakes. But maybe if you want to be a police officer or something, or in the military or something like that, a career where it's like, you're given a gun, basically, I think is what I'm getting at. Most criminals like this would have been caught reoffending, but he was able to avoid that. He had managed to secure a job with the Exeter Police, and of course it was in the burglary unit. 6 months later, he would marry Sharon Huddle, whom he began dating only weeks after Bonnie had left him. The entire time he was committing his crimes, he was married, and they eventually had 3 kids together. 6 months after his wedding is when his crimes in Visalia began. He wouldn't have been investigating his own crimes since he worked in Exeter, but he would have had a police radio that would allow him to listen in on the Visalia police. Since he worked in the burglary unit, he was well aware of how the police would be running their investigations and how to elude capture. While working in Exeter, he was seen as the black sheep of the department. Joseph was an amphibious... He was an amphibious nothing, I'm sorry, that's obviously ambitious, my bad. Ambitious loner, who was described as being far too intelligent to work for their small department. Wait, someone actually described him as that? This feels like a thing he would describe himself as. Who's like, nah, he's way too smart for us, bro. What's that dude doing here? He's a big brain. This is the burglary department in Exeter. He needs to be like running the country. Did that really happen? It was this ambition that led him to join the Auburn Police Department in the Sacramento area, where he worked from August 1976 to July 1979. This ambition, combined with the desire to flee the area after having just shot a cop. Had law enforcement shared information, they may have noticed that the Visalia ransacker appeared a year after Joseph started working in the area and disappeared a few months before he left. Likewise, someone may have made the similar connection that the East Area Rapist became active about a month before he started his job in Auburn and disappeared the same month that he was fired and moved to Southern California. Allegedly, one detective from Visalia did notice something. They may not have connected Joseph to the crimes, but they saw that VR and Ear's crimes were linked. He claims to have repeatedly tried to get Sacramento County Police to listen to him, but they dismissed him as being from some podunk department that was trying to capitalize on the high profile of the case. Dudes, get your head out of your ass and, just make a little effort. Come on. If true, that is a weird reason to dismiss the collaboration. I don't think Visalia's Board of Tourism was trying to link themselves to a dangerous rapist who is still at large. It is indeed absurd. Anyway, the ear became a huge deal while Joseph was working in Auburn. It was such a major investigation that the police were called in from neighboring departments to help. Unlike in Visalia, this means that he actually would have been tasked with investigating his own crimes, so talk about a get-out-of-jail-free card. He was able to keep everything going for a few years until he was arrested in 1979 for shoplifting a hammer and some dog repellent. Given that there was a serial rapist on the loose, this probably should have been seen as suspicious, especially since he could have easily afforded to just buy those things. He was sentenced to 6 months of probation, after which he was fired. While being fired, he threatened to murder the chief of police.
I thought he was clever.
Dude, no! Don't be threatening to murder the chief of police. That's not something you should be doing, especially if you've... It's not like, oh yeah, I was shoplifting and I got caught. It's like, bro, if they think you're a psycho and they look into you a little bit more, and they're like, that Angelo guy's a bit weird. Maybe we should just look into him a little bit more. Just let's have a little look. Because he threatened to kill me. He's the chief of police. He'd be like, yo, lowly sergeant or whatever. Go look into this stuff. And the sergeant would be like, sir, yes, sir. And then you're going to get in big trouble. Don't do that. Also suspicious, indeed. Then he moved to Southern California and the rapist suddenly vanished. At this point, I'd like to mention that at no time before 2018 had Joseph's name ever come up as a possible suspect. Sacramento, what are you doing? Yes, 100% agree, Kevin. Sounds like Sacramento needs to get its together. There's not a lot of information about what he was up to during the 1980s other than murder.
The leader? Give me. Hold on.
Murdering all of those people, but it's reported that he worked as a cashier and a computer engineer. In 1982, his wife Sharon became a divorce attorney. Ironically, the couple would separate in 1991, but wouldn't ever get around to officially filing for divorce until a few months after he was arrested. In 1990, he began working as a truck mechanic at the supermarket's distribution center. He would remain there until he retired in 2017 and lived a mostly...
And what do you mean when did this happen? Like him getting exposed? It was like 12 hours ago. Not very long ago.
Life. Mostly. It is weird that people separate but don't get divorced. Be like, why not? So I don't know, I just never got around to it. I guess if you don't have assets to split up, you don't... Oh, they did have children. Or if you just reach an amicable agreement, I guess it just doesn't come... How often does it come up? I don't think it comes up in my life that often. Like, whether I'm married or not. It's not like... Unless I'm buying something jointly with my wife or something like that, I don't think it comes up very often. And obviously it makes a big difference, like when I die or if there was issues with the kids or stuff like that. But if you're amicable, I guess it doesn't really matter. How interesting. I never thought about that, really. Arrest and trial.
Oh, this guy killed himself.
Much like I've been today, everyone who knew him became a genius in hindsight following Joseph's arrest. His brother-in-law said that he would bring up the East Area Rapist in casual conversation around the anniversaries of various attacks. His neighbors also said that he was a loud, cranky asshole they had nicknamed Crazy Joe. He would frequently have loud outbursts involving lots of swearing and even threats of killing the person, but he was almost always talking to himself during these. He would even apologize to neighbors for the vulgarity following these outbursts. However, there was one incident that was a little harsher to explain away. He called up a neighbor and threatened to deliver a load of death to them, a message that he left on their voicemail. Shit. I am going to deliver a load of death to you. A load of death. It's like, what do you mean? Like by truck? What are you talking about? Crazy Joe? The explanation he gave was that their dog was being too loud. I'm not really a fan of dogs, but I think that's a tad over the line. It depends on his temper. Like, I definitely have a temper. Like, I'll lose my shit. I'll be like, oh my god, what happened? I was making an omelette. I'm not proud of this. And I was making an omelette, and it was like we didn't have enough food. Like, I was improvising dinner for the kids. And I was like frying up some rice. And I was like, yeah, I'll put some eggs in there, like made a weird rice omelette sort of thing. And then I put too much rice in, and my omelette was not flipping over. And it would just be one of those days. The kids are going like mental. There's this drawer that they've broken, and I'm like, and I'm like, I smashed the spatula down on the surface, and it breaks. And my wife's like, dude, not in front of the kids. And I'm like, I know. But I definitely have a temper. I got, especially like around kids. I've got to be better. Oh, but I'm not phoning someone up and being like, I'm gonna deliver a load of death, because that would be psycho. Oh, I'm sorry we went on an omelette story. Let me get back to it. While everyone was surprised to learn of Joseph's arrest, it doesn't seem that anyone found his guilt to be particularly unbelievable. The only ones who truly never saw it coming were his family. Obviously, he and his wife were not on the best of terms, hence the 27-year separation, but at no point had she ever considered he was guilty of all those crimes. He was a police officer in the burglary unit, so if he told her that he had to work at night, there was no reason for her to find that suspicious or really think anything of it. Family members would say that he was the complete opposite of everything that was reported, but most vocal was his eldest daughter. She and her daughter, Joseph's granddaughter, were living with him at the time of his arrest. At his trial, she read a 5-page statement that she had prepared in which she described him as loving and selfless, saying, "He is the best father I could have had." And maybe he was. Two things can be true at the same time. He can be the absolute greatest father and grandfather in the world, and also a piece of murdering rapist. Yes, those things are not mutually exclusive. It does seem unlikely, but stranger things have happened. One of the things that helped keep Joseph off everyone's radar was his age. He committed crimes in Visalia when he was 29 to 31 years old, but police thought they were looking for an 18 to 19-year-old. He always looked much younger than he really was, and that never really changed. When he was under surveillance from investigators trying to get his DNA, they saw that the 72-year-old man had the strength, agility, and energy of someone 20 years younger. He exercised daily, rode his motorcycle, and did anything an able-bodied person might feel like doing. Then the trial began, and Joseph's lawyer pushed him into the courtroom in a wheelchair. He seemed to have aged 20, if not 30 years overnight. Out of nowhere, the active man had become crippled and old and seemed to be portraying someone who was borderline suffering from dementia. Luckily, the judge didn't buy this bullshit act for a second. After the first day, they ditched the wheelchair, but Joseph kept his blank, emotionless stare, as if he was unable to comprehend what was going on around him. Oh, good news. You don't need to comprehend it. You know who needs to comprehend it? The jury. Yes! California, no death penalty, though. Alas. Between this and his wheelchair stunt, it was painfully clear that he was trying to manipulate the system. Fortunately for him, but unfortunately for my desire for brutal vengeance, his lawyers had the good sense to convince him to get a plea deal. At first, the prosecution rejected the idea, but they were concerned that the trial would cost millions of dollars and run for at least 10 years. As much as they wanted to seek the death penalty, many of his victims may not have survived another 10 years, and it was important that they lived to see him convicted. Although the prosecution agreed to accept his plea, the deal was regarded as highly unusual. He would be spared the death penalty if he pled guilty to everything. They didn't care that the statute of limitations had expired on most of his crimes. They wanted to see him sit there in court and admit guilt to every single thing that he'd done, whether he could be prosecuted for it or not. In the end, Joseph D'Angelo admitted to 161 crimes. At his sentencing hearing, victims and their families made their statements. In turn, his family then made their statements, including his daughter's passionate letter. In the end, he was given the opportunity to make an extremely weak and emotionless apology. All that was left to do was for the judge to hand down a verdict. The hearing was broadcast live, and the nation had the opportunity to see what the judge had decided. Joseph was given the maximum possible sentence for his crimes. He was sentenced to 11 life sentences to be served consecutively. Following these, he was to serve another life sentence, and after all that was done, he would serve 8 more years. I understand why it was broken down in that way when it was announced, but the American justice system is certainly a bit weird. He began serving his sentence in November 2020 at North Kern State Prison, a medium-security prison that basically acts as a hub where the newly incarcerated are evaluated before it is determined what prison to send them to for the rest of their sentence. 3 months later, he was transferred to California State Prison, Corcoran, where he is held in protective custody. As much as I wish he could have been sentenced to death, I can at least take a little solace in the fact that the convicted murderer and attempted child rapist had to spend a few months in Gen Pop. Wrap up. I think it's fair to say that very few people were unhappy to see the Golden State Killer finally arrested and brought at least some semblance of justice. However, how he was found remains extremely controversial. Yeah, you're definitely going to get some people who are like, he should have been set free. They should have looked into the evidence that was publicly uploaded to the website. The information in the box was way too small. Sort of shit Alex Jones would say, you know? Jed has gone through several changes to their terms of service and privacy policy since the attention they received following his arrest. Following a controversy in which they violated their own privacy policy by volunteering assistance to the police in a case that was outside the scope of their stated policy, some major changes were made. Users now have to opt in for their uploaded data to be searchable by law enforcement, and law enforcement officials cannot sign up as regular users. They have to go through a special process in order to upload a genetic profile that is being used as part of a case. Of course, that's just their official policy, while other genealogy websites will do everything they legally can to fight warrants and prevent from sharing users' information. Jed does not. In 2019, they were served with a warrant by a Florida court to give police access to all of their DNA profiles, including the over 90% who had chosen not to opt in to aiding law enforcement.
The leader. Look at what I sent you on Discord. That's all I was able to find.
They complied without fighting the warrant. Yeah, this is the thing there. It's a free thing, right? They probably don't have a legal department. Or if they do, it's not going to be that well funded because it's free. It's a very morally complex situation, but it's one society's really going to need to examine in the near future. On the one hand, I'm glad they caught the Golden State Killer, and that isn't even close to the only case that could be sold in this way. I mean, a few paragraphs ago, I was practically begging to flip the switch on the chair myself. But then, on the other hand, it's weird. It is creepy and I don't like it. I've never seriously considered a life of crime, and even if I would have considered it, the mere existence of DNA evidence wouldn't be enough to stop me without these databases existing. It's like, yeah. At no point in my life should I ever stand to lose anything by authorities having access to these, and I understand how they're beneficial, yet it still feels wrong somehow. Kevin has just articulated exactly what I was trying to say earlier, just in a more articulate way. Maybe it's the complete lack of autonomy. Even if a system is entirely on an opt-in basis, no individual really has any control over their information. If a distant relative with a single shared ancestor nearly 200 years
ago... Yeah, there was a lot of videos that were leaked. Like I said, he could probably quit regular streaming now. Just go full time taking dick. Like dead ass too. And
ago opted in, now they can find that person regardless of their choice. This is a true crime show. We're not going to solve complex ethical dilemmas like this, but we do need to be prepared to find a better solution or a compromise in the near future. It's easy to say that you shouldn't be opposed to it if you have nothing to hide, but you can have nothing to hide while also not wanting to feel like you're under constant surveillance or living in Gattaca. Great movie, Kevin. That is it's like a 90s movie. I didn't even realize it was that big of a movie. That's a great movie. It will be very interesting to see which direction society as a whole winds up leaning. Yeah, I think it'll be it's going to be super interesting to see how this plays out legally. Anyway, this has been an episode of The Casual Criminals. Thank you for being.
Oh. Guess that's the wrong one. I thought this was the case where that boy killed himself. Damn. Really hoping.
I really appreciate it. Listening, watching, however you consume the show. Look, if you're listening to this show, do me a favor, leave me a review. That would be wonderful. It really helps get this show in front of more people. And I'll see you next time.
Oh wait, why'd I click play? Time to got this. Popular happened her. That. Oh, I don't. Another one that. Oh, hold on. Yeah, this one.
Hello, everybody. Welcome back to another episode of The Casual Criminalist. As always, I am your host, Simon. What happens here is one of my writers, in this case, David, thank you, David, has written me a script. This is a famous one. This one is of, like, American serial killers. I don't know, I feel like there's quite a lot of them, but isn't this guy's one of the most notorious, especially, like, in a historical context? H.H. Holmes, lady killer and child murderer. And I made a video about this guy years ago on a YouTube channel that I do called Biographics. And he had some sort of like crazy hotel with trapdoors and all of this stuff. And Dave was like, Simon, a lot of this is, I mean, not overblown, but like a little bit like, there's been a bit of a sprinkling of artistic license. That's the phrase throughout the years. And I'm like, there's no surprise there. And I'm just wondering how wrong has David found my Biographics video to be? Because he'd never say it to me because he's too polite. But he'd be like, Simon, I watched your Biographics video. That was incorrect. That was incorrect. That was incorrect. David, I'm sorry. Not really. I don't know. It's probably good because I like to think my writers do. I have no idea. I can't remember who wrote that H.H. Holmes one back on my Biographics channel. I'm sure it was good because I just make brilliant stuff consistently all the time. That's sarcasm. Let's get into it, shall we? Detective Frank Gayop stood in the dirt cellar of number 16 St. Vincent Street. The smell of rotting flesh hung in the air. Taking the shovel he had borrowed from next-door neighbor, he began to dig with a sense of dread mingled with resignation. He knew exactly what he was likely to find. Frank Gayop was a 19-year veteran of the Philadelphia police force. He was no stranger to murder. Age 42, the stout figure, sharp, serious eyes, thinning, slicked-back hair, and a large, bushy moustache partially occluding his bitter scowl, he sank the shovel into the loose soil of the cellar, working steadily, quietly, along with his thoughts. Dirt sprinkled his dress shoes and the cuffs of his tailor-made trousers. All I can think of there is, like, how would he hear? Why would he be alone with his own thoughts? Why is he not listening to a podcast? Why is he not listening to the cat when he's digging for bodies? When's a better time to listen to the Casual Criminalist and tell your friends? Do it! Who also dig for bodies about the Casual Criminalist. Maybe you shouldn't. Maybe you've... I don't know, do people who, like, work in the police and mortuaries and stuff go home and listen to true? Probably not. It's not like I go home and... No, I do watch documentaries. Oh, so maybe they do. Maybe they do. It was the summer of 1895. Oh, that's why he's not listening to podcasts. Okay, I see. Historical context. For 8 months, Frank had traced the movements of Dr. Henry Howard Holmes across the United States and into Canada. Frank was on the trail of the 3 missing children of Benjamin Pitezel. Pitezel. Thanks for the pronunciation, Guy David. I'll do my best to remember it throughout the rest of this episode. A man who had been murdered. Well, he's just been murdered, so he's probably not going to come up again. Woo!
That's a little insensitive.
Well, that's really morbid, isn't it, Simon? He's dead, and that's his only thing in the historical record, and you're celebrating that. You psycho. After the murder, 3 of Pidezel's 5 children were said to be in custody of H.H. Holmes, their exact whereabouts unknown. Frank had been assigned to find them, and Frank was very good at his job. The detective had arrived in Toronto, where he spent 8 days searching for signs of a house that H.H. Holmes may have rented. It was then he received a tip that the house down on St. Vincent Street had been rented by a man fitting Holmes's description. Ah, the past. Whenever you rent it, it's like, here's a giant contract you have to sign. I'm going to need a copy of your ID. Going to need a bank statement. It's like, what? Okay. And then you go around to buying a house. And it's like, oh my God, I didn't even know I had 6 forms of ID. He was said to be traveling with 2 young girls. No word was said of the little boy who was also missing. Months earlier, in late October 1894, a neighbor, Mr. Reeves, saw Alice and Nellie Pietzel sitting on the veranda of 16 St. Vincent Street. Nellie clutched a wooden egg that opened at the top, launching a spring-loaded toy snake out of it, much to the young girl's amusement. That sounds like a good toy. I'd get my kids one of those. She'd love that. The boy's too young. He'd just be terrified of it, because he's a coward. Holmes had borrowed a shovel from Reeves, saying that he wanted to dig some furrows in the dirt cellar in order to grow some potatoes. I'd be like, if he asked me this, I'd be like, what is a furrow? God, my vocabulary is so bad sometimes. I'm like, how? I'm like relatively educated, but my vocabulary is appalling. I'm not as educated as David, because David's email handle is Dr. David Baker, and I'm like, David's a big brain.
Thank you, Mr. Baker.
The shovel which Holmes had borrowed was the same tool that Detective Frank Geyer now clutched. There was no sign that any potatoes had been planted in the cellar. Uh-oh. How do you grow potatoes in a cellar? What are you up to? Potatoes need light to grow. That's how plants work. If someone... I can't believe the first question is, what's a furrow? My question would be like, mate, this is 1895. You're not going to get some hydroponic going in your basement. What are you talking about? As Frank continued to lift the dirt out of a recently disturbed patch of earth, the stench of putrid flesh only got worse. It became overpowering. Whatever or whomever was buried down there in the dark cellar had already become badly decomposed. The decay was worsened by the summer heat. Digging down to the depth of only 3 feet or 91 centimeters, Frank discovered a bone belonging to a small human being, a young girl's forearm. Continuing to excavate the scene more gently now, as not to damage any further remains, Frank uncovered the frail bodies of Alice and Nellie Pietzo. They had been stripped naked, and each of them lay on their sides, facing each other in the fetal position. Some accounts claim that Nellie's feet had been cut off, so the girl could not be identified by a club foot. Other accounts attest that the bodies were interred in the cellar, completely intact and whole. Ah yes, 1895. The problem is this was 130 years ago. So basically, you do get these things where it's like some accounts say this, some accounts say that, and it's like, do we know which one's correct? No. There's like no primary evidence for this. And you're like, okay. The past, everybody. The bodies of the 2 girls were indeed in an advanced state of decomposition. Tiny red worms infested their shallow grave. Their skin and vital organs had already begun to liquefy in the damp, malodorous earth. There's another big brain word. I know what malodorous means. You know when you read words and you're like, I know what that means, but it's a word that I just never use in casual conversation, and I wish I would. Because when you meet someone who uses big words, you're like, yeah, at least I am. I guess you could also have well, when someone's using them and you feel like they're purposefully using big words, then you're like, well, you're a bit of a prick. But if it's just someone who's using the correct big word, you know, where it's like, they're not like, oh, you know, like this. They just use the correct word without even thinking about it or trying to sound smart. I'm always like, I'm a little bit jealous of that because it makes you look so clever. But then it's like, if I tried to use words like malodorous, everyone would think I was a prick because it would be blatantly obvious that I'm trying really hard to sound smart. So I just don't try. Anyone else film that? Is that just me? Is that a weird quirk about me? I sometimes wonder if other people feel like these same things. Let me know in the comments if you're watching on YouTube. Oh my god, we were talking about something really horrible and I just took it aside to a comedic aside. It's not really appropriate. When later called upon to identify the bodies of her children, what remained of their flesh was blackened and falling off, and Carrie Pietzo could only identify Alice by the thick braid of her hair. Oh my god. Oh my god. This is not nice. Some accounts claim that H.H. Holmes murdered the girls by forcing them into a steamer trunk, whereupon he pumped it full of noxious gas with a hose in order to asphyxiate the girls. H.H. Holmes, you're up to some like proto-Nazi shit, you weirdo. Other accounts, there's not a proto though. I use that word and I'm like, I'm pretty sure I'm using it correctly. Maybe I am a big brain, although it's not that complicated of a word. Other accounts simply state that H.H. Holmes had poisoned the girls by slipping essence of nightshade into a mixture of other deadly toxins into their food. Dr. Holmes, after all, for some years had run a pharmacy. He knew what he was about. H.H. Holmes had attempted to burn the clothing the girls were wearing at the time that he murdered them, but he had packed the delicate bundles of cloth too tightly into the small metal chimney, and large scraps of their clothing survived. Holmes also appears to have made no attempt to destroy or remove Nellie's snake egg contraption from the home, and several short notes that the girls had written to their mother. Uh-oh. Come on, dude. Everyone knows this. Anyone who's burned a book, and I've burned many books in my life, knows that you've got to ruffle the book up. You can't just put a book on a thing and set it on fire. It's not going to work. It's too thick or dense or whatever. You have to like tear it up and like crinkle the pages. That's how you burn books.
Minister Goebbels.
It's useful information there for the next time you're burning books. These belongings were discovered by Frank Geyer and packed away into evidence. After murdering the 2 young girls, Holmes abandoned the 16 St. Vincent Street house and disappeared. When another tenant moved into the house, they could not bear to go down into the cellar or use it for storing anything due to the terrible smell which hung in the air, refused to dissipate, and only grew stronger. One, they just relaxed. Anyway, it smells like there are bodies decomposing down in the cellar, love. And the wife's like, oh, I don't know. Let's just not use the cellar. It's like, well, we rented this house and it's got this big cellar. I thought we could grow some potatoes. Oh, don't worry about it. If my smeller smelled like rotting bodies, I wouldn't call the police. I'd call a handyman and be like, hey, can you have a look down? It smells like something's rotting down there. Can you go down there? Maybe we can damp proof it. Maybe we could do something like that. And he'll go down there and be like, mate, let's call the police, because either you've been burying bodies down there or someone else has. And I'm guessing it's someone else because you called me to investigate the smell. Which, unless you're very self-sabotaging, would be why are we going so deep into this story? It's not necessary. But that's what I'm saying. I wouldn't call the police. I'd just be like, what's that smell? That sounds like something a builder needs to fix. And then I'd get arrested. And they'd be like, were you trying to cover up crimes? It's like, no, I wanted to use my cellar. I wanted to put like little wines down there. Maybe like a sofa. I don't know. What do people convert basements into? I wanted to make it into a man cave. I'm not trying to cover up crimes.
Are you kidding me?
With the discovery of the bodies of Alice and Nellie Pietzel, Frank's job was not yet finished. He set about locating the whereabouts of the little boy, Howard Pietzel, just 8 years old, who some weeks earlier had been separated from his sister. Using oblique references to Howard in the letters that Holmes had periodically... Come on, Simon, get it together. It's 8:30 on a Monday morning. This is my first thing recording of the week, so I apologize for slipping over my words, rambling too much. I also don't know if you can hear, I'm a little bit congested. My kid got a cold, and I was like, and lately she has a little trouble sleeping alone. So she'll like come into the bed in the morning, and I'm like, and you can just feel her breathing. She's like breathing on my face, and then she's like, and you're like, oh god, you just coughed all over my face, and I'm like, I'm definitely getting sick. And then I got sick. Woo! But I'm dosed up on ibuprofen and caffeine.
Cocaine, pills, whatever it is, I'll do it.
We're good. There's 22 more pages of this script. Holy shit, David. Why'd you do this to me? He delivered me one that was 50 pages. I'm like, David, this is a 4-hour podcast, David. Why? Using oblique references to Howard in the letters that Holmes had periodically sent the boy's mother, and using witness testimony from Toronto neighbours who had spoken with Alice and Nellie, Frank determines that Howard Pietzel was allegedly attending school in Indianapolis, back in the United States. Frank gravely doubted that this was actually the case. Yeah, he's not back at school. It's like, where did he go? Oh no, I didn't bury him in the basement with the other children. He went off to finish school in the United States and no one's ever heard from him again. How about we just dig a little bit more in the basement? Let's just dig around that little basement a little bit more, okay? After arriving in Indianapolis, Frank spent weeks dropping by almost every rental house in the city, roughly 900 houses in total. He was looking for any sign that H.H. Holmes and a small boy had been there. Finally, Frank alighted on the suburb of Irvington. Alighted is another one. They say it on some London Underground tubes. You'll like be riding around and they'll be like, change here for Elephant and Castle line, or whatever, you know, this normal, Elephant and Castle's not a line, it's like a stop where I used to live, actually. There'd be like these lines, and then some of them, it's like, a light here for Sloane Square, and you're like, what is this, a light? Does that mean change? And yeah, it does. Just some of them say a light, and I had no idea. I must have been like 20 years old when I finally Googled a light. The detective discovered that Holmes had rented a house a few days before disappearing again. This was 2 weeks before Holmes murdered the Pietzel girls in Toronto. On October the 3rd, 1894, H.H. Holmes had gone by a repair shop in Indianapolis to get some surgical equipment sharpened. Uh-oh, that sounds serial killery. Eyewitness testimony stated that a boy was with him at the time. On October the 5th, Holmes hired
Why he got a boy?
Teenager named Elvit Mormon. Wait, we know he was a spotty-faced teenager, but we don't know whether he cut off the girl's clubbed foot. Come on, past. Can we write down the important details? And the only thing we remember about this teenager is that he was spotty and maybe murdered. Come on, Simon, have some respect. Jesus. I find it easier to distance myself from the crimes when they're less modern. Like, I know it's bad, but 100 years ago it feels somehow less immediate. Whereas if this was set in the present day, I'd be like, I don't know, more respectful, which doesn't really fit. I guess because one thing is everyone who's related to this case is long dead. Like, these are the age of my great-great-grandparents, and they're all dead. I've never even met them. My parents have never even met them. I did meet my great-grandmother one time on her 100th birthday party, and I never met her again, and then she died. Woo! Simon, what's wrong with you? Why are you telling this story? It's not important. That same day, Holmes entered a drugstore near Irvington and purchased cocaine. Woo! Chloral hydrate and chloroform. Holmes is throwing a party. A weird party, possibly with murder. We also know at the time that Holmes had a vial of cyanide and a clutch of wolfsbane in his possession. On October the 8th, wolfsbane, I have no idea what it is, but it doesn't sound good, does it? Like, wolves are terrifying, and if it's the bane of a wolf, that's not going to be a good thing. On October the 8th, Holmes picked up his surgical equipment at the repair shop, the blades and bone saw now having been dutifully sharpened. On October the 10th, 1894, Howard Pietzel approached a local housemaid, asked her where he could buy food. Holmes had put him in charge of finding dinner for the evening. The housemaid gave the boy some eggs and butter, and Howard insisted on paying for it with the money that Holmes had given him. Elvin Mormon, the local errand boy, claims he saw Howard Pietzel for the last time around 6 p.m. that evening. On that very same night, October the 10th, H.H. Holmes murdered the 8-year-old boy. Some accounts claim Holmes poisoned him by spiking his food. Other accounts claim he chloroformed and strangled the child. After murdering him, Holmes used his surgical equipment to dismember his corpse. A consummate professional, Dr. Holmes left no bloodstains behind. He then stuffed the boy's arms, legs, head and torso into the wood stove that he had constructed, along with some gnawed old corn cobs and chunks of wood. He then doused the child's body in oil and set it ablaze. Jesus Christ, why? The fire burned hot and successfully cremated much of the body. What little remained of Howard Pietzel was then quickly scattered and buried at various points around the property. The house is... Wow. Why is people's obsession with burying things in their own house? Are you insane? Look, it's already just bits. Just go for a long walk. I don't want to give advice to criminals, but if you've burned a body and there's little bits of it left over, don't bury it all in your backyard, you idiot. Just every day, just take a little bit of the body, go on a really long walk, and just throw it in a river. Or like in a dump. I don't know. What's wrong with you? Or just keep doing this so it's easier for you to get caught. The house's caretaker, Peter Irelands, later said that the stench of the remains grew so bad that he just covered the whole house with lime powder because he couldn't locate the exact source. On the same night as the murder, Holmes swiftly left the house for the train station, where he arrived at 9 p.m. That means that in the few hours between the last sighting of Howard Pietzel at 6 p.m. and Holmes' arrival at the train station, the man had quickly murdered, dismembered and cremated the boy, burying and scattering the remains and scarcely leaving any trace of the killing, all in under 3 hours. Well, it's like, okay, so he was in a rush. Look, if you're going to murder someone, don't rush. Don't rush. Think about it. It's just...
Big news. Hold on. Let's see what the fuck he has to say. Which... the sketch reel. "15 minutes ago." Okay, here we go. This was like a 9-minute live stream 15 minutes ago, so. Yeah. Alright, here we go. See what he's about to fire up. See what he'd about to say.
70,000? God damn, where were y'all before? Fuck! Elephant in the room, I got a haircut. Wasn't planning on doing this today, but I guess so. Okay, I'll start from the top. Look at this, open and honest. That was me. That was me. It's okay, though. I will tell you what. Okay.
Oh, so okay, so now we do know. So like I said, now whoever wants the videos, just hit my line. Just let me know. I want to see what his chat was saying during this.
2 years ago, I did some stuff. I'm sorry if you've seen some of the stuff.
Sorry. I'm not. You don't gotta say sorry to me, gang. I got material for a month. I appreciate you. So 2 years ago, okay. Hold on. I'm gonna be honest. Pretty good that he was able to get, like, do that for that long and not get exposed. I shout out to him, I guess. So now let's see what it. Hold on. I guess I got.
You know, I'm a changed person. Um, this is going worse than I thought it was. So 2 years ago, I did not have sexual relations with that man. I'm just kidding. I did. Pause.
Like, nah, I'm trolling.
Cat's out of the bag. It's okay. What else do I have to say? I don't know. Thank you to all my people that have been sticking up for me. I understand if you're mad. Shit hit the fan. I don't go on Twitter. I deleted. No, I'm just kidding. I didn't delete Twitter. I have been cautiously avoiding it. It's like fucking landmines everywhere I go.
You know, I hope he didn't delete the OnlyFans, because that's going to be a fat bag now. Hopefully he didn't delete it just off that.
Okay, I was dealing with some addiction problems. A couple of them. But no excuse there. What? I guess. Just trying to give you some background here. What else was I gonna say?
Do we like women or not?
Yeah, that was me. I fucked up. I won't do it again. I'm just kidding. Well, I am dead serious about not doing it again. That was a dark time. Rough time. 89,000? Who the fuck am I? Jinxie? Hey, love my brother Jinxie. Not like that, though. Just my brother. I don't know. Stay off Twitter, please. Shout out to you. Shout out Steve. You know, I'm owning up.
Hold on. I mean, there are, to be fair, Deleter, there are a shit ton of porn stars out there that are gay for pay. So, if he was doing that, cool. But I don't know if he was gay for pay, because that's a little bit, you know. Hold on, I'm probably about to rewind it. Hey, hey, Quetzal, you're back just in time for us to see Sketch admit that that was him. So it was him.
To it.
Alright.
God damn, where were y'all before? Fuck!
Matter of fact, we can do this. I'll do this real quick. So it's not the Roblox retardation. Sketch, the guy that's like, "What's up, brother?" That kid. Hold on, I'm gonna full screen it real quick. Give me a second. Oh, then don't worry about it. Alright. Sketch of the union address. Alright, so
70,000? God damn, where were y'all before? Fuck!
yeah. Like I said, hit my line for the videos. I feel bad for... I mean, he seems in good spirits, so hold on. We watched like a minute or two, so...
Elephant in the room, I got a haircut.
See what I mean? You see what I mean? He's like, elephant in the room.
Wasn't planning on doing this today, but I guess so. Okay, I'll start from the top. Look at this, open and honest. That was me. That was me. It's okay, though. I will tell you what. Okay. 2 years ago, I did some stuff. I'm sorry if you've seen some of the stuff.
I'm not. I appreciate it, gang. Appreciate you.
You know, I'm a changed person.
I'm a changed person.
This is going worse than I thought it was. So 2 years ago, I did not have sexual relations with that man. I'm just kidding. I did. Possibly. Cat's out of the bag. It's okay. What else do I have to say? I don't know. Thank you to all my people that have been sticking up for me. I understand if you're bad.
I feel so bad for him because he's having to appeal to his homophobic ass fan base. He's like, I'm sorry. I know I'd fucked up that dog. Who cares? You sucked some dick, took dick, and made some money. Who the fuck cares?
Shit hit the fan. I don't go on Twitter. I deleted. No, I'm just kidding. I didn't delete Twitter. I have been cautiously avoiding it. It's like fucking landmines everywhere I go. Okay, I was dealing with some addiction problems. A couple of them.
What I was gonna tell you, Zinks, before this, the one funny thing I saw on Twitter someone say is, Sketch grew up rich. He just did it for the love of the game. He didn't even need the money. He was just like, I'm doing it for the love. But I'm gonna be real. I would believe that, but all the outfits he had? I don't know. I don't think I would go that far just for some money. Well, I would. I'm the wrong person to ask, but I don't think he did.
But no excuse there. What? I guess. Just trying to give you some background here. What else was I gonna say? Yeah, that was me. I fucked up. I won't do it again.
You see, I feel so bad for him. Why is he saying this? He's saying he fucked up like he got caught cheating. Like, dude, who cares?
I'm just kidding. Well, I am dead serious about not doing it again. That was A dark time. Rough time.
I get it.
89,000? Who the fuck am I, Jinxie? Hey, love my brother Jinxie. Not like that, though. Just my brother. I don't know. Stay off Twitter, please. Shout out T-Few. Shout out Steve.
Dog, I don't even know if it's that. I think it's just the fact he knows the people that watch him. Like, literally, there are high up sports individuals talking about him on Twitter, like Antonio Brown. Like, extremely known sports individuals. Shout out to, I unfollowed him, but like, he, Sketch got hashtag F slur of the day by Antonio Brown.
You know, I'm owning up to it. I don't know how long these videos usually are supposed to go, but who knows? Fuck it, I might stream for an hour. Sonny, turn on TTS. Or is that a bad idea? Someone text me if that's a bad idea.
I just need to know if it was gay for pay, or if he's, like, bi or actually gay. That's all I need to know. Because if it was gay for pay, it's more understandable. It's just, my question is, how many followers did he have on there?
But on a real note, I've been living under the threat of that coming out for like 2 years. Started social media, just kind of dicking around. Had that in my past. I'll tell you what, weight lifted off my shoulders. God is good. God is good.
You ain't going to heaven. I'm sorry. All those back shots I have proof of, you going to hell. I'm sorry. You and I going together.
All the time.
Oh,
but
nice.
Weight off my shoulders, to be honest. You have some stuff in the closet, not
bad phrasing,
no
my
pun
boy.
intended there. But yeah, it came out. I mean, I tell you what, I was going and doing all this different stuff. I was going in the back of my mind, holy shit. And guess what? Holy shit was last night. And I have a lot of people to credit for. I'll be honest. Plan A was, and I will say candidly, was to probably probably to call it quits if this ever came out. But some people saved me. Shout out Banks. Shout out my parents. Like,
Aww.
Shout out y'all. Like, I fucked up, but I'm changed. Yeah, that's about it though. Like, my original plan was there's two things. One, either be delusional and think it's never gonna come out, or two, what's the plan after? The plan after was not very good. If I was alone and I was at my house, I probably wouldn't be talking to you right now.
Dog. Well, like I said, personally, if it was me, I wouldn't care because the people... What is it? The kids that watch him are middle schoolers on Twitter with a grown man as their profile picture. That's gayer than sucking and taking dick. I'm sorry.
But the people at FaZe, Banks, especially, and my friends that I've made over the past couple years came in and they saved me. I don't know what I was gonna do, but I don't know. Fuck it, we start streaming more often. I probably or quit. I don't know. One of the two. I don't know. What Kim Kardashian do?
Dog. Well, first off, it's probably internalized homophobia. Because I guarantee he is either still trying to hide it, or he actually just, like, had a revelation and quit, like, only was straight, so now he hates it. Or maybe he was straight the entire time, he literally only did it for money. Like, and then the second thing, Deleter, you gotta realize, a lot of his fan base is younger kids. And you said it wasn't that? What? Well, I was wrong. It probably is internalized homophobia. I mean, like I said, that's one of the options. But, like, I feel bad. He keeps apologizing for doing it like he got caught stealing.
If I get one more text about Kim Kardashian, I swear that doesn't make anything better. I'm just kidding, but I've been referenced to Kim Kardashian more often today than I have in the past 20 years of my life.
Yeah, he was thick, though.
Pretty cool. Wow. Awesome job. Love y'all. I don't know. I probably should end. That was cool, though. Okay. I'll be back streaming. I don't know.
Yeah, that's the biggest thing is, like, dog. More people are pissed at this than Dr. Disrespect actually texting minors. Like I said, I don't know.
Well, I'll be back, just not in immediate, like tomorrow. Probably like the day after or something. Probably gonna hang out. Pretty cool, though. I don't know. Hey. I'd rather you know my flaws, though, so it makes it easier. I don't want to be the poster boy. Love y'all.
Like I said, shout out to him. Like I said, he couldn't have handled it better. He just said, yo, I apologize. You saw that. That was in the past. That isn't me. It is what it is. I'm glad. I will say I am glad it's out. Just so he doesn't have to be afraid anymore of it, like, quote-unquote, leaking one day. Because, funny enough, that's probably the same thinking that Dr. Disrespect had. But for Sketch, it is not the same. It's just like, dude, you sucked some dick, took some dick. Like, it's good, man. You still gonna have fans. And I know it wouldn't help him for me saying this, but I would be like, yo, Sketch, at the end of the day, you can go back to it. I bet you would make millions. You could absolutely go back to it. You can make more money than ever. Like I said, I'm just more... I don't know if I would say more of that. I think just more so, if he is implying that, it's more hatred of himself. More than hatred of actual gay people. Like I said, I hope that's not how he's trying to portray it. He, basically, it just, like me and Zinks were talking about, Jafet, it just, hold on, actually I can do this for you. Where is it? History. Where's you? Discord. There's the video there if you want to watch it. I mean, I could still, like, give you a brief of it, but if you'd rather just watch the video, it's there. Like a 7-minute video. Alright, cool. Yeah, like I said, I don't know, man. It's just, I feel bad. Because first off, nobody should have that shown to everybody without their permission. Like, even though, yes, it's kind of quote-unquote a public thing because it's just behind a paywall, it's still a thing of, like, dog, I don't know. Dang. Thanks. Even that ugly motherfucker, cuff him, defending him. Oh, brother. Like, the only thing I see kids, or, like, retards trying to, like, be like, what is it? The only thing I've seen people try to say the reason why it's bad, aside from just him, like, sucking dick, is the fact that, like, they're like, he's worked with big companies before that cater to kids. And I saw somebody say, what, was he supposed to come out after being famous and be like, what's up, brother? I sucked dick before, brother. Like, who fucking cares? The only people that would know about it are people that are, like, actively searching it up. Or going on Twitter, which, if you're that much of a kid, you shouldn't be on Twitter anyway. Also, shout out to Twitter. Whenever I was downloading all those videos, there's a bunch of pages posting links to scam sites saying they had the videos. And a lot of them had like a collage of 4 images, and a lot of them had a collage image where one of the images was a picture of a grown woman sucking a toddler's dick. So, we love Elon's Twitter. Shout out to Elon's Twitter. We love Elon's Twitter.
So stupid.
Like, like I said, I don't know. Like, Sketch turned to God. Okay, so what I've seen is he is a Christian now. So he wants to distance himself. No, I know, that's why I paused it. Like I said, it wasn't recent or anything, so, like, genuinely, who cares? If it was something recently, I don't know. Like I said, I truly feel bad for him. I don't know why him turning into a Christian made him feel like that having that as a past is like the pinnacle of sin and the worst thing on planet Earth. I wish he wouldn't feel like that, because that shit's terrible, man. Like, if you want to just be like, that was in my past, I'm never doing it again, okay, cool. I don't know why he feels like he has to apologize and, like, try to be like, that was a bad thing, that was a dark time. I don't think that was a dark time. I think you were probably gay growing up, and then you turned to Christianity. I mean, even off rip, him saying his parents supported him, I don't know if he was even really in a casual Christian family. Maybe he was in like a family that the parents were like, you can do whatever you want. I don't know. It's just, like I said, the whole situation is terrible. I've said it before, I'll say it again. Nobody should be able, no one should have to, what is it? No one should ever have their dirty laundry or whatever put out in the public like that. That's just not cool. I mean, like I said, it was just, alright, Leah. They're gonna catch you for sucking dick too. Don't worry.
I'm the person while I'm working on the fugitive. Hello everybody, welcome back to another brand new episode of The Cat. I always say brand new, but you could be listening to this in like 2024 and be like, something that's really old.
Oh dang, he predicted me. I know it does, but it's just like, dog, I don't think it was that bad. Like, Christianity, yeah, it leans into, like, gay people are not good people, but I wouldn't expect it, like, him even early on in his Christian journey to immediately be like I said, if that's your past, that's your past. It's just the small minority of retarded children that are brainwashed by retards like Sneeko and Andrew Tate. Boy, I can't wait for Sneeko to go live so we can hear this retard's thing of the, to hear his side of the story. I can't wait to hear his opinion. Yeah, that's literally it, Jafet. It's just that, I mean, that wasn't a mistake. That was, a mistake is a one-time thing. He was actively doing that. What I think happened, he won't admit it, but what I believe is he was gay before. He might even still be gay. But he was gay, and back in the day, he did OnlyFans right when he turned 18. Like, he was gay, and then he decided to turn his life around and be a Christian now, for whatever reasoning he did. And now he's, like, trying to be like, I think he regrets doing it because of his Christian ways now. I don't think it was like a thing. Like, I don't know. We don't know the true story, but what I'm going to presume is he was gay. And he turned his life to Christ, and now he doesn't want to be known as a guy that was gay. Because he's saying it was a mistake. It wasn't a mistake. It was something that you actively wanted to do. You just, like I said, you just regretted doing it. It wasn't a mistake. So,
You filmed this in 2021. COVID was still a thing. Let's hope that it's not by 2024. I want to be able to travel places. What are we talking about? Today's episode is all about John List, the righteous killer. And righteous here is in, they're called quotation marks. I feel like there's something else, but you know where it's like righteous killer. So we got some sort of Dexter character going on today. Brilliant. Those psychos who always think they're doing the right thing. Or maybe he's religiously motivated. There was Bible John before. No, he was just a psycho. Catch Criminals, what happens? If you're new here, welcome. Thank you for tuning in. You might be wondering what on earth is going on. What have I clicked on? Why am I here? My name is Simon. I'm going to read a script that our fine scriptwriter Callum has put together. And then if you're watching this show, you're on YouTube. Hello.
it is funny, though, that he is like, it is funny where he's like, I did not fuck that man. I did fuck that man. Yeah, honestly, at the end of the day, I don't care. But just seeing these losers try to be like, oh, it's the end of sketch. Like, dude, people are still gonna watch him. If they don't fuck with him because of what he did in the past, shit, if I was sketch, I'd be happy. I'd be like, good, now those retards are gone. That's why I used to have the tags like LGBTQ, furry, trans rights on Twitch. I had those because that automatically makes the retards leave. They out themselves. They're like, are you really gay? They immediately go on.
And you'll see some graphics. If you're listening to this show on a podcast, hello as well. You'll get some sounds and all of that stuff, and that's put together by our wonderful producer, Jen. Enough with the blither. Let's just get on with it, shall we? On the morning of the 1st of June, 1989, housewife Dolores Clark, nee Miller, of, oh my god, Midlothian in Virginia, received a phone call that would blow her.
Like I said, my biggest thing is like, the hatred from it is the most insane thing to me. Like, how are y'all hating because of shit he did? Why are you worried about another grown man? Like, I don't know.
Her world to pieces. It was about her husband, Bob, who'd just been arrested by the FBI. A team of eight. That's got to be an intense phone.
Like I said, as long as he didn't fuck kids, who cares? Y'all didn't have this energy for Dr. Disrespect. Why are y'all having this type of energy towards sketch? Like, who fucking cares?
Cool. You're just regular. Was she a housewife? Yeah, regular housewife going about your life in 1989. And it's not like the local police station called because he was drunk or something. You're like, oh, it's not like him to get drunk, but I mean, I guess. No. The FBI be calling. It's like, oh, shit. I think, is that like Scotland Yard in the UK?
Oh, here we go. Here we go. Now we got the fucking retards with the aluminum hats on Twitter talking about, can't tell me it wasn't a humiliation ritual. That's why he blew up so fast. Like, dog, you know rope is really cheap to buy. You could easily find a guide to hang yourself, right? Like, you know that, man, right?
The weird thing is, just because of television, I know so much more about how like police works in the US because there's so many like cop shows and stuff. But yeah, that's a pretty intense phone call. A team of agents had broken the perpetual boredom of the small accounting firm in Richmond where he worked and dragged him off in handcuffs. How is that possible, she must have thought as her husband's boss delivered the news. Bob was no criminal. In fact, he was probably the most boring, mild-mannered man you could ever meet. 62 years old, balding, bespectacled, and God-fearing. The only thrill it ever got was discovering a rounding error in a spreadsheet. Yeah, I don't imagine, like, the FBI raid many accounting companies for I guess he's a murderer because the title's killer? But that's pretty intense. But to hear the FBI tell it, Dolores never actually knew the real Bob Clark at all. In fact, they said that wasn't even his real name. It was actually a man named John List that the feds were after, and they were convinced that he and old Bob were one and the same. Dolores was about to discover that her husband wasn't the white-bread Christian gentleman that she thought he was, but one of the most notorious, most detested, most monstrous killers in American history, who had been on the FBI's most wanted list for almost 2 decades. How have I never heard of this guy? Like, I feel like, you know, considering all the stuff I've watched or listened to or made, it's like I've never heard of John List. Well, I guess I'm
One thing I will say about that apology is, dude, could you really not drop the fake fucking autism act for 1 second? Like, did you really have to keep going with that? Also, as well, here's how we, also, the same people, like, shit-talking sketch are gonna be the same ones next month talking about men's health is not like talked about a lot. Like people don't care about men's health and mental health. It's like, yeah, because you retards are doing that type of shit. Oh, men's mental health is this thing until it's someone that you don't agree with? Like, kill yourself.
I'm almost certainly about to learn a great deal about him, aren't I? And so are you. Hello. Who was John List? There we go, Simon. Maybe just read the scripts, fact boy. So, who exactly was the man behind this fake identity?
No, I don't think he alluded he was gay or straight in either. He just said he apologized. I don't know.
Well, it turns out that this painfully boring church-going accountant was in reality a painfully boring church-going accountant. Okay, so John List wasn't exactly a master of disguise. In fact, his new life was so similar to the old one, it's a wonder it took 18 years to catch up to him. Is it a wonder, though? Is it a wonder? We've heard about the police and their competence in earlier episodes of The Casual Criminalist, although the last episode I recorded, they were really good. So I'm like, I guess it's like swings and roundabouts, isn't it? Which means pros and cons, Americans. I realise that phrase didn't cross the pond, but it should. Along with the phrase bell end, by the way. Can't believe that's not a thing in America. It's very useful. Totally irrelevant to what's going on now. Although maybe John List was a bell end. Sounds like it. Born in 1925 to German immigrant parents, John Emil List was a Michigan native raised in a strict Lutheran household. His parents enforced strict regimentation throughout his upbringing, centered around intensive Bible study. Yay! His authoritarian father drummed it into little John that above all else, a man should be self-sufficient and provide for his family. And praise Jesus! But, I added that bit. But on the flip side, his parents were already deep into middle age when he was born and were so terrified of him getting hurt that they essentially turned him to a complete shut-in. As you'd expect, John grew up to become quite a repressed, neurotic young man, not particularly well liked by his peers. Yeah, it's really tricky, because I've got kids, and it's like, you don't want them to get hurt and stuff, but you also are aware that if you stop them from doing things, they're just going to become shut in and afraid of taking any risk whatsoever. But on the other hand, you're like, oh, please don't cross the street without looking. Please cross when the green man is there. Please. Yeah, I guess it's a balance you have to find. I'm working on finding it. Right now, I'm like, please don't hurt yourself. Please.
Yeah. Well, I mean, he's admitting he did them. But I don't think he's just straight up saying he was gay. Because the thing is, a lot of people that are straight don't realize there are a fuck ton of gay male porn stars that are straight and have wives. They are literally just doing it for a bag. But like I said, I don't really think that was why. I think he was legitimately gay. He still might be. But, you know. But the only thing I know is that the only person I've seen actively shit talk whatever was is a kick streamer named Convy. But is a kick streamer named Convy, but literally a counterpoint to it is that you could just say, hey man, don't your aunt got OnlyFans? And just post images of his aunt naked. That's all they have to do. Like I said, who cares about a kick stream?
Please don't hurt yourself. My daughter fell off a bench. I took her for a 5-minute walk without my wife. And she comes back with a big scratch on her face and crying. And I was like, oh my God, what did you do? And I was like, well, she was climbing on a bench and I thought it looked really pretty. So I backed up to take a photograph and she fell off. I deleted the photograph so my wife can't see our daughter. You know, it's those live photos that Apple insist on doing? Yeah, it's one of those. I deleted that. He was, by all accounts, extremely intelligent, but lacked even the basic social skills to function alongside others. What I'm saying is that from an early age, he was basically doomed to a career as an accountant. That's when he got his MA, and after a stint as a lab technician during World War II, and John would be called into service again in 1950 as the Korean War began to heat up. At that time, he was assigned to Fort Eustis in Virginia.
I mean, he probably, I don't know, he probably gonna have a lot of people still on his, like, still watch him or whatever. Then I think that's gonna drop whenever people realize, oh wait, he's not like that anymore, and he's actually like a straight Christian. Like I said, at the end of the day, who cares what another man does in their bedroom, as long as it's not illegal. Oh well.
Virginia. It was there that he met a woman named Helen, a widow whose first husband was killed in combat. It'd be one of those things where it's like, yeah, you get called up for warrant. It's like, I'm an accountant. Any books I could keep rather than going off to Korea and getting killed, please.
I mean, that's literally, yeah, I mean, that's the saddest part. And also the guy who leaked it, fuck him, he's lame. I want to know the guy who leaked it, because fuck him, he's a lame.
I don't really know much about the Korean War. I know it's like one of those proxy communist wars, but I feel like Vietnam gets a lot more coverage. She had a daughter named Brenda from that first marriage, and not long after meeting John, she was pregnant for a second time. Our prudish apostle was, as you'll soon see, very selective with which part of the Bible he followed. Ah, those religious people. They're the best, where it's like, yeah, just pick and choose the bits you like and ignore everything else. It's not how it works, is it? Fearing what his Bible-bashing parents might think if they discovered he was having premarital sex, John agreed to Helen's demand of marriage. The two were joined in holy matrimony on December the 1st, 1951, after which Brenda pulled the old baby-baiting switcheroo maneuver. What is that? So she was pregnant. She revealed she was never pregnant at all. Oh, no! Oh, no, John, that's not a really strong way to start a marriage, is it? Jeez. John was understandably pissed, but in his old-school Christian morality, getting divorced was almost as bad as siring a bastard. He decided to stick the marriage out, despite the unfortunate start. Unfortunate start, so you basically are on marriage based on lies. Brilliant start, guys. This is going to work out. Spoiler alert. I mean, I haven't read this ahead of time, but if anyone's thinking this is going to end well, you're listening to a true crime podcast, not the happily ever after married couple podcast, are you? There's probably a podcast called that out there. And any hope of being bailed out of his predicament by a communist's bullet were dashed when the army reassigned him to Finance Corps for his second tour in Korea. Finance Corps is actually a thing. I was kind of joking about having to do some accounting or whatever, but it's like, if I get dragged into some war and be like, do you have a YouTube Corps? I can make videos. I can make videos about the war. Please don't let me be killed. People are going to think I'm such a coward. And I am. Not one of the branches of the military that they make a lot of war movies about. Rather than manning a machine gun, he'd be pushing a pencil for the remainder of his military service. After a few more years of high-intensity war accountancy, List left the military and settled into a typical suburban life with Helen. In the second half of the 1950s, they had 3 kids together, for real this time, Patricia, John Jr., and Fred. To provide for his growing family, John took a job as a string of accounting jobs, each blander than the last. I have to say, starting off with war accountancy, while I imagine accountancy is not the most exciting thing in the world, war accountancy is probably one of the more exciting things, and also the amount of money you've got to be dealing with is going to be huge, right? Colleagues from those days remembered him as an odd guy who was just a bit up himself and generally unlikable. He had learned to completely conceal all emotion from a young age, which gave him a robotic demeanor, sort of the guy that just stares right through you. In fact, John was so strange that he barely had any friends outside of work either. His only social contact was the parishioners at his church in Kalamazoo. It's a brilliantly named place in Michigan. And the kids he taught at Sunday school. Still, though, our soulless tin man managed to build a successful career for himself. In 1960, he was offered a well-paying job in New York. Within another 5 years, he was the vice president of a bank in New Jersey. Now John was able to provide all the luxuries of the American dream for his family, just as his father always demanded. Brilliant when you're in your 40s or something, or 50s, and you are, no, 40s, something like that, I don't know. But still living your parents' dreams, huh? Don't do that. It's probably, it's probably not going to lead to the greatest level of happiness. Now, I understand if the biography of an accountant's rise to riches isn't exactly raising your blood pressure. I don't know. It seems fairly relaxing. I'm having a good time. And I also know that he's probably going to turn into a horrible killer. Didn't the FBI say he was monstrous? Or one of the most monstrous? It's like, have you heard of Ed Gein? I mean, holy shit. If anything, the absolute excruciating mundanity of his character makes his bone-chilling crimes stand out all the more. Man on the Run. From that relatively bland origins... Oh, Callum has written here, flash forward. So I guess we're jumping to the future right now. Okie dokie. From that relatively bland origin stories, we're jumping back forward in time to the early 1970s. We're jumping back forward in time. Callum, this is confusing as Back to the Future title.
Dog, someone made a post and it got 56 votes before they deleted it. The poll was, what's worse, what John Giddy did or what Sketch did? Tell me why 36% of them voted Sketch. Like, you see what I mean?
To the 1970s, when the story of John List took an unexpected turn. So we're in the future. I see, because we started this in the future, and now we're going back to the future. Oh my god, I'm so confused. I wish I had a bigger brain. To the 1970s, when the story of John List took an unexpected turn. That's when the FBI raised the alarm. Our mild-mannered accountant was on the run to be considered highly dangerous. His license plates and description were passed to law enforcement up and down the East Coast. Ultimately, his car was found, but by this point there was no trace of the man who owned it. He had just abandoned the vehicle at JFK Airport in New York about a month prior. This was the last trace that investigators were able to find of his existence. If he's a month ahead of them, he definitely has some, excellent system for finding out that he's getting in trouble. Because if that's a really long head start. On December the 12th, 1971, the day of the funeral, police officers cruised around the block surrounding the cemetery in plain clothes, hoping that List might have returned to town for the event. No such luck. He had well and truly disappeared. In fact, by this point, the man named John Emil List didn't even exist at all. Oh. The abandoned vehicle was the last trace of John List for years. By the 1980s, any hope of capturing the fugitive accountant had gone up in smoke, much like the opulent mansion house where he and his family had lived in Westfield, New Jersey, during the final years of his past life. Wait, did he burn down his house? The house burned down years ago, and pieces of rubble still lay scattered on the vacant lot like toppled gravestones, a grim reminder of what happened way back in 1971. The events of that December were now shared as more of an...
Alright, I'm gonna do some more gambling. But not the type y'all think. I'm gonna go buy those tiles that boost luck. I just saw a guy on the PetSim subreddit. Somebody posted a picture of a guy that just got 6 of them. And I want to see... And he said he had that really good boost on.
Urban legend than a true crime story. List himself was the boogeyman at the center of it all, a creature who the parents of Westfield threatened naughty children with. Don't stay out after dark or John List will get you with his guns. The most surprising thing about this, all I'm thinking is wait, they just left his burned out house there for years? Wasn't it a really nice house in a nice part of town? I feel like if a house burns down, maybe... Is this just a Europe thing? But it's that shit is demolished so fast and a new house appears because people need houses. And it's that, all the time. Some said that Satanists burned the boogeyman's house down. Some said that List himself returned to do it. But what all the young people of Westfield generally agreed on was that you should stay the f*** away from it. Don't live on the same street. Don't even walk past. They were like, why are we not building a new house there? Because it's haunted. I'd be like, if I was there, I'd just be like, I'm going to build a house there because I don't believe in haunted. And I'd probably pick it up on the cheap. Every now and then, the neighbors would have to call the cops.
Oh, I believe in haunted. Trust. Well, not haunted really, but I definitely believe in ghosts. That's one thing I'll absolutely say. I believe in ghosts. I don't care. There's been a moment in my life where I truly knew ghosts were real. So, something that happened to me. So.
On the teenagers who dared each other to go inside or would be ghost hunters from out of town. And as far as the cops were concerned, the man himself might as well have been a ghost by now. That's how perfectly and completely he had vanished off the face of the earth. Tips came in throughout the 80s, but they were all dead ends by the end of the decade. The case was 18 years old and about as cold as could be. Most of the original detectives had retired or moved on to other positions, leaving New Jersey's most unsolvable mystery on the desk of a new pair of investigators. Captain Frank Maranka at the county prosecutor's office and Detective Barney Tracy of the Westfield PD. The two men had shared notes on the case for several years, but never managed to make any progress. Then something happened which opened up a novel avenue of investigation, a little-known TV show. It's not little known, it's America's Most Wanted, isn't it? Called America's Most Wanted. Premiered on the Fox network in 1988. Maranka and Tracy sensed an opportunity to inject a bit of fresh life into the investigation. What was the harm in trying, after all? I feel like America's Most Wanted is one of those shows where if you're like a runaway killer out there and you see that America's Most Wanted is becoming really possible, you're like, for fuck's sake, not this shit again. It's like when they catch people with DNA. You're like, oh God, why did I commit all those crimes in the 1970s and left DNA everywhere? Brother, please don't get one of those ancestry tests. Come on. The bust. When Maranka and Tracy sent the case files to host John Walsh and his production team, they were essentially hoping for a miracle. After all, it had been almost a whole 19 years since anyone last saw him. He could have changed his whole appearance by now. Hell, he could even be living in South America, or dead for all they knew. How do you begin going about a task like that? Thankfully, the science of modern forensics had an answer. The team enlisted the help of a sculptor named Frank Bender, who was also a self-taught expert in forensic anthropology. Together, with the help of a forensic psychologist, the sculptor produced an aged bust of what John List would look like now in his 60s. Science is cool. I mean, it just is. It wasn't just a matter of scribbling some wrinkles on an old Polaroid and whipping up a plaster cast version. Bender's process was all about getting to know the subject as deeply as possible, to envision how every part of their psychology and...
Am I tripping, or did Baldy not talk about the guy killing his family? I might genuinely be tripping. I swear I didn't hear him say anything about this boy killing his family.
lifestyle might affect how they look. I was wondering what a psychologist had to do with this, but now I understand it, because it's like, yo, if he's been smoking, if he's, if he was a glutton, if, I don't know, he had if he was balding, all of this stuff you can learn about him and use that to okay, maybe he's a bit gaunt, maybe he's got that smoker's face. I don't know, you know what, when smokers get old, they look a bit weird. Or, maybe he's a bit chubby, all of this stuff. That's pretty clever. I like it. There's a quote from him. I get into the head of the person. In a sense, I want to become the person while I'm working on the fugitive. I want to feel that person. I want to know everything about that person. All right, mate, it's a bit weird.
Daddy, chill.
For that, they begin with his genetics, gathering pictures of List's parents to see how his father's cheek sagged with age. This is so cool. Then they study his diet and lifestyle habits. After that, all the little...
They gonna have to try to find Leah. They gonna have to see how far her mom's titties sag. Probably got the same one now.
Psychological nuances that might be etched onto a person's face. For example, Bender even added a very slight downward slant to the sculptor's lips, signifying the constant fear of capture weighing on the old boy all those years. But the real masterstroke was a pair of dark, thick-framed glasses. A psychological profile of Liss suggested that he wasn't really vain enough to wear contact lenses, but was intellectually vain enough that he would want to wear a pair of glasses somewhat similar to his old ones, but darker. The idea was that he probably wanted to appear more important than he really was, reminding him of the old days when he was a big shot at the bank. Do glasses make people look more important? I mean, I feel like they make people look smarter. For example, me. I'm in very smooth brain, but I wear glasses, and that makes people think that for some reason I'm smart. I don't know if it's people like, oh, he must be important. He's wearing glasses.
Yeah, that ain't me. If you got glasses, I think you got special needs in the eyes.
That is a lot of guesswork there, but it's amazing how accurate it would turn out to be. The bust. Oh, I see. We've got the bust as a title twice because there was a bust of him. He was like, like a sculptor's bust. The result was a lifelike visage of what John List should conceivably have looked like almost 19 years after anyone last saw him. The model made a relatively brief appearance on the May 21st, 1989 episode of America's Got Wanted, America's Most Wanted, following a segment of reenactments of the events of 1971. Host John Walsh led the appeal for information while the cameras focused in on the uncanny plaster image of the renegade accountant. That image reached 22 million households all across the country, the biggest dragnet that any cold case detective could hope for. And among the viewers who tuned in that night, lo and behold, was one Robert Peter Clark of Richmond, Virginia. If I was that dude and I saw my face on like America's Most Wanted after all my serial killing past, or I don't know what he got up to, but I'm assuming it's bad, I'll be like, well, I wasn't in South America, but I goddamn soon well am gonna be. I'm not gonna be an accountant doing exactly the same thing close to where I was before, which I get the feeling is what this guy was. Or did he just have a similar job to it as before? Just go, like, I don't know, go somewhere where it's not extradition and, I don't know, become a fisherman or something cliche like that. Come on. He and his wife, Dolores, tuned in just as the 8-minute segment was coming to a close, and Bob was shocked to find a mirror image of himself staring back at him from the TV screen. I was perspiring like anything, he later said. Bob had been so careful all those years to stay hidden, stay out of trouble, and keep his fingerprints off the record, yet somehow this damn sculpture had managed to learn everything about him. That doesn't seem realistic, because I don't think I don't know if this is just me, but when someone says I look like someone else, I look at that person and I'm like, they don't look anything like me. And this is like even before now where people are like, oh look, it's Binging with Babish, it's Michael from Vsauce. Like before. And people would be like, look, this is my friend. He looks exactly like you. But like, he looks nothing like me. What are you talking about? And I think that's because you like look in the mirror so much, you're very familiar with what you look like, that you kind of have a distorted perception of what you look like, or you're very familiar with what you look like. So you don't see yourself as other people see you. So I don't know. People like, I don't see some bald bearded dude with glasses on the TV, but it looks like me. I'd be like, it looks like a bald bearded dude, doesn't it? I mean, it's not going to be that similar. And even if it is, I don't know. Maybe that's just me. An awkward moment passed as Bob/John prayed the missus wouldn't catch on that he was the wanted man depicted in plastercast on TV. But thankfully, she wasn't paying too much attention and the show cut to a commercial before she could connect the dots. Bob breathed a sigh of relief, but little did he know that the wheels of his downfall were already in motion. Well, I get the feeling he definitely knew that the wheels of his downfall were already in motion, because unless his wife is the only person he knows, and the only person watching America's Most Wanted who knows him, like I said, my dude, get onto that South American fisherman lifestyle and maybe get your face changed by some, sketchy mob doctor south of the border. Okay? Tips for criminals. That was thanks to another woman over in Colorado who had managed to put two and two together. Wanda Flannery was a neighbor of Bob's from his Denver days when he worked as a fry cook at a city hotel. The image turned out to be so accurate that she recognized her old neighbor right away, and on top of that, his entire character fitted the profile. Wanda knew him as a quiet guy, bookish and reclusive, a bit of a religious nut who only really left the house to go to work and church, and all in all, just a bit off. Now she finally understood why he made her so uncomfortable. Her call was among the 250 tips which came in on the night of the broadcast. And so, just 11 days after the broadcast, a 19-year manhunt came to an end. When FBI agent Kevin August walked into that Richmond accounting firm, he must have felt a bit of deja vu as he spotted the bald spot of Bob Clark, who sat hunched over his desk. When he raised his head, he was an exact match for the sculpture down to the last detail. He was even wearing the exact same style and color of specs. No, what are you doing? Also, if you have glasses, get contacts or laser surgery. If you're bald, get a wig or a hair transplant. Come on. If you have a beard, shave it off. I'm just describing my plan. Seriously, if you look at the man and the model side by side, you could barely tell them apart. There was no doubt in anyone's mind that this was the monster of Westfield, and he would be finally facing justice for the nightmare he unleashed upon the quiet suburban town almost 2 decades ago. Yeah, we have no idea what he did other than that it was monstrous. You're really stringing us along, Callum. I like it because then people listen to this show for longer or watch the video version for longer, which is good for me. Like, algorithmically, it gets this show in front of more people. Also, leaving a review, if you're listening, does that same thing. Hint, hint. Yes, please. Westfield bound. Let's flash back again to the mid-1980s, when John List's American dream was at its peak. He'd just landed that executive role at the New Jersey bank and now had the money to move his family into one of the most desirable neighborhoods in the affluent town of Westfield. This is a town of colonial mansions, homeowners associations, and good church-going families. The sort of place where your neighbors will gossip about you if the lawn grows more than a millimeter above the permitted length. Moving to a swanky suburban paradise like this seemed like the proper thing to do when you had a bit of money, a way of showing the world and the ghost of your overbearing father that you can provide for your family. That's the kind of pride List must have felt when he and his family moved their things into Breeze Knoll, a 19-room post-Victorian mansion on one of the town's most desirable streets, Hillside Avenue. This guy was making some money. Think marble fireplaces, claw-footed bathtubs, 4-poster beds, real luxury. It even had a self-contained apartment in the loft for John's mother, Alma, to live in. To give you an idea of how much this place must have cost him, consider the fact the ballroom at the rear featured stained glass skylight. That had to be a Louis Comfort Tiffany original. I've never heard of it. So it's like brands I've never heard of, either super expensive or super crap. It's like one or the other, because, you know, can't afford the expensive ones, but you know, the other ones you just never hear about because there's millions of them. It was valued somewhere around $100,000 for that one feature alone. Wait, hang on. It was valued at $100,000 for that one feature alone, about $650,000 today. Wait, does that mean like that part of the house was $650,000? Because if so, that's outrageous. If the house, the whole thing was $650,000, that seems like a bit of a steal for a house with a ballroom. Although I know what you can buy for America for your money is, I mean, obviously outside of like New York and Los Angeles and stuff, gets pretty absurd.
Yeah, that's all I need. I just need to, one day get enough money and just buy like a 50 fucking mile house in Montana for $3,000.
Like, I see those YouTube house tour videos. I'm like, what's up? That seems extremely reasonable. To any outside observers, it must have seemed that the Lists had a dream life, even though they also had their quirks. For example, John became something of a running joke among the neighbors. He was so uptight that he's cut his lawn in a shirt and tie. It's like a stereotype of an uptight accountant. Then there was the little incident with the pie. Ex-neighbor Wenda Gates recalled, "When the Lists moved in, my father went over with a pie my mother baked to welcome them. John List opened the door just a crack, took the pie and said, 'We don't socialize.'" You Lovely first impression, John. I'm sure you'll fit right in. Understandably, the socially awkward sociopath never really kept much company beside his students at Sunday school and the kids at his Boy Scout group. John was a strict disciplinarian in class and at home, and he enforced an old-school Lutheran upbringing on his 3 kids. However, this was the 1960s, and the devil was around every corner. As his kids grew up, he soon lost control over them, and Patricia, his eldest, started to rebel. What a surprise. I mean, you gotta give your kids some freedom, otherwise that's gonna happen, isn't it? She had dreams of becoming an actress, and John heard on the grapevine that she might have started smoking pot after school. Oh no! Things I care that if my children do or not. I mean, it's like, just don't smoke too much. I don't want you to be one of those people who's like smokes so much pot that it's like they're always smoking pot. You know what I mean? It's like, yeah, no, Nah, bro, I don't smoke pot. It's like, yeah, but you did heavily for a very long time, didn't you, bro? Didn't you? You know what it's like. Liszt was losing control of his little Lutheran world. Even his romantic relationship was on the rocks, as by the 1960s, his wife, Helen, was a full-blown alcoholic who barely left the house. To be fair, I'd probably need half a bottle of whiskey a day if I lived with a guy like that. Yeah, I'd be on all sorts of shit. I'm like, what was the girl's name? Give me some of that weed, I'm confiscating it. But it wasn't just that stress that was getting to Helen. She had a dark secret of her own that was eating up her inside. In a sense, quite literally. Oh no, does she have cancer or something? Or some or tuberculosis? They call that consumption? Like diseases that eat you from the inside? It's not going to be a good thing, is it? Unless Callum just means it like metaphorically for a secret that's just mentally eating her up. Helen's big reveal.
Helen was a man. Wait, no, she
Throughout
gave...
the 1960s.
Okay, dude. Did they really need to... They really need to show the picture where she cross-eyed? Really need to see that one? I'll go buy this shit. Fuck it.
Helen's health had started mysteriously failing. She had had vision problems for as long as John had known her, but now the sight in her one good eye was beginning to fade. On top of that, she had trouble walking, kept falling over, and was in and out of hospital with brittle bones. The doctors couldn't quite figure out what was wrong with her, but judging by her erratic moods and periods of incoherent rambling, it appears as if part of the problem was latent schizophrenia. The patient herself knew that wasn't the case, but it wasn't until
How many did that one guy use? I don't know. But this is how I'm gambling. I'm just buying out until I have no more diamonds. That's the only reason I'm still going. I want to see. I want to just see how much. Yeah, that guy can die. Not paying 2 mil per, suck a dick.
1969 that she finally came clean to her husband about the source of all these unexplained ailments. Helen had syphilis. Really? This is 1960s, 70s? Fairly sure that's treatable, no? Now you might be thinking, big deal, who hasn't had a little bit of syphilis every now and again? That wasn't what I'm thinking, Callum, but I am thinking it's pretty treatable. Back then in the old days when Helen contracted the disease, it wasn't just a matter of a shameful visit to a clinic and a little injection in the arse. This was serious stuff. So serious that the majority of US states required mandatory premarital syphilis tests to get a wedding license. Sounds like a romantic day out with a fiancé. Suddenly, the circumstances surrounding their elopement made a lot more sense to John. Helen had demanded they go to Maryland to get hitched, one of the only states where syphilis testing wasn't mandatory. Yes, this wasn't a recent diagnosis. She'd been concealing a condition from him from the very first day she met. Another strong thing to build a relationship on, Helen. It's like, yeah, you got syphilis and you don't... It's like, no, John, I definitely don't have syphilis and I'm not pregnant. No, wait, what was it? It's so confusing. She has syphilis... And she said she doesn't. She doesn't have a kid, but she says she does. Helen, you have built a marriage on lies. Part of this, I mean, I know John List's going to turn out to be like a horrible serial killer that drove you to alcoholism and he sounds like a total psycho. But you are also not the most brilliant person ever, are you? She contracted it from her first husband way back in the...
Dog, why the fuck they use this image? That's not nice. Why the fuck they got that bitch looking both directions? They know they wrong for that. They know they're wrong for that. These people know damn well. It's funny though, I can't lie.
The 40s when treatment was still very rudimentary, and now she was deep into the tertiary phase.
Dude, you tell me. I'm stealing I only got those right there just because I knew they were trying to get them. I'm a dickhead. These are...
Phase of the disease. At that point,
Leah, I just saw another post on Reddit of a guy that got 6 of the huges because of his alt. Or somebody said damn because somebody saw it and posted on the Reddit, and then the guy came in the comments and said they were all on the same tile, and he was using a extreme lucky boost. So I'm just buying up all these.
It's largely incurable even today and can cause severe damage to the brain and central nervous system. Ah, okay, so you gotta have syphilis treated early, or it's going to cause problems. I didn't know that. Things went from bad to worse for Helen as her condition progressed, leading her deeper into alcoholism and addictions to barbiturates.
Let me check. Let me check something real quick. I hate when you use emotes, Leah. I fucking hate it. Because on my thing that shows the YouTube chat, it doesn't show the emote. It just says popcorn yellow striped smile. I'm like, what the fuck does that mean?
And tranquilizers, which she tried to keep hidden from the family. And of course, her dearest husband was almost definitely infected too, so oops-a-daisy. This isn't very responsible, Helen. John lists little secret.
He also had syphilis.
Amazingly, the fact that he was most likely in the intermediary stages of a sometimes fatal STD wasn't the biggest of John List's issues. Helen wasn't the only one keeping secrets. As it turns out, our high-flying accountant actually crashed and burned just 1 year after getting that bank job and suddenly didn't quite have the budget for ballrooms and Tiffany skylights. But as he learned as a child, a man was supposed to provide for his family. To admit to them that he had been laid off would be the ultimate shame. There's a quote, "I grew up with the idea that you should provide for your family, and to do that you had to be a success in the job you had, or you're a failure, and that was not a good thing to be." So he decided to just pretend it didn't happen. John would get up in the morning, put on his suit, have breakfast, grab his briefcase, and head off to work. In the evening, he would come back and tell his wife about how busy his day was, dealing with clients and balancing the books. What are you up to all day?
See, I could see those, but I can't see, like, some of them. I don't understand it.
I mean, I get it. It is like, oh my god, I don't know what to say. What have I done? But, I mean, it's a bit weird, isn't it? However, in the time between leaving and returning, he was actually just sitting at the train station reading the newspaper for hours until it was time to come home. For years, he had been performing this precarious balancing act, trying to scrape together enough cash to pay for the house without revealing to his family that they were broke. Bro, how do you do that for years? I mean, I get it if you could do it for like a few months, unless you've been manically saving or something like that. But I mean, at some point you're just going to run out of money, aren't you? Also, why aren't you looking for a job? Like, it's not like accountants, there's no demand for them. I'm sure if you were like a high-flying accountant at one company, you could probably be...
That's all he needed. He was just having his eyes. He was just waiting. He's like, dog, please give me that. I need that. Oh, I got 100 of them. Went crazy. Uh, time to see what we get. If I don't get a huge, I absolutely wasted.
become at least a medium flying accountant at another company, and then probably at least earn some money. I mean, come on. Stop reading the newspaper and get a job. Sure, he'd managed to get a few lower-paying jobs along the way. There we go. But his poor people skills and obsessive-compulsive work style meant that he rarely kept them for long. The debts kept piling up and piling up. In the end, List had to skim money from his mother's savings account in order to keep the wolves from the door. And even that pot would eventually run out. What then, John? Well, he didn't have an answer. John List was a 46-year-old, unemployed, bankrupt accountant on the verge of a midlife crisis whose children and wife were turning away from their Christian faith. This house of cards that he had built for himself was swaying in the winds. Oh my god, it sounds like more like it was swaying, my dude. It sounds like it's imminently going to crash. And if it fell, he'd be revealed as a fraud and a failure to everyone who knew him. Something had to give. The horror at Breeze Knoll. Throughout November 1971, the mansion at 431 Hillside was eerily quiet.
I got 4 fortune books. Chief Willikers, I'm happy. Yeehaw. God is good. Oh, this game.
Saw the lights in the windows all night, but no sign of anyone coming or going. Not even the milkman walked up the driveway. The family had left him a note saying that they'd be gone for several weeks. The kids' school teachers were informed that Helen's ailing mother was at death's door in North Carolina, so they'd been taking an unplanned trip down there to see her. The funny thing is, though, that none of the kids said goodbye to their friends at school. The neighbours never thought much about it at first. This was a weird family at the best of times. However, as the weeks passed with no news and those light bulbs began to burn out one by one, they grew suspicious. Next-door neighbours William and Shirley Cunnick would look out of their windows towards Breeze Knoll every evening, checking to see if the family had returned. He's killed them or something, hasn't he? Then, on the evening of December 7th, they finally spotted some activity by the house, which now sat completely dark after over a month of silence. Skirting around the walls, they could make out 2 silhouetted figures peering through the windows, and thinking it might be burglars, the couple called the police. When officers Charles Haller and George Zelensky rolled up a few minutes later, those 2 trespassers never ran off. Actually, they were grateful for the assistance. They were a pair. They weren't a pair of thieves at all. They were teachers, Mr. Iliano and Mrs. Sheridan, who taught the oldest List child drama at the community centre. I mean, why are you doing this, like sneaking around the house at night, teachers? Just go in the day, or go to the police, or just go knock on the door in the day. Why are you being weird about it? Ilano was like an uncle to Patricia. It was he who had encouraged her to follow her passion for acting despite the seething disapproval of her father. Sounds like a bit of a legend. He had met Mr. List on several occasions, and the guy gave him the usual spine-chilling bad vibes. So, after Patricia missed 4 weeks of rehearsals in a row, he worried that her father's disapproval might have manifested into violence. She once told him after class, "If you hear anything about us going on vacation, it's probably because he killed us all." Holy shit. Oh my god, if you're a teacher... Look, I mean, I don't know what I'm talking about here. I'm not a teacher. I don't do any of this shit. But if one of your students comes to you and says that, maybe call the police or something. Or, like, take that up the...
See, this is why that older generation retarded. Because they're like, oh, it's a prank. No! Like, why would that be a prank? They're just joshing. No! You can after you save up some coins, but for the whole time, no. I'm pretty sure they realized their mistake from the last fucking whatever.
Food chain to somebody, because that is weird. This could just have been a bit of dark humor, but now that his young protege had been on vacation for 28 full days, Ilano started to take that ominous warning a bit more seriously. Hell House. The teachers explained all of this to officers Haller and Zelensky, who were about to find themselves wrapped up.
I mean, I understand why you can't. They let us be able to hatch on gold and charge the entire fucking 2 weeks of the last event. I understand why they're like, nah, sorry retards, not this time.
In their very own gothic horror story, it fell to them to find a way inside the creaky old house and discover the fate of the occupants. Their entrance point was a basement window around the side of the property, loose enough to pry open. The cops managed to lure themselves down into the utility room and started exploring the pitch-black mansion by torchlight. Or was completely, or as Americans say, flashlight. All was completely silent, but as their ears tuned in, they could hear something upstairs. Was that music? As the officers opened the door at the top of the stairs, they heard classical Christian hymns playing through the house's intercom system. That's the point at which I have gone into horror movie survival mode and clambered right back out that basement window in 5 seconds flat. But the cops pressed on into the kitchen. Yeah, Callum, I'm glad you're a coward as well, because all I'm thinking is like that creepy Christian music coming over like an old school intercom system where it's like, you know, like that kind of weird staticky sound. I'm going to be out of there and be like, yo, whose job is this? I don't feel it's just my job alone. I want some backup, maybe SWAT. They passed their flashlights over the floor and noticed some rusty red stains on the grout between the tiles, faint, as if someone had tried to clean it up. Onwards through the entrance hallway and into the parlour room, there was no sign of the family, only their smiling faces looking down from picture frames on the walls. But for some reason, the father was missing. Mr. List had been cut out of every image. This is some horror show right now. Next, the dining room and a tank of dead skeletal fish along one wall. Apparently the family were in such a rush that they left their pets to die. There was only one room left on the bottom floor, the ballroom, which lay at the end of another long, dark hallway. The officer crept down the hall over the creaking floorboards, and then the smell. A smell which any cop who's been on the job more than a few months would recognize. It was the smell of death and decay. The stench became stronger and the music louder as they reached the centerpiece of the house. Here the moonlight shone brighter through the ornate skylight overhead, illuminating 4 sleeping bags laid out in a row at the center. Poking out from the ends were the pale white faces of Helen, Patricia, John Jr., and Frederick. I know I was reading this whole episode and you're just learning about this accountant's weird life, and you know it's going to get horrible. I mean, I know it through the whole time. And then I'm just like, why? Even though I know. It would have been an eerie sight, awake with no mourners, completely still and silent, save for the sound of hymns still playing over the speakers. Breeze Knoll's ballroom had become a suburban tomb for the family who once filled the house with life. The massacre at Breeze Knoll. Flashback. So I know you're probably wondering, what the actual Well, before we continue, maybe you should ask yourself if you really want to know the answer to that question. What you're about to discover is the handiwork of one of the most cold, emotionless, downright creepy murderers that I've ever come across. And bear in mind, Callum does the writing for a true crime podcast. On the morning of November the 9th, 1971, John List sent his children off to school like any other day. Once they were out of sight and out of earshot, he walked through the crisp autumn air to his car in the driveway. In the trunk were 2 boxes of ammunition, from which he loaded his 9mm Steyr automatic pistol, a souvenir from the Second World War, and a .22 caliber target pistol. When he returned, Helen was still enjoying her morning coffee in her nightgown, staring absent-mindedly out of the window from the kitchen table. John later explains, "I approached all of them from behind so that they wouldn't realize till the last minute what I was going to do to them." Man, why are you such a psycho? Why? By that, he meant placing a gun to the sides of their heads and pulling the trigger. With an accountant's soulless precision, he held the 9mm to the side of his wife's right temple. The bullet passed through to the wall opposite, and Helen slumped over dead, a pool of blood spreading out from her head.
Why did they use his image? She's cross-eyed. Why did they do this? Why?
Dripping onto the floor. Expressionless, John List turned away from his wife's corpse and made his way up the stairs to confront the other woman in his life, his 84-year-old mother. Alma List was in the middle of gathering ingredients from a pantry when John opened the door to her loft apartment. "What was that noise?" she asked. But John never answered. Instead, he walked over to his mummy dearest and kissed her, like Judas, he described it. She died instantly from a single shot above the left eyebrow. The Gospel according to John. It wasn't even 9 o'clock yet, and John List had already callously executed his wife and mother in cold blood. Judging by his account, he didn't even feel regret at the time. If anything, he was actually quite pleased at his own efficiency. It would be hours before the kids came home, leaving him plenty of time to tidy up the scene. First, he went to the basement and grabbed a pile of Boy Scout sleeping bags. He unfurled one on the kitchen floor and rolled his wife's body into it, dragging her through the hallways and into the ballroom. His mother turned out to be too heavy to move, so he left her upstairs with a dish towel covering her face. With both bodies safely out of sight, he began scrubbing the floors in the kitchen and the attic, determined to clean away every trace of blood. But the tiles and floorboards were already deeply stained. He checked the clock. 10 a.m. Still plenty of time to wrap up the rest of his to-do list for the day. As if it was just another day at the office, he went into the study and started drafting letters to his family and acquaintances. After that, he wrote one to his employer, sealed in an envelope with a few bits of paperwork. In the letters to relatives, he outlined justifications for breaking the fifth and most crucial of the 10 Commandments. He talked about how his kids had been corrupted by a modern life and how his wife had transformed from an attractive young woman to an unkempt and paranoid recluse. John, mate, you are hardly one to talk, you psycho. As an unkempt and paranoid recluse, I take offense to that. Just because I haven't showered in a couple of weeks doesn't mean you can shoot me. But
speaking of not showering thing, dog, there was a Twitter post that said, "Hey guys, are you taking the over or under? How many showers do you take a week? The number we have listed is 2.5. Are you taking the over or under?" In my head, I'm like, who the fuck only showers 2.5 times a week? And how do you take half a shower? Like, what?
John Lister genuinely convinced himself that he was actually doing his family a kindness. As he saw it, they were on the verge of spiritual and moral ruin. Soon they'd be out on the streets, cold and ashamed, living on welfare, and he would be to blame. He needed to spare them that embarrassment. As things stood, they hadn't strayed from the righteous path entirely, meaning there was still a chance they could get into heaven, if only someone could speed up their arrival to their pearly gates. I don't know if John List is obviously a psycho. But he obviously is very religious and believes all this stuff, so he's like, yeah, if I kill them now, they're definitely getting to heaven. Which is some twist.
Like, even if that is true, why did you not kill yourself, gang? If you really about to go, if you just gotta kill, like, your family just gotta get killed for you to go to heaven, why you not kill yourself? How much are these? They getting close to 300K. Ooh. That might get closer up too.
Twisted ass logic, my man. But, it's not real, is it? So you're just killing them and they're just going into a void of nothingness forever. Which makes it, dude, no. With that in mind, earlier that year he had started dropping casual hints at the dinner table. I remember talking about funerals and cremation and burials. They thought I was being real clever. What? Little did they know, his questions were not hypotheticals. Side note, if a family member ever starts dropping hints like that, you better start coming to the dinner table strapped. Yeah, my dude. It's like, so, have you thought about your funeral? Have you thought about what sort of casket you'd like? It's like, I'm 40. I'm a child. These are his kids. I'm like, I'm 14, Dad. What are you talking about, you psycho? Again, if, just pro tip, if that's happening to you, don't come to the dinner table strapped, but definitely go to the police, okay? Specific burial instructions for each family member are included in his letters. I'm pretty sure they would all have ticked the no death thanks box if they're given the choice. Sadly, their father had already made that decision for them. My assignment for the day. With his confessions all signed and sealed, it was now time for List to start laying the foundations for his great escape. He made a phone call to the woman who drove his two sons to school each morning to tell her that she wouldn't have to come for them the next morning. The family were taking a trip down to North Carolina. A bunch more phone calls to friends, neighbors, and his employer followed. After that, John took a trip into town to have the post office hold the family's mail and went to the bank to cash out the little left of his mother's savings bonds. The teller reported that he had even stayed to make sure they gave him the correct interest down to the exact cent, like a good accountant would. All that deception is hard work, so when the cold-blooded killer returned home, he cooked himself up some lunch and ate it at the same table that was slick.
Alright, I've noticed something. With that 500% luck, if I don't get a huge, it just gives me the gift bags. Which I definitely fuck with. I'm happy with that, but that is kind of funny.
With his own wife's blood just hours before. And at this point, I'm not even surprised. Because we know he's totally bonkers. It's like, yeah, he had lunch at the dinner table. Well, he just shot his wife and his mum that morning, so it doesn't really surprise me that he's just chilling out having lunch. It's like, yeah. And then he cut his wife's head open and used the top of her head as a bowl for some soup. I'll be like, yeah, I mean, it's not a stretch, is it exactly? As he was finishing up, the phone rang. It was the nurse at the high school. His daughter Patricia wasn't feeling well. That was unexpected, but not unwelcome. John was a little worried about what might happen if two kids arrive home at once, so any chance to bring them back one by one was welcome. So he drove to the high school to bring Patricia back to 431 Hillside. Just moments after she stepped through the door, he pulled out his .22 caliber pistol, and a few minutes later, Patricia lay next to her mother in the ballroom. After a couple more hours of admin, it was time to pick up the younger son Fred from his football game. Just like his sister before him, the teenager met his end just seconds after he stepped through the door. Now 3 bodies lay side by side in the ballroom, pedantically arranged in a row. List approached massacring his family with the same clinical efficiency that he applied to every area of his life. I love efficiency, but why? The last to arrive was John Jr., who was just turning into Hillside Avenue when his younger brother was murdered. The last victim must have sensed that something was very wrong when he saw his father standing there with a vacant malice in his eyes. He was the only one who might have had a chance to escape. Sadly, that wasn't to be. One gunshot sent the 15-year-old falling to the floor, and then, quote, "I don't know whether it was only because he was still jerking that I wanted to make sure that he didn't suffer, or that it was sort of a way of relieving tension after having completed what I felt was my assignment for the day." That's John List explaining why he chose to unload 9 further rounds into the dead body of his eldest son.
He hated that son. That wasn't no. I was just trying to make sure. Oh, you hated that motherfucker.
Emptying the magazines of both handguns into him. What the Jesus Christ, John, relieving tension, you say? Just get a stress ball or something. Go for a massage. Literally anything but opening fire on your eldest son like he's a platoon of Viet Cong. Yes, man, what the fuck? Can you imagine the kind of ice-cold reptilian psychology it must take to describe such a thing in those terms? I guess you could see why John List was no ordinary murderer. He was something right out of a nightmare. I don't understand how this guy had a family. Like, why on earth did this woman want to marry this psycho dude? They said he didn't have any emotions from like a young age. He drove her to alcoholism and pills. They had 3 kids together.
Wow, who would have thought? I got another thing of bags. Yay.
This is so f***ed up.
I mean, it's gonna be worth it in the end because, like I said, if the good or evil event has anything of like a prediction for how the bags are gonna go up this time, I guarantee the ones from this are gonna go up 10 times more.
The disappearing act. His assignment for the day, in quotation marks, meaning the slaughter of all of his loved ones, wasn't totally complete until the last bodies were arranged in the center of the ballroom. After that, the mass murderer knelt down beside them and said a prayer. He then returned to the study to pen a 5-page letter to his pastor, explaining again that he was only annihilating his family to save their souls. He wrote, "At least I'm certain they all have gone to heaven now. If things had gone on, who knows if that would have been the case." Yeah, sure, good save, mate. Wouldn't want something horrible to happen to them. Phew. Yes, this is some twisted logic. By the time he signed and sealed the last letter, night had fallen, and John List went back to the kitchen to cook himself his last dinner at 431 Hillside Avenue. After that, the ever-prudish List washed the dishes and left them to dry in an orderly pile. The last bit of preparation before turning in for the night
Wow, another bag. You shouldn't have.
was calling Patricia's drama coach, Mrs. Sheridan, at the Westfield Recreation Commission to explain that she would be absent from classes for the next few weeks. At dawn the next day, he rose from bed, packed his bags, dressed in a suit and tie, and prepared to start a new life on the run with a nice hearty breakfast. He stacked up the letters neatly in a filing cabinet and placed the 2 murder weapons next to them and left the key out on top of the dresser for the cops to find. Before walking out the door for that last time, he turns on a recorder next to the intercom to play those classical hymns on loop ad infinitum. He set the thermostat on low to better preserve the bodies and meticulously cut his face out of every photograph so that the cops would struggle to put a wanted poster together. The man had thought of every single detail. I mean, but it sort of seems like prepared and unprepared at the same time, because he's not disposing of the bodies. He's not trying to he's sort of half make-believing that they're all running away and half make-believing that they're not. I mean, how long is it going to be? What, it was like a month before they discover those bodies or something?
I know, but that's still like 30 days to escape. Possibly. And this was like the 60s? That was easy. kill people. Thief.
Seems a bit weird. He then drove to JFK with about $2,000 in the glove box and abandoned his car as a little red herring to throw the cops off the scent. Yeah, okay, so before when I said he must have had some, like, good, like, prediction thing or way of keeping his life secret for him to get, like, a month's getaway, I assumed wrongly that he was already wanted by that point, but he wouldn't really be wanted until they found the bodies, which was a month later, which makes a lot more sense than him being, like, some super slick spy escape mode. And then it was just a matter of hopping on a bus into the city and traveling by train to Denver. By the time the decaying bodies of the family were found, John List's old identity had dissolved entirely. He was now Bob the Fry Cook, going on with his new life as if nothing had happened. So began a manhunt that would span almost 2 decades and ultimately be undone by the magic of forensic art and prime-time television. And the rest, as they say, is history. Judgment Day. Flash forward. Normally, I have to say that I find flash forwards and flashbacks, like in TV shows, usually a bit confusing. Callum has written this really well. I'm entirely following, and we keep going back and forward all the time. Really nice work, Callum. You're now basically all caught up with the story of John List from birth to capture, and the bone-chilling incident at the center of his life. All that's left is to look at exactly how his past ultimately came crashing down on top of them. If we cut back to that scene in the office building when a 64-year-old List is being apprehended with the FBI, we find that he sticks to his story to the bitter end. Even as he was being interrogated, he denies that he was the man they were looking for. Dolores, his second wife of 4 years, clung on to the belief that he was telling the truth. Even after Bob Clark was extradited to New Jersey, he kept playing dumb until some evidence cropped up that proved once and for all who he was. Shortly before the murders, List had applied for a gun permit to be able to take his 9mm to the shooting range for practice. On that application was a fingerprint, which turned out to be an exact match for the man arrested halfway across the country 18 years later. That and a telltale scar behind one ear were all the evidence the prosecution needed to convincingly prove that he was the bogeyman of Westfield. The trial. Seeing as we just said convincingly prove, I get the feeling we're going to know how the trial's going to go. In the lead up to the trial, List was diagnosed with obsessive-compulsive disorder and seemed to display a psychopathic lack of remorse for his crimes. In his eyes, it was just a plain matter of pragmatism. The psychiatrist, Dr. Miller, reported, quote, "He was trapped into believing that as wrong as it was to murder your family, it was more wrong not to take care of them." Not take care of them. I was like, to take care of them? Like to murder them? Dude, no. But to take care of them, like financially.
But he's not insane enough to not know to go across the fucking country, though.
He believed that he was saving them from the humiliation and embarrassment of being on the public dole. So, of course, if you can't take care of them, you take care of them. Ah, yes, Callum and I, same page. The logic simply doesn't make sense to most people. Thankfully. Dr. Simring added that List showed no evidence of anything that approached genuine remorse. He's a cold man. Yeah, he's a psycho. Total psycho. Or sociopath, or whatever the word is. That was very much how he appeared in court when the trial began in April 1990, cold and emotionless. Since his identity was now confirmed without a doubt, his defense team led with claims of diminished responsibility instead. Quote, "I feel that because of my mental state at the time, I was unaccountable for what happened. I ask all affected by this for their forgiveness, understanding, and prayer." Mate, you coldly and calculatedly murdered your family. Prison, death penalty, I don't know. But Johnny boy, this is a court of law. Thoughts and prayers aren't legal tender here. What matters are the facts, and they quite clearly portrayed a man very much in possession of his faculties, so much so that he could meticulously plan the massacre weeks in advance and spend an entire day just tying up every loose end. Exactly. When the last line of List's letter to the pastor was read out to the jury, everyone in the courtroom gasped at how nonchalant he was about the matricide. P.S. Mother-in-law is in the hallway in the attic third floor. She was too heavy to move. Dude, you're not writing down... I mean, yes, you're writing down your crimes, but you're writing down your crimes to such an extent that, I mean, it's just persuasive jury stuff, isn't it? So, the diminished responsibility fell to pieces, and John List was found guilty. In his sentencing statement on May 1st, 1990, the judge said, "John Emil List is without remorse and without honor. After 18 years, 5 months, and 22 days, it is now time for the voices of Helen, Alma, Patricia, Frederick, and John F. List to rise from the grave." By now, his children would have been in their 30s, probably with kids of their own. but their young lives were cut short, all because their own father was too cowardly to admit his own failings. For murdering them all in cold blood, without repentance, the judge gave him the maximum sentence possible, 5 life sentences to be served consecutively. And just like that, he began a new life with a third identity, New Jersey State Prison inmate number 226427. Wrap up. It appears that for the rest of his days, List clung to the twisted justification for his crimes. In a 2002 interview, he reiterated the claim that he killed his family to save their souls from eternal damnation. However, psychologists who have studied his case call this what it is, a pathetic, weak-willed attempt to shield himself from guilt. Incapable of seeing himself as the mean-spirited failure of a man that he clearly was, he cooked up a complex moral justification for his actions. And everything he did, he was deluded enough that he still expected a happy ending in the next life. Quote, I feel when we get to heaven, we won't worry about these earthly things. They'll either have forgiven me or won't realize, what happened. I'm sure that if we recognize each other, that we'll like each other's company just as we did here when times were better. Mate, no one liked you when you were a free family man. Everyone thought you were a dickhead.
That's fake.
And now you're, and no. If heaven was real, you're not going there. You're definitely not. Yeah, John, they probably won't even remember the whole murder thing. Just let bygones be bygones, yeah? And is it not a bit bloody optimistic that he's planning on getting into heaven himself? I mean, I'm not a biblical scholar, but let me have a quick Google. Whoever sheds the blood of man, by man shall his blood be shed. Genesis 9:6. We should not be like Cain, who was of the evil one and murdered his brother. John 3:13. Probably best thou not massacre thine own family, thou absolute ballbag. Callum 7:14. Yeah, John, the good book is pretty damn clear on this one. Murder is bad. So even though I'm not religious, I'm willing to bet that it wasn't the land of milk and honey waiting for our religious mass murderer when he passed away in 2008 at the age of 82. Isn't it sad that he lived to be 82? I wish someone had killed him in prison earlier. Oh my god, I mean, it's like, that's a joke, but also, I mean, is it? The papers announced his passing at the St. Francis Medical Center on Good Friday, where he had been transferred after complications from pneumonia caused massive blood clots in his lungs. Oh no. I know we were all hoping for a struck down by holy lightning, but I guess we'll get what we can get. I was hoping for a shanked in the showers, to be honest. Dismembered appendices. Number 1, I'd have to say that the main hero of today's story was forensic artist Frank Bender, 1941 to 2011. The rest of his career is equally as fascinating as his work on this case. After volunteering to assist a coroner in his youth, he ended up becoming an expert in creating lifelike sculptures of John and Jane Does from nothing.
Latest time 2. Bradford.
Hello everybody, welcome back to another episode of The Casual Criminalist. As always, I'm your host, Simon Wamsley, one of my writers, in this case, Matthew. Thank you, Matthew. Matthew Markham, that is. There's a few Matthews. Let's jump into it, shall we? The lipstick killer. Did the Chicago PD frame an innocent man for murder? Ooh, I love a good conspiracy. I mean, I don't, because...
What?
If this guy went to murder because he was framed, that would suck. But I mean, I like the idea of conspiracies. I find them exciting, although mostly unbelievable. Just as it was for nearly every country involved in the Second World War, the early 1940s were a period of rapid change in America that saw nearly every city adapted to fit the war effort in some way. Chicago, Illinois, is where our story takes place, and it was no exception. Since the US's entry into the war in 1941, the city's already robust manufacturing sector had expanded immensely, and by 1945, the year during which our story begins, more than 40 railroads then snaked through it. Wow. So America had a past where they had railways, because today it's kind of a joke, right? Like there's Amtrak, but it's like most people just drive everywhere, right? Each one ran day and night, importing raw materials to one of over 260 factories that produced everything from first aid kits and uniforms to engines for the now famous B-29 bomber. To staff these factories, women had now made their way into the workforce for the first time, as most men were either performing other critical jobs who had been shipped overseas to fight. These women combined with over 500,000 new residents that had come to Chicago seeking work. God damn. How big's Chicago in like the 40s? Surely that's a huge influx. Hey Siri, how many people live in Chicago? Nothing.
Wow.
Nothing. Nothing.
Jags again. You shouldn't have, game.
Nothing, Siri? You got nothing? What? He just said sorry, and that's it. Siri, do better. Yo, ChatGPT, my dude, you're going to sort us out. Siri's being useless. Chicago, 1942. What was the population? Roughly.
Hey. In 1942, Chicago's population was around 3.4 million people.
God damn, so 3.4 million people, 500,000 extra is a huge influx of people. Where are they all going to live? This had jump-started the city's economy, which had been left reeling up until this point from the decade-long Great Depression that preceded it. This had all turned Chicago into one of America's second-largest metropolises, with over 4 million people residing there permanently. Yeah, there you go. What does he say? 3.5 plus half a million? ChatGPT is so smart! Yet even as all of this was occurring, regular life marched on, as did crime and murder and death. Those things, unfortunately, are always lurking in the background.
That emote looks like that one character from Smiling Friends. Him.
Of every story, and in every time period, even the ones where most minds and eyes are focused on lands and conflicts an ocean away. Yeah, I bet they occur more. Like, I bet there's some sickos who are like, oh, there's a war going on? Like, you bet in Ukraine right now. Like, there's a big war going on there. Like, Russia getting up to... You can bet that there's some people, like, on those border regions, like some sickos who are like, cool, no police, no one's paying attention, I'm gonna murder my enemies, or maybe just murder people for fun. I bet this happens all the time, and it's just because, you know, attention's just diverted elsewhere.
I like to dissect girls.
Hold on, let me go get some food real quick. I'm back. Sorry about that. And got me a bit of food. Yeah.
Did you know I'm utterly insane?
On the morning of the 6th of June 1945, exactly 1 year to the day after the historic D-Day landings at Normandy, the body of a woman named Josephine Ross was discovered inside her North Side apartment at 4108 North Kenmore Avenue. Josephine, who was 43 years old, was a thrice divorced mother of 2 daughters, Jane and Jacqueline, all of whom lived together. Being thrice divorced in the 1940s has got to be pretty spicy, right? Like, being thrice divorced now. Anyone who's been divorced 3 times, I'm like, just hoping number 4 is going to work out, because I feel like there's people who get divorced once, people who get divorced maybe twice, and then there's people who get divorced like 7 times. There's not a lot of people who are like, oh yeah, no, just in the middle, did 3, 4th one worked out perfect. It's like, no, you're just going to string them up. It's just going to be just stop getting married. They all lived together. Jacqueline, the mother and the daughters, that is. Jacqueline had been the one to find her mother's body when she returned home from work for lunch. She was also the one who had phoned the police. When authorities arrived at the woman's small flat to investigate, they found a crime scene that was truly bizarre. The first and most obvious peculiarity was that the apartment appeared to have been ransacked. Furniture was overturned, dresser drawers had been pulled out and rifled through. Paper documents, newspapers, and magazines were thrown around the room haphazardly. It appeared as if someone had been frantically searching for something, yet nothing except some loose pocket change had been taken. Having done Catch a Criminalist for a while, my gut tells me that this is just someone trying to cover their tracks to make it look like a robbery or something else rather than just like straight up murder. Inside the bedroom where Josephine's body lay, things got even stranger. Josephine was posed atop her blood-soaked bed. She had been stabbed multiple times in the neck with such force that the wall, ceiling, and curtains around her were covered in blood splatter. Yet her body, which was completely naked and uncovered, was clean and mostly free of blood, making it stand out starkly from the scene around it. Dude, this is, like, pretty weird. Did anyone else watch that TV show? It was, I don't know, it was ages ago now. Like, not 90s ages ago, but like, I don't know, 5-6 years ago, maybe. They had... And it was about, I think it had Hannibal Lecter in it. And I stopped watching it because it got too gruesome. Like, there was this dude who was going around killing people and then taking their ribs out and making them look like angels. Like, turning their ribs in their back into wings. And it's just like, no, this, I'm out. Now I do a true crime show. But that was too much for me. I was like, no, please, no. Her face had been wrapped tightly inside a red dress, giving her the appearance of a mummy from the neck up. As the police looked closer, they realized that Josephine had been bathed and her wounds had been bandaged post-mortem. The slashes across her neck had been closed using adhesive tape. In Josephine's bathroom, police noted that her bathtub was filled with bloody water and several bloody garments, all of which belonged to Josephine. This is ostensibly where she had been bathed after her death, but prior to being bandaged. Based on all of this, police estimated that Josephine had been attacked and killed inside her bedroom, dragged to the bathroom to be bathed, and then have her clothes removed, and then carried back to the bedroom to be posed. She had not, however, been sexually assaulted. Looking for evidence inside the apartment, the police came up largely empty-handed, as there was no foreign fingerprints to be found. Their only possible lead was a few dark hairs wrapped around Josephine's fingers that likely belonged to her attacker, but these were of little use, as DNA testing would not be possible for another 40 years. Yeah, this is like the black and white days. They're like looking for fingerprints and shit. The daughter, Jacqueline, was the first person that police questioned. This was done not only because she had been the one to discover her mother's body, but because the crime scene was so bizarre that the police believed it must have been staged. Well, I mean, obviously it's staged. Like, what does that even mean? She's got a dress wrapped around her face. They, like, used sellotape to close up her wounds in her neck. Of course it's staged. It's not like, oh yeah, no, I killed her, and then she magically got a dress wrapped around her and the wounds, like, taped up. They suspected that Josephine had likely been killed by someone she knew for personal reasons, and that everything in the apartment was a panicked cover-up to make the murder appear more complicated than it really was. Okay, yeah, that's what I thought. I mean, okay. I mean, so I said that the rifling through the house was, like, part of a cover-up. I agree. But, like, the staging of I didn't know about the staging of the body there. Which is like, that's really weird. That definitely throws a spanner in my theory. As stated, the only thing missing was some loose change. None of Josephine's jewelry or valuables had been stolen, despite the fact that they were located in a very noticeable location. That doesn't necessarily mean cover-up. It could mean that someone was looking for something specific. Like, I don't know, Maybe she was a spy. They were looking for some document or something. Seems unlikely, but possible. Jacqueline told detectives that she and her sister had left the apartment for work earlier that morning at 9 a.m. and that their mother, who was currently unemployed, had decided to return to bed. She had received a psychic reading the previous day that informed her that her life was about to improve dramatically. Oh no, you see, psychics are always wrong. I mean, they're not always wrong, but it's just a crapshoot. She had been so relieved that she had decided to take a day off for herself. Mary Jane corroborated Jacqueline's story, and both girls were cleared as suspects after passing polygraph tests. Adhering to the age-old rule of it's always the husband, they then turned to Josephine's love life. As it turns out, Josephine was a bit of a player. She had an ex-husband. Well, she had 3 ex-husbands, didn't she? Several boyfriends and one fiancé, Oscar Nordmark, to whom she'd recently gotten engaged. Oscar's not gonna like it. She's got several boyfriends, Oscar. Did you know about them? All the men were questioned and later cleared. Oscar, the police felt, was the most likely suspect, but his alibi was airtight. Yeah, I'd be like, Oscar. He probably found out about
Hold on. What did you just say?
those boyfriends, but he has an alibi. So that, I mean, an airtight alibi,
nice.
so we know it's not him.
Cool.
As for other
Don't
witnesses,
keep that there.
there were 2.
Appreciate
the
you,
building's
gang.
custodian and another of the building's residents. Both stated that they'd seen a slender, dark-haired man in a light-coloured sweater fleeing the building around the time of the murder. Neither man had been told about the hairs found in Josephine's hand, so the police believed that both men had likely seen the killer with their own eyes. Yet their description proved to be of little use in the long run. Feeling desperate, the police attempted to link the crime to another strange murder that had occurred 2 years earlier. In this one, a woman named Estelle Carey had been tied to a chair inside her apartment, tortured, and then set on fire. The fuck, man? However, police eventually accepted that they were grasping at straws. Yeah, I mean, it's a horrible crime as well. But this woman wasn't tortured, the Jacqueline woman, and I other than it being another horrific crime, that's the only thing that seems to be tying these 2 things together. Not only were the crimes themselves completely different, exactly, but Estelle had been the boyfriend of a notorious Chicago mobster, Nick Dean, an associate of Al Capone. Well, I wonder why she got tortured and killed. By then, it was all but confirmed that her death had been a mob hit orchestrated as revenge for Estelle's cooperation with the police. Oh my god. She cooperated with the police against Al Capone? Or like a mate of Al Capone's? Bruh, no wonder you got tortured and set on fire. Don't do that. It's a bad idea. It's Al Capone. He's like, it's Al Capone! One more needs to be said. Josephine was not associated with the mob in any way, so the connection was eventually dropped. After 8 long weeks of fruitless investigation, the case went cold, as detectives announced that no progress had been made, but that they would continue searching for answers. They had no idea that this murder was the first of 3 that would eventually be attributed to a man that the media would dub the Lipstick Killer. The Lipstick Killer sounds like a Netflix docuseries. This sounds like one of those cases which you see, like, I don't know, Netflix loves pushing this shit to me. They're like, you want to watch this? Simon, you sick. I'm like, yeah, baby. Chicago's Jack the Ripper. Approximately 6 months later, on December the 11th, 1944, as Chicago...
Hold on. I'm just different video. This shit is boring. 4. Next question. All right, let's.
Hello, everybody. Welcome back to another
I've heard a lot about this bitch. I don't know her full story.
episode of The Casual Criminalist. As always, I'm your host, Simon. I'm still one of my writers, in this case, Emma. Thank you, Emma. Has written me a script. How Gypsy Rose Blanchard finally escaped a life of abuse. Oh, a cheery one today, I see. I don't know why I think it's cheery. This is literally a true crime channel. So, well, what did you come here for other than escaping abuse? Let's just get into it, shall we? Format of the show. Never read it before. Let's go. At around 4 p.m. on Sunday the 14th of June 2015. Oh, this is upside down. I'm holding my iPad upside down. You never know, because it rotates. At around 4 p.m. on Sunday, the 14th of June 2015, a status update was posted to the D. Gip Blanchard, the combined Facebook profile of Dee Blanchard and a disabled teenage daughter, Gypsy. It read, "That bitch is dead." Oh my. Okay. Within minutes, their concerned friends started commenting on the post, with the top 5 commenters asking them whether they were okay, whether their Facebook account had been hacked, or whether they were watching the scary movie. Then DJip commented on the post saying, "I fucking slashed that fat pig," and word I can't use this early in the video, but it begins with R. Her sweet innocent daughter, her scream was so fucking loud, LOL. Oh my god. Bro, are you just writing about your crimes on Facebook? That's insane. The statement was alarming enough that a woman named Sue suggested they should call the police. Yeah, good idea. Look, it's one of those things. Yeah, I always feel like I'm the person who'd be like, "Oh no, it's probably nothing. Don't call the police." They'll just be annoyed that I've wasted their time because there's a 99% chance it's nothing, but there's a 1% chance that something horrible has happened. And in this case, I think it's far more than a 1% chance. It seems like I'd see that and I'd call the police. That would be, yeah, I'd definitely do that. Or I'd be like, yo, should we call the police? Has anyone called the police? And if everyone's like, no, be like, okay, I'm going to do it right now. Let's call the police. Like, let's do that. And it's okay. Like, feel free. Like, if you hear a gunshot coming from your next door apartment or whatever, I feel like I'll just be like, nah, they're just watching TV. They must have just dropped something really loud. There must be a car in their living room backfiring. I'd come up with like 1,000 reasons why it couldn't be gunshots, and then I'd go back to sleep, which is crazy. Is it crazy? Am I crazy? Would people call the police? I feel like it's a very British thing to be like, everything's fine. Carry on. Just followed by a flurry of comments by multiple people saying that they were calling the police or heading over to the Blanchard house themselves. Don't do that. Call the police. There's literally possibly a murderer there. And an R-wordist. Kim and her husband, Dave, raced to Dee and Gypsy's house, and Kim made multiple calls to Dee's cell phone and their home telephone, asking Dee to call her back as soon as possible. I already have a theory about what's happening. Okay, here we go. Look, the title's called Escaping a Life of Abuse. Anyone in the audience thinking what I'm thinking right now, and that's that one or the other, either the mother or the daughter, possibly the daughter, was... it's one of those things where it's like I'm going to wildly speculate. It turns out that I'm horribly wrong or something, and then that's going to be like, look bad or like libelous or whatever it wants to be. But my theory right now is that the daughter killed the mother and then made it look like, wrote this to like throw the police's eyes onto someone else when it was actually her. So either I'm right, or I've just, said some horrible shit about a disabled person. So, with that in mind...
Oh yeah. No, he wrong. He absolutely wrong. Why get a prison key? Don't give me a fucking prison key.
That very cancelable sentence. Let's move on. Why do I do this to myself? They made multiple calls to Dee's cell phone and their home telephone, asking Dee to call her back as soon as possible. When they reached Dee and Gypsy's house, no one answered the door, and their van with its disability sticker was still parked in the driveway. Kim called the Greene County Sheriff's Office and asked them to come and do a well...
I know what happened in this story, I just don't know, like, the extreme details. I ain't gonna spoil it in case anybody's watching it, but...
check. Deputies Robinson and Hughes arrived at the house in Volunteer Way and knocked on the door, but no one answered. They tried to look in through the windows, but they'd all been blacked out and the deputies couldn't see inside. Where is this taking place? I've already forgotten. Oh, I haven't been told yet. Okay. It sounds like America, doesn't it? Sheriff's Office, Volunteer Way, Greene County. There were no obvious signs of a break-in, and the deputies said that there was nothing they could do, but one of the kitchen windows was open, and Dave asked if he could enter the house that way and...
Do you not know about this girl? A Gypsy Rose Blanchard?
check on the family. The deputies agreed, and Dave climbed in through the window and entered the chilly house. The air conditioner had been turned up, and the house was a mess, but Dee wasn't known for her stellar housekeeping skills, so Dave went looking for any signs of where Dee and Gypsy might be. You guys, like, if someone breaks into your house, you're like, Jesus Christ, it's a mess in here. Did someone already break in? It's like, nah, right, we're just really messy. I'm quite pleased. I'm quite, like, my house is almost, even though we've got 2 kids, I feel like my wife and I, and our cleaner, are pretty good at keeping things tidy, and I appreciate it because I hate mess. Even though my office is messy,
Exotic flag.
It's kind of like an organized mess. Like, I know where everything is, and it's all like, yeah, there's sponsor stuff littered around the place, but that's because I need to be able to quickly grab it. Like, there's all laid out on the floor here. It's just a bunch of various sponsor items that I need to reach for when I'm doing an ad read. And so, yeah, it looks messy, but I'm just making an excuse for it being messy. Why am I even talking about this? Let's carry on. Two of Gypsy's wheelchairs were standing in the living room, and Dave found Gypsy's electric wheelchair in the bathroom. In her bedroom, Dave noted that the bed was unmade, and her clothes and toys were strewn over the floor, but that didn't seem out of the ordinary to Dave, who described it as being a typical kid's room. Dave glanced into Dee Dee's room and noted that her bed was unmade and a blanket had been tossed on top of it. Again, nothing looked out of the ordinary, but after he unlocked the front door, Dave told the police that all of Gypsy's wheelchairs were still in the house, and in case the police didn't realize the significance of that, Kim and Dave gave the deputies a breakdown of Gypsy's medical ailments. They told the police that Gypsy had the mental capacity of a 7-year-old. Well, is a 7-year-old capable of doing that sort of murdering and then writing like that? I find it very easy to judge when a kid is my kid's age or younger, because it's like I know what their abilities were at that age, but anything above, currently, the age of 4, I'm like, I have no idea. Like, my wife will be, how old do you think that kid is? I'm like, 8, 11, 13, don't know. But like any age below 4, I'm like, yeah, that kid's about 27 months. It's bang on. She had leukemia and asthma, had to be fed through a feeding tube that had been placed in her stomach, and was diagnosed with muscular dystrophy as a child, necessitating the use of a wheelchair. Essentially, Gypsy was particularly vulnerable.
Yeah. They're hard to get, and they're expensive. You can only get them from completing achievements. That's at least all where I know you can get them.
And if something happened to Dee Dee, they had to find her daughter, since Gypsy wouldn't survive for long on her own. At 10:03 that night, Channel 41 News reported that, quote, the Missouri Highway Patrol, well, there we go, we're in Missouri, aren't we, issued a statewide alert on a mother and daughter missing from Springfield tonight. They say the 19-year-old Gypsy Blanchard and 48-year-old Claudine Blanchard were last seen on the 10th of June. An endangered missing persons case file was opened, the neighbors were interviewed, and at 10:45 that night, the sheriff's office was granted a warrant to search the home of Dee Dee and Gypsy Blanchard. Just like Dave, the police officers who searched the house also noted the wheelchairs. They also noticed the spray bottle containing carpet cleaner that stood in the hallway. The police officers studied Gypsy's room, and when they entered Dee Dee's room, they turned on the bedroom light, lifted the blanket that covered the bed, and discovered the remains of the 48-year-old Claudine Blanchard. Well, first part of my theory. Yes, I mean, it's not at all close to being proven correct yet, but there we go. That's unfolded so far. She was lying on her stomach and had been stabbed in the back 17 times. Her autopsy report would later reveal that she'd already been dead for some time, but because the air conditioner had been turned on, the coroner could not accurately determine her time of death. Why not? Can't you just work out what the temperature was? You'd be like, well, it was turned down to 20 degrees. So we just can't use that information. I've seen enough CSI. Can't they do that? Gypsy, however, was still missing. A murder investigation was launched, and forensics determined that someone had cleaned blood from the carpet in the hallway. Traces of blood were also found in and around the sink of the bathroom, and they swabbed the spots for DNA. Okay, I'm thinking it more and more unlikely that Gypsy is doing this with her disability and her mental age, because this is way more planned out, isn't it, than a 7-year-old's capable of. Detective Stan Hancock was assigned to the case, and he spoke to both Kim and Dave as well as Dee Dee and Gypsy's other friends and neighbors to find out who could have targeted them. They all told him that Gypsy had been born prematurely, she'd suffered brain damage as a result, and that she had the mental capacity of either a 4-year-old or a 7-year-old. It all depended on who told the story, though some people explained that she seemed far more mature than that. Uh-oh, that's another bit of, interest towards my crazy theory, isn't it? They told him that Dee Dee had fled an abusive marriage and was raising a sickly daughter on her own, that Gypsy's medical needs required Dee Dee to look after her 24/7, and that they struggled financially. They told Detective Hancock that the Blanchards were Hurricane Katrina survivors, that they'd lost everything in the floods, that they mostly survived on the goodwill of others, and that they were like family to them. And they all asked Detective Hancock the same question: why would someone want to harm Dee Dee and Gypsy? Uh-oh. I have another crazy theory that I'm not going to say, but because it's wild, and would be, if I get it wrong, it would be really bad. But let's just say that I have a theory about that, about the charity. Let's just leave it at that, and if it proves to be correct, I'll mention it, and we'll call back to here. If not, then we'll never mention it again. Will we? But as Sheriff Arnott would later explain, things are not always as they appear. The Princess in the Tower. Today's story begins back in May of 1967. Claudine Ann Petra was born on the 3rd of May 1967 to Claude Petra and his first wife, Emma. She was the youngest of 6 children, and shortly after her birth, Emma explained that her youngest baby was ill. According to Evans Petra, Dee Dee's older brother, quote, "My mum said that she came along with all these sicknesses, heart murmurs, and stuff like that. Because of this, Dee Dee had to sleep in the room with Claude and Emma and couldn't go outside to play with her siblings, wasn't allowed to overexert herself, and didn't have to do chores." Dorla Petra, Dee Dee's older sister, explains that, quote, "My mum would always make us go play outside, and it was like, oh, but your sister's not feeling good, your sister has an upset stomach, she's got a headache, go play outside, be quiet, leave her alone." Dee Dee was constantly told that she had a heart murmur and had to be careful, but she later used this as an excuse whenever she didn't want to do something. She was her mother's little shadow, and she thrived on all the attention her mother bestowed on her. According to Dorla, quote, "Dee Dee was just all about the attention." And another one, according to Evans, "We didn't get to go to college, but Dee Dee went to college. We didn't get a car when we were growing up, but Dee Dee got the car. We knew that if you wanted something, you had to go out and earn it, but Dee Dee just wanted it and got it." Dee Dee had studied to be a nurse and worked as a nurse's aide, loved to dress up and go out and party with her friends, and in 1990, she met Rod Blanchard. In the HBO documentary, Mummy, Dead and Dearest, Rod explains that, quote, "I'm at the bowling alley, hanging out one night, going there to hear a band, and I see this girl. She looks a little different. She doesn't look like she's from around here. The way she dressed and carried herself, she stood out from the crowd. With her dark brown eyes, curly hair, and wide smile, Dee Dee was more than pretty, and Rod was hooked." They exchanged numbers. So this dude's describing in a documentary, "How'd you meet your wife?" "Well, I saw her, and she was hot." That's it. He's like, she stood out because she's hot. They exchanged numbers, dated for 4 months, and then Dee Dee gave him a call and told him that she was pregnant. Rod was a southern boy, and his mama had raised him to believe that if he got a girl pregnant, he had to do the right thing and marry her. So he did. With his parents' permission, the 17-year-old married the 24-year-old.
Dog, how is Doja Cat still hacked? Been hacked for over an hour and they're still posting shit. Hey, on her account saying, "I'm looking for a man in crypto, big dick, 6'5", blue eyes. Fuck that stupid bitch Iggy Azalea and buy Doja coin." Where you at, Nicki Minaj? Join the PD network if you want to make funds, N-word. Everybody listen to Gavin Wayland. Fuck Doja Cat, we need pack. Okay.
Dee Dee. Oh, wow, he's quite a bit younger, isn't he? Is that even legal? Is that legal? I don't think that's legal. Quote, "She was the perfect southern wife. A really nice girl. Very polite. Very generous. But I woke up on my 18th birthday and realized I wasn't where I was supposed to be. I wasn't in love with her, really. I knew I got married for the wrong reasons. We were only married for 3 months. I promised her I would do everything I could to take care of her and the child, to do what I can for them financially and mentally, but I just couldn't stay." Yeah, this is really bad. But the dude's also 18. Like, if this was a 35-year-old, I'd be like, what the f*** are you doing? Like, you should have thought about this. But he was 17. It's like, his brain is not crinkly enough to figure this out. Their daughter was born on the 27th of July, 1991, and Dee Dee and Rod decided to name her Gypsy Rose because Dee Dee liked the name Gypsy, and Rod loved Guns N' Roses. Really? This is the most, 18-year-old shit I've ever seen. After her divorce, Dee Dee had moved back in with her parents, and they now helped look after Gypsy while she went to work. But when Gypsy was 3 months old, she fell ill. A scared Dee Dee called Rod and told him that Gypsy had sleep apnea, that she'd stop breathing while she slept, and that she'd get seizures. She explained that every time Gypsy got one of these seizures, it would impede her mental development and could result in her becoming mentally disabled. She told Rod that she needed money to buy Gypsy a sleep apnea machine, and Rod agreed. He gave her the money Gypsy needed for treatments and the money that was needed for a sleep apnea machine. Yeah, I have a feeling that a sleep apnea machine might be in my future. It's like, you know when you look at your parents and you see what's happening to them as they get older, you're like, oh yeah, you know. Because you're already like, I don't know, I got high cholesterol, my dad's got high cholesterol, and you look at the things that he gets as he gets older, he's got should I be sharing this? I don't think it minds. It's not like an embarrassing health condition or anything, but it's like, yeah, I look at my parents and I'm like, yeah, sleep apnea machine's probably in my future, isn't it? Gonna have like a weird mask on my face in the night, like that woman in what's that TV show where the world ends? The Last Man on Earth. Dee Dee became very overprotective and wouldn't allow anyone to look after Gypsy. The only people she would allow to watch her for more than an hour was her own parents, Claude and Emma. But when Gypsy was 5, Emma fell ill, and Dee Dee was the one to look after her. Dee Dee didn't do a very good job of it, though, and her siblings would later claim that Dee Dee would leave her sickly mother alone in bed, covered in filth, and begging for food. Oh my lord. If you see that, you're like, oh no, yeah, she was always begging for food when we went round. At that point, call the fucking police, or social services, whoever you're supposed to call in that situation, because that's not right. Emma passed away in 1997, and according to her son Evans, quote, when my mum passed away, Dee Dee took it hard. You know, the person who babied her all her life wasn't there anymore, but she still needed that attention. Around this time, Dee Dee gave Rod a call and told him that Gypsy needed eye surgery because she was cross-eyed. I get the feeling that this is not, the money's just going on something else, isn't it? She was also having seizures again, and this was affecting her mental capacity even further. Then Gypsy was suffering from chronic middle ear infections and needed stents put in. Gypsy developed gastroesophageal reflux disease, or GERD, which meant that her stomach acid was pushing up into her esophagus. GERD gang! And she needed a feeding tube to be...
That's how I am. I believe I have GERD. Only when I eat, though, so fuck it.
Put in so that she could be fed baby formula through a machine. According to Rod, it got to the point where Dee Dee didn't work anymore, and she was constantly looking after Gypsy. Quote, Dee Dee was a great mum. I tell her all the time that I don't know how you do it, you know, day in and day out, taking care of Gypsy, being there for her. I thought she was the best mum in the world. According to Gypsy, some of her earliest memories were from the time she was in hospital for various surgeries. It wasn't all bad though. Quote, my mother was like a best friend to me. We used to do things together all the time. Go to the movies, go to the park, the zoo. That is 100% not someone who, like, my kid's 4. I know that that is not a sentence that a 4-year-old says. Like, someone with a mental capacity of 4 would be like, you're my best friend. Not, she was like a best friend to me. No. Like, my kid says, sometimes she'll say, Dad, you're my best friend. And I'll be like, oh, you're my best friend too. Initially, Gypsy grew up surrounded by her cousins and extended family, but as she got sicker, her mother started keeping her from Rod, his new wife Christy, and Gypsy's half-siblings. When she was 5 or 6, her mother told her that she had epilepsy. At the age of 7, Gypsy was riding on the back of Grandpa Claude's motorcycle, and they had a small accident. Gypsy only sustained some minor scrapes, but while she was in hospital, she had to use a wheelchair, and when she was discharged, Dee Dee told her that she was now paralyzed from the waist down and had to continue using a wheelchair. So, you know, can I introduce my crazy theory as less crazy now? My crazy theory was, like, you know, when I said I wouldn't air it, was that before any of this was revealed, that they're faking it for charity. Like, the mum is just forcing her to be, you know, disabled and happy. Now, my crazy theory was, like, not says, like, someone with a mental capacity of 4 would be like, you're my best friend, not, she was like a best friend to me. No. Like, my kid says, sometimes she'll say, Dad, you're my best friend. And I'll be like, oh, you're my best friend too. Initially, Gypsy grew up surrounded by her cousins and extended family, but as she got sicker, her mother started keeping her from Rod, his new wife Christy, and Gypsy's half-siblings. When she was 5 or 6, her mother told her that she had epilepsy. At the age of 7, Gypsy was riding on the back of Grandpa Claude's motorcycle, and they had a small accident. Gypsy only sustained some minor scrapes, but while she was in hospital, she had to use a wheelchair, and when she was discharged, Dee Dee told her that she was now paralyzed from the waist down and had to continue using a wheelchair. So, you know, can I introduce my crazy theory as...
What? What's up, Dell? Because I was looking at my phone, so I missed everything. I can't do 2 things at once, sorry.
Like, less crazy now. My crazy theory was, like, you know, when I said I wouldn't air it, was that before any of this was revealed, that they're faking it for charity. Like, the mum is just forcing her to be, you know, disabled and have all of these problems for attention and charity. It's like that Munchausen's by proxy thing. Dee Dee called Rod and told him that Gypsy had been diagnosed with muscular dystrophy, or ALS, and that she'd eventually lose the use of her leg muscles, necessitating the use of a wheelchair. Oh my god, ALS is like brutal. Like, that was what that ice bucket challenge was about, and I was looking up ALS, and I was like, oh wait, that's what Stephen Hawking has. And then you read about people who have ALS, and you're like, oh my god, Stephen Hawking like lived remarkably long. Mostly it's just death. Oh, I don't like that. I don't like thinking about that. According to Rod, quote, "That is terrifying to hear about your child. After that first time seeing her in a wheelchair, I never saw her walk again." Gypsy would later tell Dr. Phil that after her mother told her that she needed to start using a wheelchair, she had to start acting like she couldn't walk or use her legs. When Dee Dee did catch her walking, she got so upset with me, she would punish me so bad, like she would start hitting me with a coat hanger and telling me all kinds of mean things. She would tell me that she wished she had had an abortion when she had the chance, that I ruined her life, that I had no idea how hard it is to keep up everything she'd built. Around this time, Dee Dee started shoplifting, stole money from friends and family, and was arrested on multiple occasions for writing bad checks. She went by various names, and would later go by Claudinea instead of Claudine. According to her father, Claude, no matter where she went, she was doing all kinds of stuff. It's very generic, isn't it? It's like, yeah, me too. Like, wherever I go, I'm doing all kinds of stuff. Drinking coffee, working, spending time with my family. All kinds. After Emma's death, Claude married a woman named Laura, but she and Dee Dee didn't get along. Dee Dee and Gypsy were still living with Claude at the time, and shortly after their marriage, Laura fell ill. According to Claude, Laura, she stayed 9 months in bed after that. She couldn't get up. I didn't think she was going to make it. Oh my lord. Is Dee Dee poisoning her? It's also a very weird housing situation right there. Meanwhile, Dee Dee's family had started to realize that Gypsy wasn't as ill as Dee Dee made her out to be.
Some dude on Twitter said, the pedophilic cheater is getting less hate than the dude getting exposed for being a femboy. Person below said, I'd rather touch kids than receive it in my butt. Huh? What?
To me. Some of them even told Rod that Gypsy had no trouble walking on her own and that Dee Dee was making everything up. But when he questioned Dee Dee about it, she got upset, took Gypsy, and moved to another town. After they left, Laura magically recovered, and the family started suspecting that Dee Dee had been poisoning her. Yes, no shit. Call the police. Call social services. Get this sorted out. Dee Dee kept on shoplifting and writing bad checks. Doctors figured out that Dee Dee was lying about Gypsy's various medical conditions, and as soon as things got hot, Dee Dee packed up their things and they moved on to the next town. Rob would later explain that, quote, they moved further and further away, and it got hot.
Alright, let's see one of his other tweets. Well, first off, it's just a guy with a blank profile, just saying shit to piss people off. Oh, of course he's a sports fan. Let's see one of his other brilliant posts. Oh my god. For my sanity, I am not saying it out loud on stream, but I will send you what he said, Del.
Harder and harder to see Gypsy. I'd go to their house and visit for a couple of hours, hang out, but when Gypsy and I would start building a little closeness, a little bonds and everything, it would be 3 or 4 months before we could get back together and rebuild upon that. It seemed like Dee Dee was never letting us build that father-daughter relationship that you're supposed to have with your children. It sounds like this dude, like, it's bad and all that, you know, when he was 18 and he left and stuff, and I don't like that. But he also is 18, and now it seems like he's really trying to make an effort, which I commend. I like that. During one particular visit, Rod noted that Gypsy seemed scared of him to, quote, at that time, she was real young. She was so scared of me. She was shaking. I don't know what Dee Dee told her about me, but I was probably the big bad wolf or something, you know? Gypsy must have been so confused. Dee Dee was probably telling her the day before that I don't love her and all this stuff, and then here Gypsy is visiting with me, and Dee Dee's telling her, look, that's your daddy. Give him a hug. Yeah, kids get so confused. Like, sometimes I make a joke. And my kid will be like, what, Dad? And I'll be like, it's just a joke. I was just joking. I forget you don't really understand sarcasm yet. I'm sorry. Because of all of her supposed medical conditions, Gypsy wasn't allowed to go to school. She still had to go for numerous medical tests, and she would later explain that, quote, the doctors thought that she was so devoted and caring. If we'd be going to the doctor, she would do all the talking. I'd always have a stuffed animal or a Barbie doll. She'd just tell me, just play with my Barbie doll, and if the doctor would come to examine me, just stay in the wheelchair, be calm, play with your doll, and don't move your legs. By the time Gypsy was 14, Dee Dee would tell doctors that Gypsy suffered from epilepsy, she was vision impaired, hearing impaired, had GERD, was quadriplegic, had muscular dystrophy, had anemia, and had to sleep with a CPAP or breathing machine since the age of 10. She had severe asthma, numerous allergies, incontinence, lung disease, a heart murmur, and the mental capacity of a 7-year-old, and had been diagnosed with leukemia when she was 7. Good lord. Did you just choose every disease?
Yeah, she like, what does my daughter have? Everything, yeah.
Did you just go to like the medical textbook and be like, yeah, all of them? Gypsy had to undergo over 100 medical procedures between 1994 and 2015. They included multiple eye surgeries to fix her crooked eye, surgeries to remove her salivatory glands so that she wouldn't drool, surgeries to keep her from vomiting, muscle biopsies to find out why she couldn't walk, and teeth extractions to remove teeth that had started rotting away as a result of the strong medication she was taking. This is horrific. According to Gypsy, quote, I was just as much in the dark as everybody else. The only thing I knew was that I could walk. I was taking medication that she said was cancer medication. She would shave my head and say, oh, well, it's going to fall out anyway, so let's just keep it nice and neat. I was on breathing medication, medication for seizures, medication to help go to the bathroom, pain medication, anxiety medication. I would have to put on the breathing machine every night, and then another machine was for the feeding tube. It was controlling what I'd eat. My medication would be put through there. I really wouldn't even have to be awake, so she could put whatever in my body, and I wouldn't even know. I really didn't think that any of this abuse was going on. It's like when you're abused, but you've lived that way your whole life, you don't really know that you're being abused. You don't know any different. Also, according to Rod, quote, I never raised any hard questions with Dee Dee because she was still allowed me to talk to Gypsy when I called and keep some kind of relationship. I knew that if I raised any serious questions or issues, she could cut me off in a minute. So the relationship we had was just mostly phone calls, gifts, birthday cards, stuff like that. I just wanted to try and make her feel like I'm going to be here forever, waiting. One day you're going to call me and say, hey Dad, it's Gypsy. Can you come and see me? I was just hoping for that day to come, and it never came. All of these treatments and hospital visits cost a lot of money, and the $1,200 that Rod was sending them every month didn't cover all of their expenses, so Dee Dee applied to numerous non-profits for financial assistance. Their church held fundraisers for them, and people donated medical equipment, but it wasn't until 2005 when Dee Dee would really start benefiting from Gypsy's numerous medical conditions. A little bluebird.
Oh, it says Twitter?
In August 2005, Dee Dee and the 14-year-old Gypsy were living in low-income housing and were barely scraping by when news broke that Hurricane Katrina was heading for New Orleans. They evacuated immediately and were placed in a shelter in Covington that had been set up for refugees with special needs. There, the always smiling, chronically ill Gypsy drew the attention of several media outlets as well as Dr. Janet Jordan, who told a local news station that, when I first met her, I had to cry a little bit. And she goes, it's okay. You're only human. Dr. Jordan befriended Gypsy and Dee Dee, who told her that they'd lost everything in the flood, including Gypsy's medical records and birth certificate. Dr. Jordan then suggested that they should move to Missouri, and before long, Gypsy's new minor celebrity status enabled them to be airlifted to Aurora in September 2005. In 2007, the Oli Foundation, a foundation that supports people living with feeding tubes, named Gypsy their 2007 Child of the Year, explaining that, quote, Gypsy Rose Blanchard is 12 years old, yet one of her friends says she has wisdom and compassion beyond her years. Multiple health issues don't stop Gypsy from encouraging and uplifting others. At 8 years old, Gypsy took the allowance she had been saving up for a trip to Disney and used it instead to buy food and blankets for those in need. When she and her mum ended up in need themselves, Gypsy's mum says they never complained. Instead, she would say things are getting better and point out the beautiful flower, saying, we didn't see that yesterday. How lucky that we can see it today.
Yeah, buy them.
The quote ends. Of course, we can't be sure how much of the story is true, but one lie was now printed for all to see. Dee Dee's claim that Gypsy was 12 instead of 16. I know she lost her birth certificate, but aren't there like other records? It's not like you leave the hospital and it's like, here's your birth certificate, don't lose it. I mean, you shouldn't lose it. There's like going to be a duplicate of that the government's going to keep in some dusty office somewhere on a computer somewhere, right? It's not just like, oh, now no one knows. This is like not that far in the past. In March 2008, Habitat for Humanity announced they were going to build a family a new house in Springfield, Missouri. They moved into their new house in October 2005, and the local news covered the event. Paramedics and their new neighbors helped Gypsy and Dee Dee move all of their...
Yeah, because they're fucking cheap as hell right now. Everybody was selling them for like... You literally made profit buying them. I think it might even still be the same. Hold on. Let me check. How much are they? Yeah, 2,400. Each of these are 4K. You get 9 of them. So you literally profit getting this. Yeah, no one. Yeah, of course they're selling out.
Things into the house, which included a ramp, specially built doorways so that Gypsy could move around the house in her wheelchair, and a bathtub with jets to help ease Gypsy's sore muscles. During an interview, Dee Dee explained that it's a blessing. People have been so nice to us. It feels like we finally came home. She still claimed that the now 17-year-old Gypsy was 12, and she managed to get away with it because Gypsy was so small. Many people guessed that she was only 5 foot or 1.5 meters tall, and she was thin and undernourished because she was still mostly surviving off of baby formula. She dressed in Disney princess costumes, wore curly plastic wigs and tiaras, spoke in a high voice, and had been trained.
I feel so bad for this girl. She had to, like, this bitch ain't right. Actually, after this, I want to pull up a Wendigoon video where he talks about this disease in full.
Trained by Dee Dee to use certain phrases that made her sound younger than she was. In this photo, taken at Disney World, Gypsy was 22, and she looks a lot younger than 22. In the news footage, you can see Dee Dee holding onto Gypsy's hand as she talks to the interviewer. You can see it in several other videos of the two of them. Dee Dee is always standing or sitting next to her daughter, holding onto her hand tightly. According to Gypsy, she was always aware that she had to keep up her mother's lies and that she had to act a certain way in front of the cameras or other people, or she'd be punished once they got home. Quote, "If I said something that I wasn't supposed to, she'd squeeze my hand, and I'd know, zip it." When she was later asked why she didn't confide in anyone or had just gotten up out of the wheelchair in front of other people, Gypsy explained that she didn't want to disappoint her mother. Quote, "I didn't think anyone would believe me. I thought that everyone would eventually tell my mum, and that would make my home life even worse for me. I feared her more than I feared anyone else." Yeah, I don't think that's a reasonable question. It's like, why didn't you just get up out of the wheelchair? Like, why didn't you just confront your abuser? And it's like, well, it's way, way more complicated than that. Gypsy was active in a lot of charity groups from a young age and made a lot of friends there, but Dee Dee was always standing next to her daughter, monitoring what she said or did. Gypsy got to go to movie premieres and comic book conventions. The Make-A-Wish Foundation sent her to Disneyland, and she got to meet the cast of the Harry Potter movies and appear on television. She joined a Star Wars troupe, dressed up as a pink stormtrooper, and visited children's hospitals, and was gifted hundreds of thousands of dollars to help her pay for her numerous medical treatments. And throughout all of it, Dee Dee was standing at her side, basking in the limelight that was reflecting off of Gypsy. I think my initial prediction and my secondary prediction are all bang on. They pretended it, knew that already, and then she murders her mum because she's been abused by her, and that's what happens. My theory. In the photos and videos, Gypsy looks happy, but should compare herself to a bluebird that was locked up in a cage. She still wasn't allowed to go to school, wasn't allowed to have friends her own age, still had to undergo painful tests and procedures, wasn't allowed to be a normal teenager, and had lost almost all contact with her father and stepmother. Dee Dee, on the other hand, had made friends with a number of people in their neighborhood, including a single mother of 4 called Amy Pinegar. Amy's daughter, Aaliyah Woodmansey, was the same age as Gypsy, and whenever the two families got together, Aaliyah took Gypsy under her wing and they'd talk about movies, fashion, boys, typical teenage stuff. But according to Aaliyah, anytime Gypsy and I were together, her mum was always present. She was immediately like a filter for us. Gypsy wouldn't talk about anything personal while we were together. Shortly after her 15th birthday, Gypsy came across an old Medicaid card that had her details on it, including her real date of birth, the 27th of July, 1991. According to that card, she was 19. When she asked her mother about it, Dee Dee claimed there was a printing error and showed Gypsy her birth certificate, which stated that she had been born in 1995, not 1991. It's a fake one, isn't it? It's a fake one. But she's not going to know any difference. But the seed of doubt had been sown, and soon the little bluebird felt ready to leave the nest. Tangled. According to Gypsy, quote, I liked the Disney movie Tangled. It's about Rapunzel. She's a princess in this kingdom, and she's kidnapped by Mother Gothel from her real family. And Mother Gothel keeps her in this tower for all of her life and tells her, don't leave this tower. And so that is all she knows. At the end, Mother Gothel died. She got thrown out of a window because Rapunzel tried to stand up for herself and leave her tower. But in Disney movies, everything's fantasy. It's a fairy tale, and life is not a fairy tale. I learned all of that the hard way. Gypsy's computer was her only access to the outside world. Gypsy would go on the internet and look up whatever interested her. She also used it to message people she'd met, and Gypsy would secretly chat with Aaliyah, enabling her to form a close friendship with her. In 2011, the 20-year-old Gypsy reconnected with a man she'd met at a sci-fi convention. According to Gypsy, I told him vaguely about what was going on at home. He told me, you just pack your stuff, and you can come live with me in Arkansas. Gypsy packed her bags, snuck out, and ran away from home. Someone offered her a lift. She agreed, and he drove her to a new friend's house. Her freedom didn't last long, though. Within like 4 hours, my mum found me at his place because we had mutual friends in common. Dee Dee confronted the man angrily, waved Gypsy's birth certificate in his face, and told him that Gypsy was still 16 and underage. Dee Dee threatened to call the police on him, and he had no choice but to stand back and let Dee Dee take Gypsy back to Springfield. Quote, she took me back home and smashed my computer with a hammer, smashed my cell phone with a hammer, and said, if you ever do that again, I'll smash your fingers with a hammer. Dee Dee then tied Gypsy to a bed with a dog leash and a pair of handcuffs, and kept her locked up like that for 2 weeks. Dee Dee blacked out their windows so that no one could see into the house, confronted Alea about their messages, and ranted about how Alea was corrupting her sweet little girl. Then Dee Dee had Gypsy legally declared incompetent and told her daughter that even if she went to the police, no one would believe her because she was retarded. Someone even called the Greene County Sheriff's Department.
Yeah. Hey, you dumb as fuck. They ain't gonna believe you, gang. You might as well just wrap that up.
And made an anonymous report explaining that Gypsy was being abused, but Dee Dee showed them the paperwork and convinced them that everything was fine, leaving Gypsy with nowhere to run. It was a rough year. I call that the bad times. I was just kind of at that point where you're like, I'm angry at the world, and this is unfair. Why couldn't anyone figure it out before it got this bad? Since her computer was now broken, Gypsy waited until her mother was asleep and then snuck into her mother's computer so that she could message her friends. In October 2012, she signed up for a free Christian dating site and made a profile for herself, explaining that she was interested in getting married and starting a family. And that is how the 21-year-old Gypsy met Nicholas Godejohn, a 23-year-old man from Big Bend, Wisconsin. They hit it off right away, and according to Gypsy, at first it was all light-hearted. If you got married, where would you like to have your honeymoon? Where would you like to get married? Where are all the places you want to travel? Different things like that. Normal stuff. Now, look, I feel I need to provide a little bit of context for this next part. I also did a lot of online dating when I was in my early 20s. I had a very demanding job and was constantly traveling, and it was the only way that I could meet single men my age. It also meant that initially, I fell into the same pitfall that Gypsy did. I've never done online dating because it came a little bit after, after I was with my now wife. But
hey, that's why I fuck with long distance dating. Which is, I'm always down to be in a long distance relationship. I don't gotta be with that. I don't gotta be with that person every single day at that point. Is dope.
I don't know what the pitfall is here. I'm like, oh, what is it? One of the problems with online dating is that your relationship with the other person is based entirely on your interpretation of who they are as a person. You start to attribute qualities to them that they don't have, and then you start building a fictional person in your mind that measures up to what you want in a partner. Wait, why do you do that? Don't you build up what they are based on your, talking to them? On the phone or on chat or whatever? On at least 2 occasions, I'd been talking to someone for at least a month before we were able to meet in person, and every single time I was disappointed because they didn't match up to the perfect boyfriend that I'd conjured up in my head. Ah, that makes sense. I see that. Because it's little bits of contact over a month, and then you just spend the rest of the time fantasizing. That makes sense. That makes more sense. I kind of thought that it would be a shorter time between chat and meet. It didn't take me long to catch on, though, and I started implementing the 3-day rule. There we go. We had to meet in person within 3 days of meeting online, and then go on at least 3 or 4 dates before we decided to officially start dating. And it worked. I'm now happily married to someone I met on Tinder, but obviously, Gypsy encountered the worst-case scenario, the creepy guy who turns out to be a killer. So, let's start counting those red flags, shall we? Gypsy told Nick that she wasn't allowed to date, that she had numerous medical conditions, she was in a wheelchair, and had to wear a wig, and he said that he didn't mind. She was beautiful, either way. Within a week of meeting Nick, the two of them agreed that they were soulmates, and they were now a couple. Gypsy snuck onto her mother's computer every night to talk to Nick, and as their relationship progressed, they started talking about their interests and wants and dreams. Gypsy created numerous fake Facebook accounts to keep her mum from finding out what she was up to, and after they'd been talking for about a month, Gypsy felt that she could no longer lie to Nick. She told him what she knew, that her mother told everyone that she was younger than she was, she didn't seem to be as sick as her mother claimed her to be, she had to use a wheelchair despite the fact that she could walk, and that her mother was very overprotective. If I was this dude, I'd be like, you're what? With a what now? Either you're insane, or this is a crazy situation. And I'd be like, no, you've got to be insane, because that's just unbelievable. That's not real. What? In Gypsy's mind, Dee Dee simply didn't want her to grow up. Then Nick felt comfortable enough to share his darker side with Gypsy. He told her that he had Asperger's syndrome, aka autism, that he was psychic, that he had multiple personalities, and that he had an evil side named Victor that would take control of him sometimes. Oh my god.
Yeah, just keep seeing this guy. He sounds lovely.
What is happening? He also told her that he'd like it if each of his multiple personalities could have their own girlfriends. So Gypsy came up with alternate versions of herself to match his alter egos. What the fuck is going on? At first I was like, wait, he just wants to have many girlfriends at the same time. That's his excuse. But no, he wants her to have many different personalities. What is going on? Nick also told Gypsy that he liked the idea of BDSM and that once they were together, they had to try it, and he even had her watch videos on the subject. Gypsy would be the bell to his beast. She'd be his slave and he'd be the master. Quote, his ex messaged me and she told me he's a really bad guy. He thinks he's a vampire and he's into all this dominant submissive stuff. And I was thinking, it's just an ex. She's just bad-mouthing him. She doesn't know anything. She's jealous. It's not like I ever had a boyfriend before, so I didn't really know what was a normal relationship. I don't know, it seems profoundly weird to me. The two of them built elaborate romantic fantasies together in which their alter egos would act out certain scenes and sexual acts. Nick would write scripts for them and she'd have Gypsy record herself acting out his sexual fantasies. Nick's evil side was possessive and domineering, and he especially liked Ruby, Gypsy's darker side. He'd talk about how he'd like to possess and claim her, telling Gypsy that they're twin flame soulmates and that he's always with her. During one of these darker discussions, Nick allegedly told Gypsy that he used to be an assassin. Oh, in a previous life. Yeah, and I used to be Napoleon. Chill out. And that he would be able to protect her from anything and anyone. Quote, and I said, even my mum? And that's kind of where it developed from there on. Gypsy would later explain that around this time, Dee Dee had become more physically abusive. She'd habitually slap or punch Gypsy and would starve her for days on end if she tried to stand up for herself or asked Dee Dee to allow her to have friends, to date, to get married, have a life of her own. Quoting again, I got scared and desperate, and the only thing I could think about was that I wanted this real life of freedom and happiness, and how could I get it? Quote ends. Sometime around April or May 2014, Gypsy told Nick that she was thinking about killing her mum. To quote again, I was like, are you serious? This is not anything to joke around about. She said that it's the only way that they can be together. Now, the two discussed this at length and then decided that murdering Dee Dee would be a last resort, and they'd later refer to it as Plan B. In the meantime, they came up with other plans to be together. The first, Plan A, was to meet each other in real life. Oh, okay, so all of this has been happening online so far. Okay, that kind of makes sense. I just kind of put... Wow. Gypsy would then introduce Nick to Dee Dee, and hopefully Dee Dee would allow Gypsy to build a relationship with Nick. Plan C was to have Gypsy fall pregnant because in her mind, at least, if they had a child together, Nick simply had to be in her life. For a while, they decided to go with Plan C. Gypsy was excited about the prospect of becoming a mother, told Nick that she'd have to have her feeding tube removed before they went through with their plan, and she'd start stealing baby clothes from Walmart by hiding them in her wheelchair. Gypsy posted about their plan to have her fall pregnant on a Facebook mummy group and asked the other women for advice, and the women on there viciously tore into their plan and suggested that Gypsy should find herself a new boyfriend instead. Nick then confided to her friends that I saw comments on her post to that group that was bad-mouthing me, and she just took it like, wow, okay, I'm a wait. And it had to do with finding someone better than me. Okay. What's that sentence? What are you talking about? That brought an end to Plan C. In October 2014, Gypsy messaged Aaliyah Woodmansee from her secret Facebook account and explained that she had a boyfriend, Nick, and that she loved him. She suspected that her mother wouldn't approve of him, though, since her mother didn't want her to date, and the 25-year-old Nick was so much older than her. Not that much older, isn't she, like 21? It's like, properly, but younger in a mum's mind. This concerned Aaliyah, though, since they were repeatedly told that Gypsy had the mind of a 7-year-old. Yet, now she was talking about eloping with some guy and starting her own family. Wait, this Aaliyah woman, who's friends with her, surely you'd she's got to be around her actual age, right? So what, something around 20 or whatever. And wait, she must know she doesn't have the brain of a 7-year-old, because otherwise she wouldn't be having all these conversations with her. What? Yet now she was talking about eloping with some guy, starting her own family. Gypsy made it sound like, quote, some kind of magnificent fairy tale was unfolding. I mean, a very, very weird... fairy tales were weird. This kind of works for a fairy tale, doesn't it? It's like, yeah, no, he had all these personalities and he thought he was the devil. He used to be an assassin in a previous life. It is actually like one of those original, because fairy tales are actually scary. Like the Cinderella one. Sleeping Beauty, where she's asleep in the castle or whatever, in the tower or something like that. I'm mixing my fairy tales, I know. And then it's like, oh yeah, the prince come by and give her a kiss. And in reality, it's like, oh no. The prince comes by and hurts her. It's like, what? Sleeping Beauty's fucked up. Over the coming months, the two of them planned it all out. Nick would take the bus to Springfield, meet up with them at the cinema, and then they'd pretend to meet for the first time. And while they had the chance, Gypsy could use the opportunity to lose her virginity. I was very excited to meet this person that I'd been talking to for so long. I thought, if he dressed nice, if he said all the right things, and if he was just a kind person, then my mum would think, hey, well, why not? This could be the one. And then that way, we wouldn't have to lie about our relationship anymore. I don't get the feeling that old what's-his-face here, Nick, is going to show up and be particularly nicely dressed. I imagine Nick's going to show up and he's going to look like a bit of a weirdo, because he seems like a bit of a weirdo. In March 2015, Gypsy managed to steal $800 in cash from her mother and mailed it to Nick, who bought a bus ticket. He traveled 9 hours by bus to Springfield, and Gypsy convinced her mother that they had to go and see the new live-action Cinderella movie at the cinema the next day. Gypsy dressed up as Cinderella in a blue satin Cinderella dress with a curly blonde wig and a tiara, and Nick dressed up in a smart shirt and a blue tie so that he could make a good impression on her mother. Okay, they planned it ahead of time, good. Only later would she realize the biggest flaw in their master plan. We were the only people at the movies, and he didn't have a kid with him, or a girlfriend, or nothing. He's just this guy who's going to see this chick movie. Oh no, yeah, they're just watching live-action Cinderella. If you're the dude who's 25 and that's not even in the shirt and tie and going to the kids movie in the middle of the day, it's not a good idea, dude. Don't do it. If you really want to see the live action Cinderella, please, for the love of God, just wait till it comes out on Netflix and watch it at home, okay? It'll be a whole lot less weird. Nick walked up to Gypsy and Dee Dee inside the auditorium and introduced himself. He and Gypsy started talking, but Dee Dee thought that he was creepy, so she got up and moved away, urging Gypsy to go with her. But Gypsy didn't. Instead, Gypsy told her mum that she had to go to the bathroom. Nick offered to escort her and buy them some popcorn, and as soon as they were away from Dee Dee's watchful gaze, Gypsy and Nick entered the men's bathroom and proceeded to have sex. Afterwards, Gypsy cleaned herself up, got back into her wheelchair, and they met up with Dee Dee, who'd come looking for them. While Nick was buying popcorn, Dee Dee took Gypsy to the bathroom and asked her what she was still doing with Nick. Gypsy insisted that they were just friends, and Dee Dee slapped her for disobeying her, telling her that Nick was a weirdo and a creep, and she didn't want Gypsy to go anywhere near him. Eventually, they joined back up with Nick and finished watching the movie, but for Gypsy, the entire day had been ruined. Quote, "It made me feel devastated that it all went wrong. I knew that my mom was never going to let me be happy, have friends, fall in love, get married, have kids, or have a normal life, and I never wanted any more than that." That day convinced Gypsy that in order for the two of them to be together, Dee Dee had to die. She and Nick started plotting Dee Dee's murder, with Gypsy researching the various kinds of poisons that they could use. However, it would be too difficult to get their hands on a tasteless, odorless poison, so they abandoned that idea. They also considered just setting fire to the house, but eventually settled on killing Dee Dee with a knife.
Yeah.
They start with these complicated plans. It's yeah, maybe we can get away with this. It's why don't we just fucking stab her? Let's just stab her. It's yeah, okay.
Like everybody that talks about this case too, that's trying to make Gypsy out to be this terrible person. Dog, she fucking abused. What else were they supposed to?
Doesn't sound like the best of plans. And I get the feeling that because we know all of these details and we have all these enormous, lengthy quotes and stuff from this, that it definitely came from a trial, didn't it? This feels like trial stuff. Once Dee Dee was dead, they'd take the $5,000 in cash that Dee Dee kept in the house and use it to get themselves settled, thinking that it should last them a while. Who use $5,000 in cash in their house? Jesus, were you a prepper? Initially, Gypsy was going to be the one to murder Dee Dee, but she told Nick that she wouldn't be able to go through with it. So she outright asked him, "Would you kill my mother for me?" According to Nick, he'd argued it at first, but at some point I ended up giving in because I didn't know what else to do. There's nothing I wouldn't do for her. I don't know. You know what else you might not want to do? Murder someone? I didn't know what else to do. That's not an excuse for murder. What's wrong?
Which is like, I'm glad she only. Oh, never mind.
What's wrong with you, Nick? Nick
I'll
started
save
then
that.
Googling various kinds of knives and tasers that he'd used to murder Dee Dee. He sent Gypsy suggestions, which included a machete, but she told him that she would have to steal it from Walmart and she wouldn't be able to hide a machete in her wheelchair, so she asked him to send her other suggestions instead. Weird story, I've actually bought a machete from Walmart. This was like years ago. 15 years ago? Something like that? 16? 2008? After I left university, went on a big trip with a mate of mine to America. And we were like driving around, seeing the sights. We had a rental car, and we went to Walmart, and we're like, whoa, this is a big store. They sell everything. They sold a machete for $3. And I was like, fucking having that, aren't I? So we bought this machete. It was just sitting in the back of the rental car. And then we were like, well, what are we going to do with this machete? So we just hid it under the spare tire in the back of the rental car. So at some point, someone's going to go through that rental car. There's going to be like, this was obviously years ago now. And there would have been a machete hidden under the tire. Yeah, this the spare tire in the back. So, yeah, that's the end of that story. But it's just weird, buying machetes in Walmart. There you go. $3, though. Nick then explained that he needed duct tape to muffle Dee Dee and a taser to immobilize her, so that she couldn't fight back when he attacked her. On the 30th of May, 2 weeks before the murder, Gypsy was no longer sure she still wanted to kill her mother, but then the two of them had a fight about Gypsy's feeding tube. She asked her mother if they could leave the feeding tube removed during their next visit to the ER, but Dee Dee refused. This led to an argument in which Gypsy refused to undergo another operation, claiming that she'd already had the same operation numerous times and that she didn't need it. On the 2nd of June, 2015, Gypsy told Nick that she was 100,000% sure that she wanted to go through with their plan and that she'd finally decided that she wanted to be happy. Nick told her that he was glad and that his evil side, Victor, was excited at the prospect of ending Dee Dee's life.
Angle. Devil.
Life. Oh, Nick. Nick. You weird f***er. Quoting him, "Honey, you forgot I am ruthless, and my hatred of her will force her to die. It is my evil side doing it. He won't mess up because he enjoys killing." Gypsy then stole the knife from Walmart, got gloves and duct tape ready, even going so far as to pre-cut the duct tape, and apologized because she couldn't get her hands on a taser. She sent Nick another $1,000 to pay for a bus ticket and a room in a local motel in Springfield. Nick told his mother and stepfather that Dee Dee had kicked Gypsy out of the house and that he was going to Springfield to fetch her, and his mother told him that if she thought it was best, she'd trust his judgment. On 7 a.m. on the 9th of June, Nick was well on his way to Springfield, and he and Gypsy spent the morning hyping each other up for their future together. To quote, "I felt like this is a fairy tale, and that I was going to be the princess that gets rescued, and then I'd be happy in Wisconsin."
Scripture. Yeah, I could tell my subscriber list wasn't stinking enough anymore. Appreciate my boy.
Where I'd be loved, and to have my freedom, and to have this wonderful new life. But what started as a fairy tale ended as a horror movie. Well, you know it's going to end as a horror movie, because by this point you've already decided that you're murdering your mother. And yeah, she sounds like a horrible person. But still, that's not how fairy tale... I mean, again, fairy tale's really grim. But like, that's not how Disney fairy tales end, is it? For that entire day, Gypsy acted like nothing was wrong. And that night, she apologized to her mother and told her that she loved her, and the two of them made up, ending their week-long fight. They then spent the evening painting each other's nails a dark pink before Dee Dee explained that her feelings were still hurt after her fight with Gypsy and that she was going to bed. A tearful Gypsy would later recount that the last words my mother said to me was, "Don't hurt me." 1:40 a.m. on the 10th of June, Gypsy sent the following message to Nick. "It's go time. Are you ready?" She told him that she'd left the knife and the gloves on the porch and the front door was unlocked, so Nick could just slip inside once he got to their house. When he arrived, Nick put on the gloves, picked up the stolen knife, and made his way into the house. Gypsy met him at the door and then rolled her electric wheelchair to the bathroom, closing the door behind her. She got out of the chair, got into a fetal position on the floor, and waited. To quote, "I covered my ears so that I wouldn't hear anything, but I still heard my mother scream. And at that point I thought, hey, I don't want this to happen. I wanted to stop now, but I was too afraid to go and get help. You'd think that hearing a murder is like what you hear in a horror film or something, but it's really not. You can stand watching a horror film, but hearing someone actually being murdered is terrifying. It creates this almost nauseous feeling in your stomach. You can't think. All you know is how afraid you are. After Dee Dee's cries fell silent, Nick walked into the bathroom, still holding the knife and dripping blood onto the bathroom floor. He'd cut his finger and asked Gypsy to help him clean it. Uh-oh. There's a lot of DNA coming out of your finger right now, isn't there? Then Nick's evil side ordered Gypsy to go to her bedroom where they had sex. Gypsy claimed that she was happy to go along with it first, but the sex was painful, and when she asked him to stop, he didn't. Nick would later explain that the sex wasn't pleasurable for either of them, mostly because he was too focused on what they had to do next. Gypsy said that he then ordered her to clean the bloody footprints that he'd tracked from her mother's room to the bathroom while she was still naked. She went to get towels and a stain-removing carpet spray from the kitchen and cleaned the bloodstains, while Nick watched on. She made sure to wipe his fingerprints from the scene and dumped the bloody towels in the garbage. This... Really? The towels that you're cleaning up his blood on, you just put them in the garbage? You think they're not going to look in there? You got to burn that shit. You got to take it with you, take it far away, burn that shit, and throw the ashes in the ocean. Come on. Basic crime. Crime 101 here. The entire time, Nick made sure that he blocked Gypsy's view of her mother's bedroom so she wouldn't have to see Dee Dee's body, and Gypsy later explained that she was grateful to him because she hadn't wanted to remember her mum like that. Nick packed Gypsy's backpack, including some clothes, a birth certificate, medical aid card, some pain tablets, a spare feeding tube, and the cash, and they took the knife and the bloody gloves along with them. Gypsy put on a wig so that she wouldn't be recognized, and they called for a cab at around 6 a.m. and asked the driver to take them to the motel where Nick was staying. They spent 2 days there while they tried to book a bus ticket to Wisconsin, and Nick told Gypsy the cover story that he'd told his parents, ensuring that they were both on the same page. Other than that, they mostly just lounged around, took photos and videos of each other, went to lunch at the Waffle House, and had more awkward sex during which Nick would bite Gypsy on the neck and her arms, allegedly because Gypsy had told him that it was a turn-on for her. According to Gypsy, quote, "My mind wasn't thinking back to what was at my house. I just kept thinking, I'm free. And that excitement of being free and walking. But the looming awareness of what had just happened clouded my mind, so I used Xanax to drown out all my remorse."
I'm back. Sorry about that. I don't know what that was about.
Remorse and cares and fears. Quote ends. On the 12th of June, Gypsy and Nick finally managed to book a ticket for both of them to Wisconsin. But before they could leave, they had to decide what they were going to do with the knife and gloves. Bruh, dispose of them. Dispose of them. Throw them in the ocean. Burn them first. Nick had wanted to take it on the bus with them, but with her limited experience, Gypsy was sure the bus station must have metal detectors like airports do, so she recommended that they should mail it to Wisconsin instead. What are you doing? Just get rid of it. Gypsy wrote her address as the return address and would later explain that they planned on dumping the knife and gloves in a lake in Wisconsin where it would never be found. Bro, find a lake nearby. Where are you? Where is Wisconsin? Where are they now? I don't know. Look, you got to go somewhere where there's a giant body of water and dump it in there. While the knife was making its way through the postal system, Gypsy and Nick got back on the bus and spent 9 hours to Wisconsin discussing their future. According to Nick, we wanted to have a family together, and we wanted to build a life together and stuff. We thought we really had a chance to do it, so we were happy about that. But shortly after they arrived in Wisconsin on the 13th of June, Gypsy told Nick that she was haunted by the fact that her mother's body hadn't been discovered yet. To quote, "I wanted my mother found because I felt remorse, and I couldn't stand the thought of her just being there. But
I'm gonna be honest, his addressing video was just sad. Even on like, he kept apologizing. I'm like, dog, why are you didn't do anything wrong? Like I said it earlier when we were initially watching it on stream. I believe that he was gay up. And that's why he did that OnlyFans stuff. I'm gonna be real. All that shit that they were doing, all that shit he was doing, like even the outfits he was wearing, that's doing way more than just being like doing it for money. I genuinely believe, I mean, he might be straight now because he recently talked about what is it? Talking about like he just gave his life to Christ or that, sure. That's fine and everything. Just like dog. Like he was apologizing like he got caught stealing. People were mad about him, quote unquote, being gay than it was about Dr. Disrespect. I even said earlier, there's one guy that said he'd rather touch kids than take it in the butt, and that's how I'm gonna view everybody that's against Sketch.
I needed something alarming that would alarm her friends enough to call the police. So, after some discussion, Gypsy logged onto her mother's Facebook account that Sunday afternoon and made the now infamous Facebook post. And when it didn't look like anyone was taking the post seriously, Gypsy commented on the post again, explaining that Dee Dee had been stabbed and that she'd been sexually assaulted. According to Gypsy, they hadn't thought about coming up with a plausible story regarding what had happened to her. Quote, "I thought maybe if people knew I was gone, they would just think I was missing. And missing people go unfound all the time. So I thought that I'd remain a missing person. Yo, you're number one suspect because you're the family. It's always the family." Little did she know that their time together had just started to run out. Happily never after. Back in New Orleans, Gypsy's father Rod was in a panic after one of Dee Dee's sisters informed him that Dee Dee had been murdered and Gypsy was missing. Gypsy's stepmother, Christy, would later tell journalist Michelle Dean from BuzzFeed that, quote, "I was in hysterics, thinking Gypsy got brought somewhere and was left to die." Back in Springfield, Dee Dee and Gypsy's friends, Kim and Dave, had organized a GoFundMe to pay for Dee Dee's funeral expenses, and if the worst happened, Gypsy's too. Dee Dee's body had been discovered at around 1 a.m. that Monday morning, and by 8 a.m. the police were interviewing all of their friends and neighbors who all gathered on the lawn, desperate to find out what what happened to Gypsy? Detective Joseph Fletcher from the Greene County Cybercrimes Task Force had already been tasked with finding out who posted the alarming status update to the DGIP Facebook accounts, and he submitted a request to Facebook asking for information related to that account. Now, here's something you might not know. Facebook has an interactive portal for law enforcement specifically for situations like this. Law enforcement needs either a subpoena or a search warrant, and then they're able to submit a request for information relating to multiple Facebook accounts. Once the information is ready, they'll receive an email, and they can then download a PDF document that contains all the relevant information that they'd requested. You know you're a big company when it's like, yeah, we all have an automatic thing for subpoena. You got a subpoena? Okay, you could just get the information, submit it, and then you can just download it.
What?
Someone developed that. Facebook's huge. This includes the email addresses connected to the account, who is listed as friends, who subscribes to them, who posted what, who commented on which posts, as well as the IP addresses of all the devices that are currently logged into the account. Detective Fletcher determined that on the 14th of June, an unknown device logged into the account on several occasions. Detective Fletcher requested information relating to the IP address in question and found out that it was connected to a Time Warner internet connection that...
What do you mean to say anything? Did I? I don't know. Forgot. Oh well.
Was registered to a Nicholas Gojon. Oh, that's the Nick dude who lived in Waukesha County in Wisconsin. That's a lot of W's. Now, around the same time, Gypsy's friend Aaliyah approached the police and explained that Gypsy had an online boyfriend called Nicholas Gojon. These messages included Gypsy's claims that she loved Nick and he was a Prince Charming and that they wanted a life together. The police are being like, these guys, this is them. Convinced that he'd somehow kidnapped Gypsy. Oh, okay, yeah, wait, that's a much more obvious.
You're good.
Is it more obvious? Or do you assume that... I guess you don't know about all the abuse and stuff, right? So you'd assume that the Nick guy's the weirdo. And to be fair, that's exactly what you'd see after you read those messages. So no, I'm sorry, I'm completely with the police here. That's the obvious thing, that they think he kidnapped her. That's way more sensible. Detective Steve Hancock. And then he contacted the police in Waukesha County and asked them to check in on little old Nick to find out whether Gypsy was still alive and well. On the night of the 15th of June, Gypsy and Nick were woken up by the sound of police sirens. Several armored vehicles surrounded the house and they watched as several canine units gathered on the lawn, ready to find any trace of Gypsy's remains. Scared, the two of them hid in Nick's closet, and Nick had Gypsy repeat their cover story, which didn't explain how Dee Dee actually ended up dead. It's not a very good cover story then, is it? When the police started blasting that Nick was under arrest and should come out with his hands in the air, Gypsy offered to go down first. She quickly got dressed, called the officers, and told them that she was coming out, and then they handcuffed her, asking her whether Nicholas was armed. She told them that he wasn't, that he had kidnapped her, and that she was there of her own free will. The Waukesha County Police took them both to the police station and reported back to the Greene County Sheriff's Office that they'd found Gypsy, but they warned something was off. The Greene County Sheriff's Office reported that Gypsy was mentally and physically disabled, yet Gypsy came across as quite intelligent and was capable of walking on her own. They had taken her to hospital for a checkup and some blood tests, and the medical reports had come back clear, noting that apart from needing a new pair of glasses, Gypsy was in perfect health. Gypsy was taken to a waiting room, Nick was taken to an interview room, and both of them were told that the detectives were flying in from Springfield to meet with them. Gypsy took a nap on the couch and eventually started a conversation with the warrant officer who was guarding her. They were both Harry Potter fans, and Gypsy told him all about her and her mother's adventures, her trips to Disney World and Warner Brothers Studios, her charity work, the places she wanted to visit, and her questionable boyfriend Nick, who'd just been arrested, though she claimed she didn't know why. Gypsy, what are you doing? Didn't we just describe you as somewhat intelligent? That warrant officer is not just standing there to be like a passive guard. If you tell them shit, that's going to be used against you. Wait for your fucking lawyer. Use your brain. Not once did she bring up any of her illnesses, except for mentioning that she had spent a lot of time in different hospitals, which enabled her to travel to different cities every few months. Eventually, Detective Hancock arrived at around 10 p.m. that night and started asking her basic questions. What's your name? Where did you grow up? Do you have any other family? How old are you? Gypsy explained the mix-up with her birth certificate, and then Detective Hancock said that as far as she was aware, she was 19, but that she had a Medicaid card that said she was 23. She didn't know what her social security number was, and all of her documents were still at Nick's house. She also explained that she had been homeschooled and that her education was kind of scattered, that she only had a third-grade education, but that she could read and write just fine, despite the fact that her spelling wasn't exactly up to standard. Then Detective Hancock started the interrogation by reading Gypsy her Miranda rights, or to use the official term, the Miranda warning. According to Wikipedia, the Miranda warning is a type of notification customarily given by police to criminal suspects in police custody or in custodial interrogation, advising them of their right to silence and, in effect, protection from self-incrimination. Wait, so the stuff she said before to the warrant officer, is that admissible because she hadn't been read her Miranda rights yet? Again, I don't really know. I'm just basing my knowledge of American law from like TV shows. They're not exactly the same as the ones you hear on television, but basically Miranda warning states that anyone suspected of a crime has a right to legal counsel and is allowed to request legal assistance before they answer any and all questions posed to them by the police. Ideally, the police want to get a confession before their suspect lawyers up, but here's a bit of free legal advice from our basement lawyer Liam Bird. If a police officer asks to speak to you down at the station, lawyer up. If a police officer starts asking you probing questions, lawyer up. If a police officer wants to speak to you about your friend who's been arrested, lawyer up. If a police officer even looks at you suspiciously for more than 1 nanosecond, lawyer f***ing up. Yes, it doesn't make you look more guilty, it makes you look smart. Even if you've done nothing wrong, just do it. From the moment Gypsy's interrogation officially starts, it's obvious that Detective Hancock knows that Gypsy was involved in carrying out Dee Dee's murder. For the entirety of her interrogation, he comes across as an understanding but strict father who knows that Gypsy has messed up and is giving her the opportunity to come clean. Oh, Gypsy, don't, I don't want you to go free or whatever. Although, I don't know, you obviously deserve some sort of punishment, but there's some pretty massive extenuating circumstances here. But don't fall for this. Are you really going to fall for this? This impression is only reinforced when he moves closer to Gypsy and explains that she needs to come clean before all of her lives snowball around her and get out of control. Then, to ensure there's no doubt about what he's referring to, he says, "Your mum's dead. She's passed away. She's deceased. Now, what I want to ask you is, did you have any involvement in this?" At first, Gypsy acts confused, then shakes her head and bursts out in tears. Detective Hancock calmly but firmly shuts her down, telling her that he knows she made a mistake, but that, quote, "You can rewrite your story tonight. I don't think that you're a bad person, but what I do think is that there are some things that you need to talk about and why these things happened. You're in a situation where you can help yourself right now, because the more and more you let that snowball roll down that hill and get bigger, it's going to explode." Her lawyer be like, "No, it's not." "No, it's not. Don't say anything." At first, Gypsy continued to deny everything, but eventually Detective Hancock got Gypsy to tell him her story. He probably used that read technique. I made a whole video about the read technique, which is how the police get you to confess to shit, even if you didn't do it. And it's kind of wild. So always lawyer up, because always lawyer, always. Gypsy told Detective Hancock that her mum was overprotective and wanted her to stay a little girl forever. She explained how, after she'd introduced Nick to her mum, she and her mum would get into frequent fights about him. Dee Dee didn't approve of him, told Gypsy that Nick seemed dangerous and that he reminded her of Jeffrey Dahmer, to which Detective Hancock said, and she was absolutely right. You know, she was right. Apparently, Nick didn't like this, and he told Gypsy that he didn't appreciate her mum dragging his name through the mud. Gypsy explained that night, Nick had only come for a visit, and then they were just going to hang out. But when they were getting ready for bed, Nick had pushed Gypsy into the bathroom, locked her inside, and then went and murdered Dee Dee. Afterwards, he had Gypsy clean up the blood, then sexually assaulted her in her bedroom, explaining that it had hurt. Detective Hancock pointed at the yellowing bruises on her neck and a clear, angry bite mark on her arm, asking what it was. Gypsy explained that they were hickeys, to which Detective Hancock replied that he was a man and did never bite a girl that hard on the arm and call it a hickey. Yeah, a hickey isn't where you bite. Isn't a hickey where you, suck? And then that causes, the blood to rush to the capillaries, which leaves not like a bruise, but a red mark. Right? Isn't that what it is? I'm going to look that up just to be sure. Look up. Hickey, or sometimes referred to a love bite in British English, indeed, is a bruise or bruise-like mark caused by kissing or sucking skin, usually on the neck. There you go. It's sucking. It's not biting. Jesus. Detective Hancock had Gypsy go through the events of that night again, and Gypsy explained how she'd been locked in the bathroom, what she'd done with the towels after she'd done cleaning up the blood, and how they'd packed a bag and prepared to leave for Wisconsin. At no point had she been aware that Nick had planned to murder her mother that night. Then Detective Hancock left and told Detective Angela Mahoney that she could start interrogating Nick. Bro, they're just going to go through your computer and be like, "Oh, look, all this evidence you wrote down about wanting to murder your mum." Come on, use your brain.
I mean, the issue is that her whole life she's had to lie. So of course she would do this still. Obviously she might have done it to protect herself, but literally her entire life was lying. lie every single day.
Just like Gypsy, Nick had been waiting for hours and was visibly relieved, if a little wary, when Detective Mahoney entered the interrogation room.
Bad they didn't do that to you because you're actually.
Detective Mahoney cheerfully greeted Nick, asked if he was doing well, and comes across as just a kind, caring person who could easily confide in. Oh my god, the police. This is so, like, it's just so skilled. It's just such a skill. This dude's just like, let's fucking go. He's like, all right, mate, how you doing? Yeah, tell me everything. And you'll be like, yeah, okay, you seem cool. Amazing. Detective Mahoney read him his Miranda rights, had him sign a document explaining that he understood the contents of the document, and then asked him about his relationship with Gypsy. Nick told her the basics of the relationship, and then explained that a week or two earlier, he'd grown worried when he couldn't reach Gypsy. He traveled to Springfield to check on her, and then ran into her in town. Gypsy told him that Dee Dee had kicked her out of the house, and she was now living on the street. They then went to his hotel room, where they stayed for a while, bought 2 bus tickets, and then went back to Wisconsin. Detective Mahoney calmly told Nick that she didn't believe him. She told him that she'd spoken to Gypsy, and Gypsy had told them everything. Things they knew were true. But now Nick was telling them lies. Then Mahoney told Nick that if he truly loved Gypsy, he'd tell them the truth because he was doing Gypsy an injustice by lying to the police. So he did.
Dog.
Lawyer, my dude, lawyer! He told them that Gypsy had asked him to kill Dee Dee. He admitted that they'd planned it together for months, calling it Plan B. He explained that Gypsy had stolen the knife and had prepared the gloves and duct tape, and that he had originally planned on raping Dee Dee before settling on having sex with Gypsy instead. Dude, you don't. Why would you even admit to that? They can't possibly know that. Why are you just adding to your crimes? Well, I was going to rape her, but I didn't. Why the f would you say to the stolen the knife and had prepared the gloves and duct tape, and that he had originally planned on raping Dee Dee before settling on having sex with Gypsy instead? Dude, you don't. Why would you even admit to that? They can't possibly know that. Why are you just adding to your crimes? Well, I was going to rape her, but I didn't. Why the f would you say that? After Nick finished his story, Detective Hancock confronted Gypsy and told her that he now knew that she'd helped Nick to plan her mother's murder. The jig was up, and they were both going to be charged with first-degree murder. Then he left the room, leaving Gypsy to process the news. 28 seconds after the door closed behind him, Gypsy got up and yelled, "I want a lawyer. Please, sir, I want a lawyer." You're a bit late, aren't you? Jesus! Disenchanted. Gypsy Rose Blanchard and Nicholas Gojohn were both charged with the first-degree murder early on the 16th of June 2015, and a young public defender named Michael Stanfield took on the case.
Damn! The boy got a cranium on him. Gah!
During a press conference later that morning, Greene County Sheriff Jim Arnott would open the conference with the words referenced at the beginning of this script. Things are not always as they appear. At this point, people were still convinced that Gypsy had been a victim as well, but Sheriff Arnott explained that the evidence they'd collected so far suggested that Dee Dee and Gypsy had been defrauding people for years, and that Gypsy had plotted her mother's murder alongside her boyfriend, Nicholas Gojohn. Well, that seems like exactly what has been happening. This is a tragic event surrounded by mystery and public deception. Gypsy can walk without assistance or a wheelchair, and she could do that very well. He told the public that they were aware that a GoFundMe had been set up to pay for Dee Dee's funeral expenses, but since they were considering adding fraud charges, they'd suggested that public shouldn't have given the family any more money. Christy Blanchard, Gypsy's stepmother, would later explain that she was still in Wisconsin when she called me. At that time, she still wasn't trusting anyone. She was still not telling her lawyer everything. Then we went in the courtroom for a preliminary hearing, and that's when they showed all the text messaging. And when they said they were presenting that, she turned around and looked at us with fear in her eyes. I guess she didn't think that they were going to pull all of those messages up. Rod and Christy drove up to Springfield and met with Mike Stanfield, Gypsy's lawyer. He had the medical reports of the night Gypsy had been arrested and told Rod and Christy that there was medically nothing wrong with Gypsy. He told them that he suspected that Gypsy was a victim of Munchausen's by proxy. There we go. I know about that because of the TV show House. Like, it's where you want the attention of people and doctors and stuff, but not for yourself. You don't pretend to be sick. Someone you know is sick, like your kids or whatever, and then you get that attention via them. It's weird. and that he was going to do everything in his power to prove it. According to the 5th edition of the Diagnostic and Statistical Manual of Mental Disorders, or DSM, Munchausen disorder, or fictitious disorder, occurs when a person fakes an illness in order to attract attention or sympathy. When the person causes someone else, usually their child or someone in their care, to experience a fake illness, it's called Munchausen's by proxy. In this case, however, Dee Dee's actions can also be classified as malingering Munchausen's by proxy, which occurs when someone fakes the symptoms of an illness in someone else for material benefits. Oh my god, it's complicated. According to journalist Michelle Dean's article, Dee Dee wanted her daughter to be sick, Gypsy wanted her mum murdered. Malingering isn't considered to be a mental illness, it's just plain fraud. As Rod and Christie listened to Mike explain Gypsy's case, they felt reassured that the young lawyer had her best interests at heart. Gypsy was facing either a life sentence or the death penalty, so they had to do whatever they could to ensure that she didn't spend the rest of her life locked away in yet another prison. Rod and Christie were both able to meet with Gypsy and basically told her, honey, the time for lying is over. From now on, you've got to be honest and tell us the whole truth. Yeah, this is your only out. Like, you're fucked. You're going to prison. Like, there's no question. But you've got to go for those hardcore extenuating circumstances of basically your mum being mega abusive to you, and hope that the courts, like, what's his face? Nick, the boyfriend, he's going away forever. He's getting the death penalty, like, for sure. But she has a pretty massive card to play here. So she did. Good, giving Mike everything he needed to start looking deeper into her past. Because Dee Dee had Gypsy declared mentally incompetent shortly after her 18th birthday, it took Mike a year before he could access her medical history, and even then, it didn't include everything. Gypsy's medical history was a compilation of all the lies that Dee Dee had told to different doctors over Gypsy's entire lifetime. Every doctor took Dee Dee at her word, noted that Gypsy's medical history was incomplete, and treated her anyway. When they disagreed with Dee Dee's claims, she would leave their office in a huff, claim they didn't know what they were doing, and then consult a new doctor, who she could manipulate into performing yet another operation on Gypsy. In August 2007, Dee Dee took the 16-year-old Gypsy to a Dr. Bernardo Flasterstein, a pediatric neurologist. She told Dr. Flasterstein that the 14-year-old Gypsy had been diagnosed with muscular dystrophy and cerebral palsy, and he performed various tests on her, including a muscle biopsy, an MRI, an EEG, and blood tests. They all came back normal. During a follow-up visit in 2007, he told Dee Dee that there's no reason why Gypsy shouldn't be able to walk on her own. He even had Gypsy stand up and confirmed that she was more than capable of carrying her own weight. Dee Dee didn't agree with his assessment and left the office in a huff, taking Gypsy with her. She just stood up. It's like, I don't agree with you. She's standing next to you. In his report, Dr. Flasterstein wrote, "The mother is not a good historian. Analyzing all the facts, and after talking to a previous pediatrician, there is a strong possibility of Munchausen by proxy, with maybe some underlying unknown etiology to explain for her symptoms." End quote. Dr. Flasterstein then tried to track down Gypsy's other doctors in Springfield to confirm his suspicions and was told that he should treat Gypsy and Dee Dee with golden gloves. What does that mean? The other doctors didn't believe his claims, and Dr. Flasterstein didn't do anything else about it, believing that if he did report Dee Dee to social services like he was supposed to do, nothing would be done about it since the entire medical community had been manipulated into believing Dee Dee's version of events. Dude, you should report that, though. It doesn't matter what they might not do anything. That's up to them. Don't you need to get that burden off of you? And just be like, okay, I did my thing. It's your problem now. If you don't do something about it, at least my conscience is more clear. Quoting again, "We have a system, which is a big integrated system, that decided to adopt her and bring her in to support her. So many people looking at her, knowing her history, knowing what she was going through, knowing what she went through. I would have been rejected on the spot." But even if he had reported her, Dee Dee would have known about it and would have escaped with Gypsy before the authorities could close in on them. According to Mike, Dee Dee requested copies of all of Gypsy's medical reports, so she knew that Dr. Flasterstein was onto her. They never went back to the hospital. All of these records helped Mike convince the prosecution that there were mitigating circumstances in Gypsy's case, and they changed the first-degree murder charges to Class A felony murder in the second degree, and acting in concert with another who knowingly caused the death of Dee Dee Blanchard. Yeah, okay, I completely agree. There are mitigating circumstances here, and this seems fair. According to Gypsy, she was in a pretty dark place at this time and had resolved that if she was going to be put in prison for the rest of her life, she was going to bring her life to an end. However, Mike came to meet with her and told her that the prosecution was willing to enter a plea bargain with her. She would have to plead guilty, and in exchange she'd receive a lesser sentence. That way she would be released by the time she was 32 and would be allowed to have a fresh start at life. Gypsy agreed, and on the 5th of July 2016, she was sentenced to spend the next 10 years in prison with the possibility of being paroled after having served 85% of her sentence. I have to say that honestly feels pretty fair. Like, I think she does need to go to prison for some time because, obviously, she was in concert with someone who murdered. But that seems pretty fair. But what about Nick?
Right to jail, right away.
Oh, Nick's... He's going to prison forever. Or death penalty. In the years following their arrest, Nick had granted just as many interviews as Gypsy had. During all of them, he'd stuck to his story, explaining that they'd planned Dee Dee's murder together, that he loved Gypsy, and that he only wanted to be with her. It also meant that a lot of people felt that he'd been manipulated by Gypsy, especially once it got out that he'd been diagnosed with autism as a child. However, it was pointed out on
Which boss? What?
occasions that we had to wait until the murder trial before we could pass final judgment on his actions that night. Nicholas Gojohn's murder trial started on the 13th of November 2018 and was presided over by Judge David Jones. During the opening statements, Assistant Greene County Prosecutor Nathan Chapman explained that killing Dee Dee might have been Gypsy's idea, but that Nick was the one who thought about it for more than a year, who decided...
Why the fuck did you do a blaze... Oh wait, spawn and kill? Could have done it faster. Pretty sure I got like a 40-second spawn and kill. Or not like a 37 or something. Because I had one of those light dark red minis and I double hit it and got it insta boss, so. But yeah, that is good.
Decided what he was going to wear, what he'd need, and how he was going to kill her. Public defender Andrew Mead agreed that Nick had killed Dee Dee, but explained that Nick didn't have the mental capacity to be held accountable for his actions. He'd been born with his umbilical cord wrapped around his neck and had been deprived of oxygen, and doctors warned his parents that this could result in Nick experiencing developmental delays. They'd also been told that it was possible that mentally he'd always be a 15-year-old. Nick grew up in a single-parent household, was diagnosed with autism shortly after he started attending school, and spent most of his time alone on the internet since his mother was always working. Shortly after finishing high school, he'd worked for a pizza shop and was responsible for waving a sign in front of the store. At one point, he'd been promoted to work in the kitchen, but this led to the owners firing him since he tended to drop pizzas. At the age of 21, he applied for and was granted disability benefits because he'd been diagnosed with autism as a child. His parents explained that he'd only had one confirmed girlfriend, though he claimed he'd had two. His most serious relationship to date was his online relationship with Gypsy. Public Defender Mead then went on to explain that when Nick heard what Gypsy was going through, he was happy to go along with her murder plot and to help to free her from her mother's control. And the biggest reason for this is the fact that he had autism. According to Public Defender Mead, at the end of the day, you're going to understand the dynamics of this case, that Nick wasn't able to formulate the necessary mental state to commit murder in the first degree. The prosecutor...
So... the defense is he has autism, so... Shit, that means I get to murder someone. That...
prosecution called multiple witnesses to explain the events of the day, including the two taxi drivers who drove Nick to and from Gypsy's house, the various police officers involved in the investigation, and the forensic experts who'd analyzed the evidence presented at trial.
That's... like, how they really gonna use that as the excuse? Like, yeah, my boy retarded.
Gypsy was also asked to tell her side of the story, but since I already covered her version of events in this script, I'm not going to discuss her time on the stand. One of the most notable witnesses during the trial was Corporal Angela Mahoney, the detective who'd interrogated Nick on the night of his arrest. Based on the motions discussed before the start of the trial, the defense was of the opinion that Detective Mahoney had knowingly lied to Nick during the interrogation by telling him that Gypsy had told them the truth when in fact she hadn't told them anything. Wait, is that not allowed? Aren't they allowed to do that? Isn't that like just one of the smart ways of getting a confession? Like, it's like, oh, they already grassed on you, so you got to do yourself a favor and grass on them. Like, isn't that how it works? Is that not allowed? I thought that'd be totally allowed. This then led to Nick implicating himself in the murder because Detective Mahoney had told him that if he loved Gypsy, he'd tell them the truth. Assistant Prosecutor Chapman had Detective Mahoney explain the various interrogation methods she had been traded, and she told the court that you could either be kind to the suspect or be more aggressive, aka the good guy, bad guy approach. Mahoney preferred the good guy approach and would treat the suspect she is interrogating with kindness, enabling her to build a rapport with them before she starts her questioning. Detective Mahoney went on to explain that, quote, the goal is to just get the facts of whatever you are investigating. Excellent, excellent place to start as a police officer. Don't get railroad, just go in there and get the facts. And then the court can work out guilt. The court watched Nick's interrogation in full, and afterwards, Nick's attorney, Dwayne Perry, asked Detective Mahoney if she'd been trained to interview people with autism, if she'd noticed that he had trouble understanding.
Oh my god. Why are you going down this route? Dog, the autism route is not the way to go. What the fuck?
What the word coercion meant when she read him his Miranda rights, if she'd known that he'd been diagnosed with autism before she initiated the interview, if she'd noticed that he was tired at the time, if she commonly interviewed people at midnight, and if she knowingly lied to Nick during the interview. Mahoney said no, she hadn't been trained specifically to interview neurodivergent people. Lots of people had trouble understanding their Miranda rights, and it's not uncommon for her to have to explain it numerous times. At the time, she hadn't known that he had been diagnosed with autism, since she only spoke to his mother later that day, and she was the only one who told Detective Mahoney that he'd been diagnosed with autism. Yes, she'd noticed he seemed tired, but only because Nick had specifically mentioned it. It wasn't unusual for her to interview suspects at night, but no, she doesn't have a preference as to when she'd interview someone. And yes, she'd knowingly lied to Nick to convince him to tell her the truth. Okay, sounds like very straightforward. She's answering all the questions nicely. When it was Assistant Prosecutor Chapman's turn to question her, she explained that Nick hadn't come across as autistic, so she treated him just as she would any other suspect. It wasn't unusual for her to interview someone late at night either, since they want to interview someone as soon as possible after a crime takes place. And yes, she was legally allowed to lie to suspects during an interrogation. Good, I knew it. That's why you need a lawyer, because they'll be like, that's a lie. Don't answer that. They could be lying. Need some proof. Don't answer that. Don't answer that. So remain silent. Lawyer, lawyer, lawyer! Detective Fletcher was then called to the stand and explained how the police had found Nick and Gypsy. He also explains that after they were arrested, the police had obtained over 4,000 pages worth of information relating to the various Facebook profiles that they'd created to talk to each other. Most interestingly, Assistant Prosecutor Chapman had Detective Fletcher explain that in May 2014, Nick had told a friend called Ali that Gypsy wanted to kill her mum to, quote, she said she wants to see how our original plan goes first, with me meeting her and her mum and such, and I guess she said she wanted only to do it as a last resort. He then asked Ali, how crazy do you think Gypsy is? You won't hurt my feelings or anything. I really want to know though, since I just obviously can tell she is, I just can't seem to put in words how crazy I think she is. This is just people's text messages, so they don't think about how it reads. It's a nightmare. I know I suppose situations change people, though, to where others are willing to do things that other people aren't, and obviously my mum, even though she has been hard on me overall, has been a very good mother to me, so I couldn't ever do it to her. And the only reason I can understand it with her mum is because how unreasonably poor her mum treats her, but since it is a last resort thing, who knows, maybe it won't even have to happen. Okay. Ali sympathized with Nick and told him that she'd only consider killing her mum if her mum was going to kill her first, but overall, it didn't sound like she believed his story. In fact, the two of them were chatting before he left for Gypsy's house that night, and he told Ali that Gypsy was running away from home and would be now living with him. When Michael Costello, a computer forensic analyst with the Springfield Police Department, took to the stand, he explained that he'd been responsible for analyzing the various text messages that Nick and Gypsy sent to each other during the course of their relationship. He explained that they often told each other that they loved, worshipped, and adored the other person, referred to each other as their twin flame soulmate, called each other honey and dear, and would often refer to each other using the names of their alter egos. The court, and me unfortunately, then listened for 2 hours as Michael Costello read almost 800 super cringy text messages to the court. Did you really listen to these all, Emma? Oh god, this guy must have had a nightmare just like reading this shit out. It's like, it's so awkwardly written because what is that? Do you think he's like, hi, how are you doing? Smiley face emoji, heart emoji. On the 30th of May, Gypsy asked Nick if they could postpone Plan B for 10 months because she wanted to have her feeding tube taken out so that she could fall pregnant someday. She also worried that she wouldn't be able to receive the medical care she believed she needed in Big Bend since it didn't have a hospital, and then suggested that they should move to Milwaukee instead. When Nick told her that he'd prefer to stay in Wachata, Gypsy reassured him that they'd start looking for apartments for the two of them since they still had the $5,000 that they'd planned on taking after they killed her mum. Then Nick followed up that explaining that he couldn't wait to watch 50 Shades of Grey with her and they should try having anal sex as soon as possible. Nick, what are you... So yeah, let's go find that apartment. And then we're going to watch 50 Shades of Grey and Victor's going to come for you. It's like, oh God. Nick, you weirdo. These messages and Gypsy's testimony during the trial painted a clear image of Nick and Gypsy's messed up relationship. The two often fought, and then Nick would hurl insults at Gypsy before blaming his evil side for his actions. It's obvious that he felt insecure in their relationship. He'd get angry if Gypsy didn't respond to his messages for some time, wanted him to refer to her as dear and honey in every message so that he could feel worshipped. And if she said something that displeased him, he'd threaten to break it off with Gypsy and tell her that he'd kill himself, which would result in her calling him and apologizing for hurting his tiny feelings before she jumped into the role of Daddy's little good girl, aka her childlike alter ego Kitty. Now look, I'm no professional, but that reeks of narcissistic manipulation. One of the biggest indicators of this is his tendency to put the blame for his less acceptable actions on his evil side. It seemed like Gypsy thought it was all part of the act, a role that Nick was playing, but what is more disturbing though is how his evil side supposedly saw that night going. Nick planned what he would wear that night down to the last detail, finally settling on a scary shirt with evil clowns on it so that he would scare Dee Dee. He would also ask Gypsy questions like if her mum was a heavy or a light sleeper, whether she slept on her back or on her stomach, whether the floor squeaked or not, and told Gypsy what to prepare, explaining that it was his evil side who wanted to know. During his police interrogation, Nick would tell Detective Mahoney that he originally planned on sexually assaulting Dee Dee before he murdered her, but that he wasn't interested in violating her once she was dead since he had no interest in necrophilia. Bro, why are you bringing up all these details that we don't need to know? It's like, no, I definitely wouldn't have sex with her after she's dead. Why would you? No one was thinking that! Considering that necrophilia is a big word for someone who doesn't know what coercion meant, Detective O'Haley asked him how he knew what necrophilia was, and Nick explained that he usually Googled new words that he came across in pop culture. During our interrogation and later interviews, Gypsy would explain that when Nick told her of his original plan, she'd offered that he could assault her instead since she didn't want him to do that to her mum. In the days leading up to the murder, he'd expand on this fantasy, telling Gypsy that she had to buy some bondage tape and that she had to shave herself for him, and that he wanted her to be naked when he opened the bathroom door, and that she had to paint her nails red and wear red lipstick. Nick, you're a weird dude, my dude. Like, what the fuck? Apologies, that's what his evil side wanted. Of course. What a brilliant defense. What a big brain. Nick then plans on having both vaginal and anal sex with Gypsy while her mum's dead body was in the next room, and when she suggested that it could wait until they got to the motel room, he insisted that his evil side demanded it. In the end, Gypsy had to settle for dark pink nail polish and a pink lip gloss because that was all she had, and Nick told her that once he arrived at her house, she had to understand that it wasn't him, but his evil side, and that she had to listen to what he said and refer to him as Sir. If she did everything he asked of her, his evil side wouldn't hurt her. Once she was locked in the bathroom, she had to block her ears and wasn't allowed to come out until his evil side came to fetch her so that he could sexually assault her. Once they finished having painful and unsatisfactory sex, Nick then told Gypsy that he wanted her to be naked when she cleaned up the blood because it turned him on. He then decided what she'd wear and packed her clothes for her before ordering her a cab. You're a weirdo, dude. Like, what the f***? The defense seemingly ignored all of this and asked Mr. Costello if he'd say their exchanges were reminiscent of 15-year-olds since Nick was supposedly mentally delayed. Mr. Costello said that he honestly couldn't say. The prosecution countered this by asking if 15-year-olds usually discussed BDSM and their sexual fantasies over text message, and he said no. On the third day of the trial, the defense called a clinical psychologist called Dr. Kent Franks to the stand and asked him to explain what autism meant in an attempt to prove that Nick was mentally disabled and could easily have been manipulated by Gypsy. He was also asked to testify about the various tests he'd conducted on Nick, and he explained that Nick had an IQ of 82, which is considered to be low average. All of the tests he'd conducted confirmed that Nick was indeed autistic, and he didn't have good judgment and would need substantial support and supervision if he was going to be successful in life. Another clinical psychologist named Dr. Robert Denny was called to testify on behalf of the prosecution and explain that he'd evaluated Nick while he was in prison and had watched security camera footage of Nick at the time of the murder. He agreed with Dr. Frank's diagnosis, but explained that Nick didn't show any of the traits that Dr. Denny would associate with someone with autism. He was able to make eye contact with people, came across as jovial during conversation, and was able to joke with the clerk at the bus station, indicating that he was more than able to pick up on social cues. He was comfortable in large crowds, didn't lose his temper when things didn't go his way, and generally came across as a neurotypical, normal guy. Dr. Denny also explained all of the tests that he had performed that indicated that Nick wasn't mentally impaired in any way. In conclusion, he had autism and some learning disabilities, but he was more than capable of making his own decisions and judging between right and wrong. Yeah, I don't think that, Nick doesn't have a good excuse here. Gypsy has massive extenuating circumstances. Nick is just a murderer, and I think he's going to go to prison forever, where he belongs. In their closing arguments, Assistant Prosecutor Chapman pointed out that the story of how Dee Dee Blanchard had been murdered eventually became the story of how Gypsy Rose had managed to free herself from her mother's control. But he also reminded the jury that Gypsy's story didn't just have one bad guy, it had two. He went on to explain that yes, Gypsy had been horribly abused. Yes, it had been Gypsy's idea to kill her mother. And yes, Gypsy had helped plan the murder. But the fact is, Nick is the one who'd stabbed Dee Dee 17 times, not Gypsy. To quote, "We have to be careful and separate out what is collaboration versus manipulation. Because there could be a sense that because Gypsy was the one that had asked the defendant to murder Dee Dee, somehow she'd manipulated the defendant into killing her mum. No, I really don't think so. I think he was a bad dude and he wanted to kill her and he just killed her. Simple. Deserves to go to prison for a really long time." He pointed out that Gypsy had been honest about her plan to murder Dee Dee from the beginning, and Nick had agreed to it. At no point did she lie about her reasons for wanting her mother dead. Continuing to quote, "And if anything was evident from the dynamic of their relationship, Nicholas Gojohn was not made to ever do anything Nicholas Gojohn didn't want to do. Was Gypsy mistreated? Absolutely. Is the defendant some knight that's coming in to defend her? During the interrogation, how many times did you hear the defendant mention, 'Oh, I was rescuing her, I was saving her, I was freeing her'? I can tell you, 0. In the text messages leading up to the murder, how many times did you see him make any reference to, 'I'm coming to get you, just hang in there, you're going to be free soon, I could do this'? Just how many times did you see it? 0. Instead, you see, 'I expect you to be wearing red lipstick when I get there, and when I come to get you from the bathroom after I've murdered your mum, you better be naked.' All of the things we've looked at, all of the texts, all of the web history. Can you tell from any of that he has high-functioning autism? He's not doing anything different than someone else who's planning a murder, taking steps to incapacitate the victim, taking steps in case you're caught, to have a story. His mild autism changes nothing. When Attorney Perry started his closing argument for the defense, he explained that Gypsy was willing to do anything to get out from under her mother's control, and that she'd used Nick to get what she wanted. He further goes on to argue that all of the details surrounding the murder plot goes to show their naivete and immaturity. Their alter egos, the role-playing, mailing the knife to Nick's house, taking a taxi to and from the murder scene, not bothering to use aliases when traveling, and Gypsy's assumption that the world will simply just forget about her. Quoting, "This case has to be one of the most unique cases you'll ever see in a homicide. In some
Good shit, Leah, I guess. The bison's like one of the newest pets. Why the fuck is it already so low? Fuck.
ways, every person involved in this case
That's what I figured. I'm like, there's no way you just were able to spawn and kill that fast with that.
is a victim. Dee Dee certainly victimized Gypsy in horrible ways. Gypsy manipulated Nick, a low-functioning person with autism, and then Gypsy pressures Nick into committing a homicide against her mother. Nick was so completely in love with her and so obsessed with her that he would do anything.
Oh, whoops.
And Gypsy knew that. All evidence in this case demonstrates that Nicholas Gojohn has a low IQ. The simple fact of the matter is, Nicholas Gojohn did not have the capacity for cool reflection.
I'm glad they doing this. Now I know I can kill someone. It's just like, yo, I'd be kind of retarded. Date it. Yes, sir.
Nick is not guilty of first-degree murder because he simply lacked the ability to deliberate. If I'm in the jury, I'm like, no. This is an attempt at a defense, but it is a weak defense. The trial came to an end after just 4 days, and the jury was asked to decide whether Nick was guilty of first-degree murder, second-degree murder, or manslaughter. After deliberating for only 2 hours, the jury found that Nicholas Gojohn was guilty of both first-degree murder and armed criminal action. First-degree murder plus armed criminal action, that's going to be the aggravating thing to the first-degree murder that could possibly get you the death penalty if I remember previous episodes of this show right. Right? Just as he'd done for most of the trial, Nick sat impassively as Judge Jones read the verdict and didn't show any reaction. In February 2019, he was sentenced to life imprisonment for killing Dee Dee and received 25 years on top of that for the armed criminal charge. Okay, so he's never getting out of prison, basically. Let it go. After her arrest, Gypsy had weekly visits with the therapist, and they helped her work through all the lies that she'd been told and to accept her responsibility for her role in her mother's murder. They also had to recondition her regarding what is right and what is wrong, what is reality, what is fiction, and helped her to realize that a relationship with Nick wasn't real. In some ways, he was just as controlling as her mother. During her time in prison, she granted numerous interviews to tell her story, and the difference between the girl in the interrogation room and the woman in the interviews is striking. She now has long, healthy, dark hair, wears makeup, has put on weight, something that a lawyer said was unusual since inmates usually lose weight in prison. You can almost see her mature over time, going from a chirpy, happy child at the time of her arrest to a giggly teen who was learning how to do her hair, her makeup, and was making friends. And when she spoke to Dr. Phil in 2017, Gypsy came across as a serious, if slightly bitter adult who takes full responsibility for her actions. But she seemed far older than her 26 years. Gypsy told 2020 in January 2018 that, "I feel like I'm more free in prison than living with my mum, because now I'm allowed to live just like a normal woman." She's had her feeding tube removed, got new prescription glasses, and now sports a new set of teeth. Rod and Christy have supported her all the way, and even though he feels guilty for not being there when she was little, Rod is doing his best to build a stronger relationship with Gypsy and to be there for her now. Good for you, Rod.
Amen.
I like you more and more. On the 29th of September 2023,
at least this game updates.
Gypsy was granted, that's super recently, parole, and was released on the 28th of December 2023. That's mega recently. That's like last week when I'm recording. She'd gotten married while in prison, and after her release, she was reunited with Rod, Christy, and her half-siblings, and her husband. Someone who marries someone in prison like that, though, I feel like that's a bit weird. I don't feel like that's a great, strong start for a relationship. She plans on becoming an advocate for other victims of...
Wait, hold on. Hold on. Good fortune. Are you the guy that gave me all those Reaper peppers? Or am I tripping? I remember your name, but...
Munchausen's by proxy, but for now she's simply enjoying her freedom, getting her hair and nails done, enjoying the sun, enjoying her very first New Year's kiss, and soaking in the love of a large and loving family. I'd like to end this script by quoting Aaliyah Woodmansey, who said,
Hey. Now fuck this video. Now you getting questioned. First off, why'd you sell your Skyblock account? And two, why'd you block me on Discord after that? I was like, we had a good conversation. You were talking about how you worked on the fucking Barbie movie. Yeah, you were just talking about like how you worked on the Barbie movie and all that shit, and you sold your Discord for money too?
I feel
that shit low-key made me a little sad when that happened. I'm like, man, I thought I did something. I'm like, damn, he blocked me. I'm like, we just had a good conversation yesterday. I feel you. That's how it's going for me. You know, I got indefinitely banned on Twitch back in April. How much you get for it? Damn, who'd you sell it to? They want to buy my account? Shit. My boy, deleter. Fuck off.
Hello, everyone. Welcome back to another episode of the Casual.
When you say when you say life went south, are you just talking about like you got let go from your job? Shit, Lone knows you know who. Trying to possibly sell mine. Probably need to do something like that or something. Because at this point, I need money. What the fuck did you give her? Just Dudell. Well, not even that. Oh, I see what you mean. I'm sorry to hear that, man. Yeah, I mean, my channel, it grew. I got to like 2,300 followers on Twitch, and then I got indefinitely banned. I called Tazboy a PHA get, which he deserved. Wait, who do you got, deleter? DM me. Still in my guilt? Dog, me and Naibo aren't even talking to each other anymore. Like, that's how fucking... But yeah, I got, the thing is, before I even got indefinitely banned, yeah, it's Luna, probably Naibo, probably Leah, she's retarded, and you, I think. Like I said, I haven't talked to Naibo in months. Because he kinda, like I said, I've been playing this game, even though, yeah, it's not as exciting as Skyblock. I've always said I'm not gonna play a game that I'm not excited to play. They're not in it, you wouldn't be allowed anyway. You'd stink it up. Was I still was I still the leader before you, dipped, Fortuna? Because if I was, I immediately left after. Yeah. Dog, you missed a whole arc. I quit doing Blaze. I'm level 445 now. I went to get 1 billion gold. Like, a lot of shit happened since back then. Wow. So, Gabriel quit almost immediately. I don't know where he's been. I haven't seen him in months. Yeah, he quit. He quit Skyblock after he came home from vacation. Rusty, he quit. Naibo, like I said, he and I don't talk anymore. He don't join streams. Because he said, he asked me like, he would ask me shit about Skyblock, and I'd answer stupidly because I'm like, dog, I'm not playing Skyblock. And he said, dude, you changed. I'm like, what do you mean? Like, you're different now. I said, explain how. He said, no. So I banned him and then unbanned him, but I don't know where he went. So rip. Retard talking to me? Where the fuck's Mark? Wait, how do I find that person? Where's Mark? Is there not a thing where I could see this? Yeah, like immediately when you left, I quit it because I'm like, dog, I don't know why the fuck I did that. Yeah, right after that. Was it my first ban? I think? Yeah, I remember that. I got banned, and so I couldn't even fucking try to recruit people on Twitch for the clan, so I'm like, fuck this, I'm just gonna not do this shit anymore. Yeah, I remember that. Yeah, I remember that ban. And then, oh, and then I got banned again after that, Fortuna. You wanna know why I got banned? I was going for foraging 50, and I got banned on Twitch for playing an inappropriate game on stream. Literally, I went into the ban thing, and I went to look into it, and they gave me a list of games. It was like, you can't play Battle Rape on stream. I'm like, oh, okay, that's good. I didn't know. And my ban appeal, I was literally like, I was playing Minecraft, and they instant denied it. Then this last time, it was in April, I got, banned because I typed baguette with a PHA at the beginning, and I said that to Tazboy, which he deserved. So, yeah, I remember I had him on my co-op to give me boots, and there is a fucking Skyblock did an amazing update a while back where they accidentally made it to where everybody who had kicked, like you had kicked off a co-op, they were back on the co-op. So I had to kick everyone. And whenever I told Rusty if he could leave the co-op, he's like, yeah, I can. But could I actually stay on the co-op? I'm like, no. What? No. Absolutely not. I actually got ratted, Fortuna. I got ratted in the sense of like, there was a person, or I invited someone to my co-op. This was right before I started foraging. It should be, a Discord should be, fuck is it? Stable. It's 4chanchan and then the number 4 at the end again. That's it. That should be it. Alright, cool. But yeah, I just fucking, yeah, I got ratted, and, they only took my 1 bill bank and, like, the minions. Okay, cool. They only took the shit I had in my Inferno minions, but they didn't take the Inferno minions or the, fucking, what is it, the, fuck is it? Retard rock. I was in trade, my bad. Yeah, I was more mad at them doing that. I'm like, dog, you could, the Inferno minions I had were like 25 mil per, but they didn't take the flycatchers out either. I'm like, that would have been more money. I was more mad they were dumb. I wasn't even mad at the fucking ratting. I'm like, dog, you could have took so much more, and you didn't. That's what pissed me off. The person that ratted my friend was someone who I had known for a year or so, and all they did was garden, so I wanted them to get on my co-op and only garden. You know what I mean? Oh, whoops, I should probably go. And he got ratted after 3 days on my co-op. So yeah, while I was going for us foraging, that happened to me. Then I got banned on Twitch for 3 days for playing an inappropriate game on stream. And then right after I hit foraging 50, my graphics card broke, so don't forage. I mean, they didn't rat me, they got ratted. That's what I mean. Their account got ratted. Yeah, they didn't rat me, they got ratted. Which I think was even worse, because I'm like, they were an adult. I'm like, I had a lot of people that said it was an inside job. I'm like, dog, if it was an inside job, they would have took a lot more. You know what I mean? I'm like I said, people donated money back to help me out with that, which I appreciated. But so yeah. But the beginning of this year up until I got, that's what's up. I haven't played at all. Like I said, I'm just not I'm level 445. I've essentially done everything in the game. The only things left is just dungeons, which I don't fuck with that much, and garden, which this would be the same fucking thing. It's just this. It's it. It'd be just sitting here doing it all. Which personally for me, I don't like that on Skyblock because of the fact Skyblock's a game that you need to be doing shit. Okay, cool.
Criminalist.
But no. Then I got banned. I played a little bit after that, but then I just said fuck it. I don't really want to play. Yeah, I got hella money after a lot of that shit. I ended up making a lot of money. I ended up, like I said, I was only like level 260 back then. I quit Blaze once they nerfed it into the ground. Leah still does it, and she's like, she has 20 million XP in it because she's dead. I don't know if you remember Leah. She wasn't that important back then, just like now.
With me, your host Simon, I'm saying one of my writers, in this case Dave, has put me together a script. This one he did very quickly. I feel like I ruined Dave's weekend because Dave sent me a message and he was like, "Hey Simon, did you see this in the news?" And I was like, "Yeah, Dave, I saw this."
I was looking through her old messages, like whenever we were doing that on stream, we look back at all messages. Like we look back at Zink's very first message to him egoing me and shit. And after that, after that, I looked at Leah's and I'm like, where did it all go wrong? Still to this day, she harasses me. Oh, wait, I just realized I'd been streaming for 1 year. Back July 2nd was my first day of streaming. At least on Twitch. YouTube, who knows? Nobody watches me for the most part just because they don't want to see all this bullshit on the screen, which I understand. Like I said, I won't play Skyblock unless they come out with Primal.
This in the news. Everyone saw this in the news because today, you've probably seen from the title, we're talking about Lucy Letby, who has just been, as of yesterday evening or afternoon, convicted of murdering a lot of babies and has been sentenced. Well, I'm not going to spoil it, but Dave, he sends me this message on Friday. I'm like, yeah, I saw it, Dave. And I'm like, hey, Dave, I'll double your rate on the script if you get it to me by.
Yeah.
Monday. And he's like, it's my kid's, it was his kid's birthday. No, he was like going to Chessington World of Adventures or something. And then I felt bad and I was like, no pressure. And then I realized I'd given him pressure because it offered him like a ton more money to do it. And then I felt really bad about myself the whole weekend. And then he sent it to me on Monday. And then I felt slightly better about myself when I sent him a fat invoice. I mean, the other way around. He sent me a fat invoice and I sent him a fat amount of money.
Yeah.
Which made me
fuck her.
Me feel better about myself, but not much better, because I'm sorry, Dave. I'm sorry. Anyway, yes, that's a very long way of saying that this is all about Lucy Letby, who, as I said yesterday, this trial just concluded and sentencing just happened. So we're bringing you not breaking news. This will probably come out on like Friday, because obviously these take a while to edit. I've also ruined.
Did you? What time?
Jen's having some help from a dude called Chris. Hello, Chris. He's probably editing this episode. It's like, Chris, I need this by Friday, Chris.
It will be done, my lord.
On this day, several years ago, I left the Countess of Chester Hospital with my wife and newborn son. We did things the usual people do. Oh no! Well, this was the hospital where it was happening. I totally glossed over that. I'm pretty sure. We did the usual things people do after leaving hospital with a new baby. We went to the McDonald's drive-thru in nearby Cheshire Oaks. Is that normal? I remember when both my kids are born. And I've never had a kid in the UK. Like, both of my kids have been born where I live in Prague, Czech Republic. And in the UK, you go into hospital, you have a baby, and then you go home. Right? You don't spend time in hospital. Here, you'll spend like 3 or 4 days in hospital. Like, I think both times my wife gave birth, no complications, nothing like that. And she stayed in hospital for 3 nights afterwards. And the nurses, they like make sure that the baby's being fed correctly. They make sure that, there's enough milk and all of this stuff and like that everything's all right. And then they run all these tests and they make sure that the baby can like see and hear properly and all that stuff. And then like 4 days later, they send you home. And it's very surreal because for the first few days, it's like, I have a son and I can only visit during visiting hours, which is like 2 hours in the afternoon. I mean, obviously, while the kid's being born, you're there. And then it's like, you just have visiting hours at the hospital for like the first 3-4 days.
Reading your message didn't help with nothing, Del. It's the same thing. Like, no, I'm not individually selling individual things. I'd rather just sell the account as a whole if I'm gonna sell my shit.
And so I'm just frantically getting everything ready that we hadn't got ready yet, and just doing as much work as possible before, I take some time off with the new kid at home. And I think in the UK, you just have a baby and they're like, all right, off you go. Which would seem very intense now. Oh, it's not like I pay for some special health insurance. This is just the government standard health insurance.
Life's not fair, is it?
We discussed how ridiculous it was that a member of staff had insisted on accompanying us to the car to ensure that we had a correctly fitted child seat. Yes, they do that as well. Well, like, we walked because we live in a city and the hospital's like, it's literally like 10 minutes walk away. It's really nice. We didn't even like take the car when Mark's like, oh, it's coming. And I was like, okay, put your shoes on. And we walked the 5 minutes to the hospital because it's quicker than driving. Then we went home to begin that magical few months of sleep deprivation where you're never entirely sure whether you're asleep or awake. Ah, yes. When I think about the whole experience now, especially during the night, I often get out of bed, walk to my little boy's room, just stand there for a while, thinking about how lucky we were. Many other expected couples who checked into Countess of Cheshire Hospital were not so lucky, because you see, this hospital contained a monster. A nurse who was assigned to work with the most vulnerable individuals was, it transpires, actually working ceaselessly behind the scenes to make sure that not everybody left the hospital with a healthy child, as we were fortunate enough to do. In today's episode, we're going to take a look at exactly who this monster was, what she did, and the catalogue of alleged errors that allowed her to continue uninterrupted for so long.
Oh.
Ah, yes, okay, alleged errors that, because it's like, okay, well, there's been no, like, I guess the civil cases or other criminal cases. If there's gross negligence is not yet completed. Obviously, Lucy Letby is a murderer, and we could say that because she's just been convicted and, sentenced to, well, we'll get to that in a little bit. Everyone knows how long she's gone to go into prison for. I don't know why I'm like, oh, maybe this is like less. This is news in America as well, right? Because I go to bbc.com, not bbc.co.uk, because if you go to bbc.co.uk abroad, they redirect you to bbc.com, so you get like shoved tons of adverts in your face and more international news. And this was on the front.
But either way, it's good to talk to you again. I was scared that I did something.
Page of that website for a couple of days. Who is Lucy Letby? Unlike many of the criminals we cover here, there were no early red flags that might indicate what Letby would become. Born in 1990, she grew up in Hereford, the only child in a stereotypically middle-class family. She attended the local comprehensive school before going on to study nursing at university. After completing her study, she moved to Chester, where she underwent another 3 years of training to become a children's nurse. During this time, she worked as a student nurse at both
2 years ago. That's barely, not even a year ago. Hey, go visit my island real quick. Unless you can't. I still have 3 of those Reaper peppers on the ground. They removed the method for you to be able to do that anymore, but I still have them on the ground. I know it does.
The Countess of Chester and the Liverpool Women's Hospital. After becoming a fully qualified nurse, she gained full-time employment in the latter in 2011. During her first years working there, she was described as both hardworking and sociable, but, and this is important, not unusually remarkable in any way. One article produced by ITV described her as nothing out of the ordinary, a beige character, even a girl next door type, affable and charming. Even after babies began dying at a disproportionate rate on her watch, people in charge had a hard time pursuing or even believing concerns that were raised against her. After all, she was just Lucy, the lovely nurse who worked in the neonatal unit. Much later, during her trial, Dr. Shoam Das, a criminal psychologist, said, quote, "One thing that really strikes me about Lucy Letby's case is that there's no known history of previous offending, specifically no known history of previous violence. Having assessed hundreds of mentally distressed offenders, I would say that that's exceptionally rare. It's unlike anything I've ever seen in my career before. I know I keep bringing this up, but it perhaps goes some way to explaining why her horrific crimes went undetected for so long."
Hopefully in October I can get my Twitch account back. That's when I get to reappeal. Not, oh well. But hopefully that works then.
End quote. Yeah, this is like one of those things, because we have such human bias. We like look at someone and it's like, oh, look at it. Like Ted Bundy's always the example that gets brought up. Oh, look, he's good looking and he's charming. He can't have murdered anyone. And it's like, that's just our human bias. And there's a lot of negativity around like GPT, chat GPT, and like it's, what it can do or what it can't do. And I'm like, but I don't know, I've messed around with its data interpretation quite a bit with like YouTube stats and all of that stuff, and just being like, can you tell me anything about this data? Just like, you can just upload like, here's my analytics, tell me anything interesting. And it'll be like, I found this, I found that, and you're like, holy shit, I never even thought about that. I wonder, like, surely this like machine learning and neural networks can be applied to like this, because I feel just anywhere where there's, I've talked about it before, how it'd be a great idea for each hospital to just have a retired detective. Like there should be a retired detective in each hospital. Like, I don't know how this actually works in real life, but in the TV show Scrubs, right, they have Ted the lawyer, and he's like around to make sure that, everyone's like, not doing stuff that's going to get them sued. How about there's also, detective Ted equivalent, who's got an office in the hospital, and he just walks around being suspicious of people. And it's kind of like, the military police or internal affairs at the police. And it's just a detective, an old detective who's retired, and he comes in like a few days a week and he just makes sure that everything's kosher. But what I was thinking, one of the most important things is to avoid the biases, right? And computers are really good at ignoring biases. And now with this like machine learning stuff, they're really good at interpreting data. So how about we just start putting all of hospitals' data, like all of this about